Howdy, folks, and welcome to another classic Western audiobook here on Stuff and Such. I sure appreciate you stopping by. Before we get rolling, I want to apologize for any of the ads you might run into. They help keep the channel rolling, but I know that they can break the flow of a good story. If you'd like an ad-free listen experience, here's a couple easy options for you. YouTube Premium, it removes all the ads and even lets you download the audiobooks so you can listen to it offline if you're out in the field or somewhere that doesn't have good service. And if you're looking for another ad-free option, Patreon is available there for just $1 a month. The handle over there is The Reading Farmer. Over there you'll get all the readings with no ads at all, and there's also a growing collection of Western audiobooks that I unfortunately cannot post on YouTube. Anyways, thanks again for being here. Settle in and enjoy the story. Law Badge by Peter Field. Read by Mr. Stuff and Such. Chapter 1. Gabe Hardy's ranch wagon lay overturned amidst the still heaps made by dead stock, and what had been the sodden log house was charred in a blackened ruin. Smoke curled up from the embers, crawling a careless symbol across the vivid New Mexico sky. It made a plain reading of what had happened here in the first faint lights of dawn. There had been a little warning. The flash of stolen carbons, a high-pitched, patchy yelp, and then the swift rush of naked, painted, bronze-skinned devils. It must have been all over in a matter of a few minutes. Gabe had never gotten more than a few dozen feet from the door, and he lay still where he had fallen. The rest of his family, a fated wife and 2 young sons, were near at hand. Running his eye over the grim scene, Clark Rayburn stepped out of the saddle. He made a tall, high-shouldered shape as he stood there. His mouth was a thin line, and the curve of his lean jaw had hardened. Fay Dutcher said bleakly, "They made a clean sweep. I thought Geronimo was 200 miles away over west." "He probably is. This'll be Halpye's work." Halpye was an Apache war chief, young, hard, and ruthless, who sat at Geronimo's side in the councils. Rayburn gave his brother Puncher a glance. "See if you can find a spade in the barn." Dutcher nodded. Short and stocky, a rawhide knot of a man, he moved off. He returned shortly, bearing a stable fork and a broken shovel. "Over here," Rayburn told him. They set to work. Half an hour saw the shallow trench completed. Charred blankets were found in the half-burned barn in which to wrap the bodies, and they were laid to rest in silence. Dutcher straightened. "Reckon we don't know the right words," he said awkwardly. "Words won't help him now," Rayburn grunted. A dozen years of this scarcely settled range, where white men packed the only law that was worn in shiny leather, had hardened him to such things, but only on the surface. Dutcher, a roving cowboy from eastern Kansas, just now worked for Case Gunnarson's vast Bar 88, as was Rayburn, was much the same. 20 minutes later, Fay flung down the shovel. "Nothing more we can do, Clark." They swung into the saddle. Rayburn swept the canyons and the golden cedar-dotted slopes with a practiced eye, and the peace and the emptiness of the range this morning in itself was ominous. "We'll head over for Cottonwood Stage Station," he said. Their first glimpse of the station, a dozen miles across the hills from Hardy's homestead ranch, was reassuring. Nothing had gone wrong here as of yet. Stage horses switched at flies in the big corral, and the tender came to the door of the raw station building as they drew in. Middle-aged and gnarled, he gave them a broken-toothed grin. "Howdy, boys, get on down." Dutcher blasted his complaisance with 4 words. "Hank, Fay said. The engines are out. Ah, again? Hank exclaimed, his smile fading. Now what? Dutcher told what had happened at Hardy's ranch, and the others swore at the end. Damn their stinking red hides, he burst out. Gabe Hardy was a good man, and that poor wife of his and them kids. Rayburn moved about restlessly while they talked, and he turned back to put it in question. Is the Salt Creek stage late this morning? Yeah, about an hour or so. It was due here around noon. Hank nodded. His face stiffened at the significance of the fact as it struck home. Rayburn, you don't reckon old Rocky Run's in trouble? I don't know, was the answer. Hank's Mexican helpers, who followed all this, were jabbering together excitedly, now raised a cry, and one of them pointed up the stage trail, winding around to the north. Rayburn spotted a rolling dust ball at a distance of several miles. It was coming this way, and the others saw it too, and they stared intently, and finally Hank jerked a nod. It's the stage, he declared, relief in his tone. She's rolling right along. Even before it arrived, they knew all they needed. Rocky Hardin, the bearded driver, was still pushing the team, and jutted from the cracked and faded paneling of the coach body, several feathered arrows could be seen. Hardin drew up with a scattering of dust and gravel, hauling the horses back on their haunches. By Godfrey, talk about a close call, he ejected, climbing down from the box. At Dutcher's urging that he tell his story, he drove on. Bunch of Apaches jumped me at Sandy Wash. There must have been a dozen of 'em. I gave 'em hell and plowed right through. There sure was a plenty of shooting there for a while, and they dogged me for 3-4 miles. Danged if I don't know yet how I got through. Hawpeye, the stage tender barked incredulously, and old Rocky grunted. Yeah, it was him all right. Rayburn heard that much and then stopped listening as, opening the stage door to let the passengers out, his glance encountered that of a pale, level-eyed girl inside. She was alone, her flounced dress taking up most of one seat on the coach, but what Rayburn noticed first was the resolute curve of her chin and the erect set on which her head was held, as though nothing had happened and nothing would happen to destroy her calm self-possession. Thank you, she said in a small, tense voice when he helped her down. Her eyes were gray, flecked with a warm brown, and the tendril of hair showing beneath the closely fitted bonnet was honey-colored. Rayburn stood, hat in hand, and watched her enter the stage station. When she was gone from sight, Fay Dutcher said, What's that? In a battering tone, and Rayburn gave him a look that cut off the rest. The Mexicans were taking care of the horses, and Hank made for the cook shack at the rear of the station. Rayburn said to the stage driver, Who's that girl, Hardin? Rocky gave him a shrewd glance. Colcord, he said. That's her name. Understand she got on at Fort Gibbon over in Kansas, and her father's the Salt Creek sky pilot. Rayburn placed the girl. He knew Bronson Colcord in Salt Creek, 40 miles to the southwest, by sight at least. The minister of the gospel had come into the country a full year ago, and somehow he had managed to build a small wooden church in a cow town, and now his daughter was joining him. Shaking his head, Rayburn said, This ain't no country for her kind. I reckon it ain't, old Rocky admitted. All the same, I don't want to be the man to tell her that. Rayburn smiled. He knew what the old man meant. There was a high-spirited look about the girl that was impossible to misread. It said that she would look out for herself, that she might be here yet, long after the country had changed. They moved inside. and a moment later the tender called them to dinner. Rayburn helped the girl to a seat at one end of the table on which a Mexican woman was placing food, and again she thanked him, her quiet, reserved voice inviting no friendliness. And seated directly across, Fay Dutcher stole repeated, frankly admiring glances at her face, but Rayburn paid strict attention to his plate. Even so, he was aware that she was not eating. As if coming to a decision, she put down her fork and said to Hardin, "We will go on at once, of course, driver." Rocky eyed her and wagged his grizzled head. "Yeah, we'll go on directly," he answered her. "Don't you fret, Miss Colcord. We'll be all right. Lest them devils take a notion to bushwhack us, and even then I reckon we can stand 'em off again if we have to." He went on about the raid on the Hardy ranch, of which he had been told. Silently cursing the old man's loose tongue, Rayburn had his quick look at the girl, and to his surprise, she appeared in no wise distressed. She had even shown relief at Hardin's words. For no reason that he could name, he wanted to help her. Thrown together here by chance, they might never meet again. And yet, some quality of her demanded more than the average man's willingness to ensure a woman's safety. "Fay Dutcher and we'll see that you get through," he told Hardin. "We'll tail you to Robert's station." Lorena's Colcord's gray eyes went to him as he spoke. This type of man, tall and blue-eyed, quiet of manner, was no stranger to her. She had met his counterpart many a time over. Reckless, yet capable. Spendthrift of youth and daring, poking into the far waste places of the West and fronting its dangers with easy indifference. Yet likable, too. There was a homely touch in Clark Rayburn's strong face which inevitably appealed to women. Recognizing it, she discounted it with the same cool poise which characterized her relations with all men except her father. Old Rocky said, "Well, if you're heading that way, you might as well ride her along, Rayburn." Hank's Mexicans had the stage hitched up by the time they were ready to go, and Hardin was the last to emerge. Gathering the lines, he spat importantly and then climbed to the box. His whip cracked, and the stage jerked with a start. Though she had never laid eyes on it before, there was nothing new in this land for the girl. After several days of it, fold upon fold, it rolled away in every direction. Distant, meandering creeks were marked by patches of green, and all else was dry and brown. The ranges of the hills melted into still farther ranges, and hour after hour the stage rolled on. Without awareness of what she did, Loren listened repeatedly for the soft clopping of hooves from the rear where Rayburn and Fay Dutcher were jogging. Somehow, knowledge of their presence was a comfort. But if she was aware of them, there was no less consideration of her. At last Dutcher broke the long silence, his first words revealing the direction of his thoughts. "Colcord must be crazy asking a girl like her to come out and live in Salt Creek." "Well, Salt Creek ain't what it was even a year ago," Rayburn reminded him quietly. Fay grunted. "Well, there's plenty of women there now, and that's a fact. That's the trouble with it." "Miss Colcord, she'll get along." "You ain't fell for her, have you, Clark?" Dutcher grinned. "Do you think I have?" Fay failed to note his evasion. A moment later he was speaking of something else, while Loren listened to their murmuring voices without distinguishing their words. The sound wove a pleasant pattern through her thoughts, after the hours of creaking and grating, punctuated by the crack of old Rocky's whip. There was one sound for which her ears strained, even while she prayed it wouldn't come. That was a shrill, high-pitched yelp, followed all too soon by the bark of rifles and a furious rush of madden-driven ponies. There was a nerve strain even in its continued delay, for despite the emptiness and the seeming peace of the afternoon, she wasn't wholly deceived. Her father had written her that life depended on a slim thread in this godless land. Already she was finding it distressingly so. Time after time, she leaned to the window to scan the rolling range. Always there was nothing to be seen. It seemed that it was always that way. Suddenly, the renewed sound of voices fixed her attention. They were speaking louder now, and one of the punchers rode up beside the stage to speak to Hardin. It was Rayburn. As he passed the window, she thought that he looked singularly self-reliant, sitting his saddle straight and easy, and there was even a touch of alertness in his clean-boned face. She did not catch what he said to the man on the box, but saw him pointing. Glancing in the direction he indicated, she saw nothing at first. Then she descried the faint penciling of smoke from a low ridge a mile or more to the west. It was not a straight column, but it was broken up into puffs. Gazing at it, her arms stiffened, and her hands became fists at her side. If there was any doubt left at the meaning of the smoke signals, it was dispelled when old Rocky whipped the horses to a run. Cantering down into a canyon, the stage followed it for half a mile. It was worse than remaining in the open, since nothing could be seen beyond the crumbling earthen banks, and the road rose again in a steep pitch, and now Hardin lashed the horses wildly, yelling at them. Loren thought for a moment that the sharp crack of his whip was a rifle report. But when Fay Dutcher's Winchester crashed, she knew. "Feed the leather to them horses," the puncher yelled a second later. "We ain't wasting no time here." From the window, Loren saw the string of savage riders a mile to the rear. A dozen strong, they came racing on fleet ponies. There was no befeathered glory about them, a sinister, businesslike lack of marking on this war party. The girl's pulse jumped as Rayburn fired. A second, and a better look, showed her 3 warriors had somehow driven closer, either by virtue of better horseflesh or because they had been an advanced guard. Even as she seen them, one flung up his carbine and pulled the trigger, and dust puffed at the side of the trail. Dutcher replied deliberately, and it did not escape Loren that he and his companion never fired together. The stage rocked drunkenly, forcing her to hang on lest she be flung from one side to the other, and old Rocky was getting the best that he had out of them horses. But there was no chance of the heavy vehicles distancing from the pursuers. Steadily the Indians drew up, and courage stiffened to apprehension in her when they advanced on both sides until they were even with the stage. Rayburn and Dutcher were shooting steadily, spacing their shots in a way that was more telling than a fusillade. Loren saw a painted savage tumble off his pony on Rayburn's side, but the latter's grim face as he worked the bolt of his rifle told nothing of his thoughts. The crash of old Rocky's gun as he fired from the box made her draw back, but he did not slacken the wild pace of his driving. Even when the Apaches raced ahead, he thrust on furiously. Rayburn had referred to Robert's Station, the next stop, by name. She could not avoid asking herself if they would ever reach the place, or if this was the end. Rayburn's face appeared at the window, and he gave her a curious, yet penetrating look. "You worried?" he asked. Her attempt at a smile was not very successful, but in the same moment the thought crossed her mind that there was something about him different from other men. She dismissed it as a fancy born of stretched nerves. "Of course, but I'm glad you're with us, you and Mr. Dutcher." He nodded swiftly. "We'll get through." He disappeared from sight as a burst of firing sounded, and she heard his rifle bang once, then twice in quick succession. Was he only pretending an assurance he didn't feel, she wondered? But that thought, too, was rejected. Somehow the confidence that had rung in his tone had been communicated to her. A Comanche war whoop from old Rocky told of another warrior falling. And with that, the firing slackened. A last slug thudded into the side of the stage, and she saw that the savages had drawn off beyond range, though they still hung on, yelling defiance and rage. When the pace moderated at length, Loren looked out to see the buildings of another stage station across the level. It was low and long and built of adobe. Several cottonwoods bordered the creek which flowed past the place. She saw that much, and then gave ear to a good-humored remark from the men. They were dust-stained and tense, but they were jubilant. "By God, we made her again!" Old Rocky was bragging in his high-pitched voice. "Take more'n a passel of Apaches to stop this hombre." "Right again, Hardin." Dutcher grinned at him. "If it hadn't been for you, I don't know how Clark and me would have got through." He tossed a wink at Rayburn, and then gazed keenly towards Robert's station, as if something awaited them there which, to him, for one, was looking forward to. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Old Alamos Roberts was as grizzled and gray as Rocky Hardin, and had even more to say. It did not take long to tell that he was half drunk. Rayburn knew he was always that way. It was Kathy Roberts, his young, hard-bitten daughter, who actually ran that place. Although seeing her throwing herself into the station's work, few would have guessed that she had wielded a rod of iron. Kathy was not in evidence when Rayburn helped Lorena Colcord out of the stage, and the Mexicans came running to look after the team. "What's the idea of lathering them horses that away?" Alamo threw at old Rocky. Hardin paused in the act of getting down from the box to glare at him. He had his answer ready. "Don't suppose you'd know there's any Injuns in the country?" he retorted scornfully. Roberts would have been taken a bridge, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Presently he had the story of Happelai's activities during the past 2 days. After seeing to their horses, Rayburn and Dutcher entered the station. The former was in time to see old Alamo's daughter pause in an inner door for a look at Lorena. Kathy Roberts was small, red-headed, and sharp of eye. There was nothing beautiful about her, but she really was pretty in a quiet way. She hid it under a hard-handed practicality that made most men a little afraid of her. Just now, she was looking Miss Colcord up and down, a faint hostility in her green eyes. "Howdy, Kathy," Dutcher tossed at her lightly. Without speaking, the girl had her look at him and Rayburn, and then disappeared from the door. It had been late afternoon when the stage arrived, and at 6 o'clock the iron bell rang for supper. The talk was all of the Apaches, and as the men took their places at the table, Alamo Roberts assented that the cavalry would be soon out. They lost little time in hitting the saddle at the first word of murder and rapine in the outlying ranches, and Gabe Hardy would scarcely have been the only sufferer in this latest outbreak. Again, Loren displayed lack of appetite. Rayburn noted it, and then read the tension that she was under. She was not even conscious of Kathy Roberts as the latter placed the food on the table or helped someone to whatever was needed. Fay Dutcher downed his coffee in a gulp. "Well, that sure hits the spot," he beamed. "Now if I can get Catherine the Great here to give me some more—" He grinned at Kathy. "You don't need to be nasty about it," she snapped at him, her tone crackling with anger. "The minute some other girl shows up, you'd think you'd never saw me before." Before he could say anything, she snatched the cup from his fingers and then was gone. And Fay blinked his surprise at Rayburn. "What's got in her all of a sudden?" he grumbled. If Lorena had so much as taken note of the incident, she failed to show it. But getting up at the first opportunity, she returned to the outer room, and Rayburn sought her there a few minutes later. "It's been decided that we should stay here, Miss Colcord, in the hope that a military escort's going to show up. The soldiers at Fort Yates must know what the situation is by now, and the stages should be their first concern." She weighed his words, her glance troubled. "I suppose that's probably the best plan. Do you think they'll come in an hour or two?" "I can't be sure. I know that you're anxious to get on, though. I managed to persuade the stage driver that we should start on at midnight if no help shows up by that time." She thanked him in a way that indicated the conversation was at an end. Rayburn hesitated and then turned away. The evening passed quietly, and the men played 7-up at the table. Except that a constant watch was kept, there was little to show that this night was different from any other. Nevertheless, the ominous shadow of the Apaches lay across the hours. Wild hawks of the desert, they struck while no man knew of their presence. Asking no quarter, they gave none. Rayburn was about to join the game in the dining room when Kathy put herself in his way. "Come to the kitchen. I've something to tell you, Clark." He followed her into the seclusion of the low-roofed, thick-walled room. Once there, Kathy turned in the light of the single oil lamp and gazed at him earnestly. She had to tilt her head up to meet his gaze. "Clark, your brother Kim's in trouble," she said abruptly. It was no new thing to Rayburn. Younger than himself, Kim always kept managing to get into scraps with great ease until he took over the little rail S spread a few miles south of Salt Creek. Of late, however, Kim settled down to somewhat. Never before had Kathy seemed troubled to concern herself about him. "What now?" Rayburn grunted. "Well, you know that Kim has owed Shane and Purcell money for some time. They've managed to obtain a judgment against him." She gave it to him without any softening. "I heard a large posse's been sworn in and sent to his ranch to serve it. They'll never do it, Clark. They know Kim is friendly with Case Gunnerson. You know what that means." "That don't sound too good," Rayburn admitted. "But still, I think the kid can take care of himself." "Against a dozen armed thugs? No, Clark, he cannot." He thought it over, face sober. Whatever his conclusions were, he kept them to himself. "Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate you telling me." He failed to note her half-raised hand as he turned to go back to the other room, and the wistful light in her eyes as they followed the set of his broad shoulders would have told him much. At the moment, however, he had other things to occupy his mind. He did not need to be told that Shane and Purcell, the general merchants with a large store in Salt Creek, were perfectly capable of all the girl had suggested. It was the firm's practice to absorb small ranches as a sponge soaks up water, and by the use of any method that they found necessary. Kim Rayburn's chance was slim in the face of that setup. Later, Loren spoke to Rayburn of her own account. "Doesn't look as if the military's coming," she said. "No, but Salt Creek is a few hours away. We'll chance it." Silence broke only by the intermittent lonely cry of a mockingbird still held the New Mexican night when, towards 11:30, Hardin ordered the stage to be hitched up. 20 minutes later, it was standing by the door. Loren stepped out, both anxious and reluctant to resume her journey, and Clark Rayburn was a dark shape nearby, waiting with his horse. For the first mile, old Rocky held the horses down, and then, as they warmed up, the stage rolled on at a brisker pace, jolting and swaying, the late moon casting a weak slanting light. Washes and canyons were black slashes in the silvery velvet. Nothing happened. There was only the slow drag of waiting. After an hour, a finger of light touched the eastern sky, so faint that at first she believed that she imagined it. Then it broadened, and distant clumps of cedar and sagebrush became gray shapes. Loren discovered that she could identify objects with increasing clarity, and then abruptly, it was morning. The attack came then with a slashing suddenness. There was no warning, no ominous smoke signals etching the early morning sky. One moment, all was quiet. The next, a crashing, a firing broke out along the granite ledge skirted by the stage trail at that point. Hardin yelled, cut loose with his whip, and the stage lurched forward as the horses sprang into a mad run. Yanking his rifle out of the boot, Rayburn snapped a shot at the last puff of powder smoke along the rocks, and then jammed the spurs home. Dutcher cried warningly, "Here they come! They're right on top of us!" A glance showed the savage riders breaking through a gap in the ledge. Feathered arrows winged towards the stage, and the carbines barked a vicious fusillade. Rayburn and Fay poured a hot fire into the Apaches as they swept down, and a brave reeled and sagged, his weight dragging his pony's head round. The others came on, yelling. Grabbing his scattergun, old Rocky started to his feet, and he raised the gun. Before he could fire, an arrow ripped into his shoulder. The gun slipped down, and the old man clawed at the seat, and somehow he managed to keep from tumbling off. Hardin was game. Again, he strove to get the scattergun up, and again he was hit, this time with a rifle slug. He slumped, as if aware of what had happened. The horses ran wildly. Rayburn took one look at the wildly careening stage and forgot the attackers. Shoving his bronc ahead, he drew up beside the stage. Hardin was sprawled on the box, helpless. Edging himself close to the wheel horse, Rayburn managed to fling himself across. Somehow he reached the pole, and then the stage itself. Clambering up, he grabbed the lines out of Rocky's nerveless fingers. It was well he took command when he did, for the trail swung sharply to avoid a deep canyon. Bracing his feet, he turned the team barely in time, with gravel skirting over the edge from the grating wheels, and the stage straightened out. Rayburn found little time to think of his passenger. Still, Halpai's wild devils pressed close, swinging in towards the racing vehicle to discharge a gun, and then swerving away again. Bullets smacked the stage, and some tearing splinters out of the box. Rayburn cried over the side, "Keep down! Get on the floor! Don't show anything of yourself if you can help it!" He hoped that Loren Colcord could hear him. He made a wild grab as the stage crossed a dry creek bed, preventing Hardin's scattergun from bouncing off. Holding the weapon in one hand while he drove with the other, he waited. When another warrior wheeled in close, Rayburn cut loose. He had the satisfaction of seeing the Apache's bronc fold underneath him. Maddened by their failures to make quick work of the stage, the savages rushed on. Dutcher flung lead at them, but for once it failed of any effect. Jamming his mount forward, Fay reached out and grabbed the rear boot. The next moment, he dragged himself out of the saddle. The stage was rocking so violently that it was all he could do to hang on, but he managed to climb onto the roof. He sprawled there, bouncing. Rayburn's first knowledge of his presence came with the crash of the rifle the Dutcher caught up and leveled at their pursuers. He flung a look over his shoulder. Catching his eye, Fay yelled, "Give them horses the lash! Throw the whip at them!" They were already racing at full speed, and Rayburn asked himself how long they could keep it up. It was no longer a matter of holding the Indians at an arm's length. If they swept closer and downed one of the stage horses, that would be the end of the matter. Some of them rode so close that it was possible to read the expression on their savage faces. Rayburn receiving a gash on his arm from a slug, and then there was blood trickling down Dutcher's cheek. He fired again and again, without an appreciable effect. A half-mile ahead, the trail wound over the shoulder of the ridge. Inevitably, the upward pitch would slow the stage, perhaps fatally. Rayburn didn't hesitate. Bearing on the reins, he swung the horses out of the trail, and the stage began to bounce over the uneven ground. But the going was level. Suddenly, Dutcher yelled a harsh warning. "Look out for that wash!" Rayburn avoided it by a narrow margin, the coach wheels slashing brush. As Fay's rifle cracked, an Apache tumbled from his pony like a crumpled sack. They rounded the edge at a wild pace. The stage trail wound up beyond, but Rayburn was at loss how to reach it. The ground was growing steadily rougher, and he headed the horses towards a shallow wash and dashed across, and they barely reached the level before it was necessity to swing away from the determined brave that was edging up on the team. Dutcher spotted him. His gun came round, and at the first shot, dust kicked up 100 yards beyond the savage, and with the second, the Indian swung himself under his mount's neck. When Fay pulled the trigger again, only a metallic click answered. Fingers flying, he started to reload. "Make it fast!" Rayburn yelled at him, and at the same time he whipped out his 6-gun. Though he would have sworn his first shot was a hit, nothing happened. Steadily, the Apache drew up to the team. He was going to make sure that he stopped the stage. Even as he straightened with a triumphant yell and aimed his carbine at the lead-off horse, Dutcher fired, and the savage went down as if struck by lightning. They were saved again, but only for a moment. Swiftly, other Apaches closed in. "One more close call, and it'll be all curtains." It was Dutcher who spoke, his visage grim. Rayburn flung a look at their pursuers. He was afraid it was going to be curtains in any event. The Indians were dogging their game like wolves, and any moment now they would rush in for the kill. A minute later, the stage dipped into a canyon, gathering speed down the stony slope. The trail was narrow. It forced the Apaches back, and then they tailed the stage close, hidden by dust. Dutcher fired once and shook his head. "When we get down to the bottom, they'll corner us like rats," he cried out. Rayburn knew that he was right, but the next moment an exclamation burst from his lips. Dutcher wheeled. He saw what the other saw, a short column of horsemen advancing through the canyon, morning sunshine glinting on rifles, brightening the blue of the cavalry uniform. The officer in the lead saw the racing stage and caught a flash of its pursuers. Turning in his saddle, he gave a sharp command, and the detachment swept forward at a gallop. As the stage struck the bottom of the canyon, the troopers whirled by, the crash of rifles spurting up dust, and surprisingly the Apaches hauled in sharp. In another moment, they were fleeing back up the trail. Sitting up on top of the stage roof, Dutcher saw 2 of them roll into the canyon, bounding down into the rocks. And the rest raced for safety, scattering and riding like mad when they reached the open. Rayburn halted the stage. He found the girl unhurt. She stared at him as if coming out of a daze, and then surprisingly smiled. Rayburn said, "I'm afraid you had yourself a scare." "Well, didn't you?" she countered. He couldn't help admiring her courage. "Yeah, I expect we all did." She had full command of herself now. "If the driver was hurt, he should be put on the stage. I'll do what I can for him." The returning troopers jogged up while they were talking. They were from Fort Yates. The young lieutenant wiped off his hat for Loren. "I'm certainly glad that we happened along when we did, ma'am," he told her gallantly. "And I am also," she smiled. Rayburn wondered why he should feel so irritated with the officer. The latter helped him and Dutcher lift old Rocky down and get him into the stage. Hardin was conscious, but for once his garrulous tongue was stilled. Rayburn said, "We best get on to Salt Creek right away." "Oh, you're all right now," the lieutenant nodded. "I'll push on with my men and see if we can't smoke out Halpie." The stage started on shortly, driven by Rayburn. It was only 3 miles more to Salt Creek, and as the little cow town came into sight, Rayburn thought of his brother Kim. He had not forgotten what Kathy Roberts had told him. One of the first things he purposed doing was to ride out to the Rail S and learn how matters stood with the boy. Salt Creek's main street was wide and sandy. A group of men stood on the hotel porch under the wood awning, and as the stage drew up at the stage station across the street, several of them started across. Rayburn recognized Bronson Colcord, tall, lanky, dressed in sober black. Reaching the stage, the clergyman got the door open. The next moment, Loren was in his arms. "My dear child," he exclaimed huskily. "We've heard so much of the Indian uprise, you've no idea what my fears were for your safety. It looks," he ran his eyes over the stage, "as if they were borne out, at least in part." While the townsmen gathered about, Dutcher gave an account of the fight with the Apaches. Rayburn said, "Lend a hand here, somebody. Hardin's got to be looked after." Old Rocky was lifted out, then hurried into the hotel. One man had not moved from his position at the hotel porch at the arrival of the stage. He was still there when Rayburn and the others emerged after caring for the stage driver. A tall man, so big his height passed without notice, and with a flat, swarthy face in which the eyes burned, absolutely without expression. It was Poke Flasher, a man high in the confidence of Shane and Purcell, their man of all work, in fact. Rayburn's arrival with the stage did not escape Flasher. For some minutes his expressionless eyes followed the other's every move. "Wonder how much Rayburn knows about his kid brother," the thought formed in his mind. But the way in which Poke's thick fingers twisted and untwisted the bottom button of his vest was the only sign that he showed that he saw trouble looming ahead. Bar 88 punchers had never been welcome in Salt Creek. The town admittedly belonged to Shane and Purcell, whose long, low adobe general store was 100 yards below the hotel. Still, the firm's big pitchfork ranch was only a dozen miles out. Shane Purcell's men were always spending time in town. Cass Gunnarson's Bar 88 was the pitchfork's only real rival in the country. Their truce with Gunnarson's Waddies was always tight drawn. For a moment, Flasher toyed with the notion of manufacturing a class between his own boys and Rayburn. A spilled whiskey glass, an accidental toe trampling. It could easily be arranged. Flasher shook his head then. "Rayburn's poison. He's got to be stopped cold." Poke folded his lips over the soundless words and tossed away his cigarette. Going down the porch steps, he headed for the country store without a backwards glance, purpose in his stride. Bronson Colcord turned to Rayburn as the latter started away with Dutcher. "Rayburn, I want to thank you for what you've done," he said in his full, resonant tones. "It wasn't necessary for you to leave Cottonwood stage station after all. My daughter probably owes her life to the facts that you did." Rayburn said quietly, "That's all right, Reverend. I did no more than the next man would." "Well, you must come and visit us at the parsonage." Corcoran caught him up warmly. "We'll be glad to welcome you at any time." Thanking him, Rayburn turned away. He was asking himself whether Loren was responsible for the invitation when he heard his name called. He looked up to see a young man bearing down on him. It was Wilkins Landis, a lawyer who had come to Salt Creek the previous fall and was endeavoring, vainly it seemed, to build up her practice. "Rayburn," he called, "I'd like to have a word with you." "Fire ahead," Clark said, as Fay Dutcher joined them. Landis measured him thoughtfully for a moment. He was thin and angular, with a likable openness of countenance, and just now he seemed reluctant to speak. "Well, it's about your brother," he began at last. "Shane and Purcell." Something hard whipped into Rayburn's face then, and the corners of his mouth whitened. "I know about the judgment," he said quickly. "What happened, Landis? Was it served?" "Case Gunnarson's son Jerry was on the Rail S with young Kim when the posse arrived," the lawyer went on. "There was over a dozen men in the crowd. What do you think they did?" "Go on." "Rayburn, Jerry Gunnarson and Kim were shot down without a chance for their lives. They was murdered in cold blood." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Rayburn's first feeling on hearing the news was one of cold rage stealing over him. He understood now why Poke Flasher had eyed him so narrowly a minute ago. Dutcher exclaimed harshly. "Kim dead? Murdered? Why, he wasn't no more'n a boy." "He's gone now," Landis told them soberly. "We'd better go on down to my office and talk this over." Rayburn nodded stonily. While Kathy Roberts' words had prepared him in part for what was to come, he was thinking it had already been too late to do anything. He remembered Kim as he had always known him, keen and friendly, full of devilry. It was hard to understand that anyone had hated him enough to blast him down in this cold-blooded fashion. Rayburn dragged his thoughts away from the past with an effort. Landis had taken rooms on the second floor of a building wedged in between a saloon and a feed barn. There was a hash house underneath. Climbing the dark stairs, Rayburn waited till Landis threw open the door, and entering then, he moved to a front window and gazed out. There was a few men moving about in the streets. Rayburn didn't see them. He was still thinking about Kim and young Jerry Gunnarson. "How'd it happen, Landis?" he demanded abruptly. "Well, I heard the story from a Mexican woodcutter," Landis said. "All I know is what he saw from the edge of the timber, on Cedar Mountain. You can get a long view of the Rail S from there, and according to this man, a bunch of better than a dozen men rode out from the direction of town and started to surround the ranch house. One man headed for the door, and got off his horse 100 feet off, and he had a rifle in his hand. Probably he called out, for a minute later Kim and young Gunnarson come to the door." "And who is this gent with the gun?" Dutcher broke in. "The way I understand it, it was Tex Bunker." "The pitchfork foreman, huh? Why didn't they swear in a wildcat for a deputy sheriff and just be done with it?" "What come next?" Rayburn urged the lawyer. "Well, there wasn't any talk. Romeo says that the Bunker started firing the second that Kim and Jerry come into the open. They never had a chance to even reach for their guns. The posse closed in then, and it was plain the whole business was planned out just as it happened. They spent 10 minutes around the ranch and then rode away. And according to Romeo, they left the boys where they fell." Lips bloodless, Rayburn asked several more questions, and Landis answered them. He was able to name a half-dozen of the possemen Bunker had taken with him to the Rail S, and they were all Shane and Purcell men. Dutcher listened to all this and then swore savagely. "You say Bunker never even attempted to serve the judgment he was carrying?" he demanded. "Well, Romeo's story is pretty straightforward. He doesn't think Tex had any intentions of serving it." Dutcher looked at Rayburn. You reckon there's any use riding out there to the ranch? He asked. Rayburn shook his head. Well, there ain't nothing we can do there. If this shooting happened yesterday, as Landis says, Cass Gunnarsson knows about it by now and has done all he could. He thought a moment. It's the old story, Landis. Shane and Purcell will never get away with this. The minute Cass heard, the war was on. The attorney nodded. I expected it long before now. Dane Shane and Mike Purcell have been spoiling for trouble with Gunnarsson ever since he prevented them from grabbing the old Crick Range. He was speaking of a situation that was well known to them all. Few men in the territory were in full possession of the facts. Case Gunnarsson's vast spread was the only outfit on the range powerful enough to buck the Salt Creek firm. The Bar 88 had been huge a half-dozen years ago when Shane and Purcell first began freighting into the country from the Kansas towns. Tough, hardy men with an eye for business, the partners had soon established their store. It quickly became the largest concern in Salt Creek. In those days, Gunnarsson had had nothing against the pair. He had even thrown trade their way when it was convenient. But soon the little ranches began to go into debt to Shane and Purcell. Several were attached for no non-payment. The prompt cry of injustice that went up was unheard, at least by Stump Warren, the local justice of the peace. As if angered by opposition, the firm grew even more ruthless, more indifferent to the rights of others until now Shane and Purcell squatted like an octopus over the range. Only those small ranchers who purchased from their store and took their orders without question were safe. No champion of the downtrodden, Case Gunnarsson watched all this unmoved until Shane and Purcell started their pitchfork outfit and began to make inroads on grazing range which he considered his own. It was another story then. More than once he had brought the partners up short, toughened old Indian fighter that he was. And when they showed stubbornness, he came down harder than ever. No one could stand aside from this looming struggle. Caught between the millstones, the small ranchers found matters growing desperate until the whole country was tense and jumpy. Even Wilkins Landons had been forced to take sides when, angered by Shane and Purcell's methods, he had accepted the dozens of small cases which came up when they applied the pressure. Dutcher was grim. Kim getting killed is pretty bad, but now it means a showdown with Jerry Gunnarsson being rubbed out like this. And about time, Landis declared forcibly. Shane and Purcell will own this country if they're not brought up short. They already bought the law. Stump Warren trots around doing their errands or having them done, and they have themselves a free hand. Rayburn's nod was curt. It's what they're doing to the little fellows that sticks in my craw. Kim's a long ways from being the first. It was Shane and Purcell who ruined Darnley and Andrews and Tip Walters and then drove them out of the country. They were still discussing the matter when the sound of boots on the stairs struck their ears. As if by tacit consent, they fell silent, glancing at one another. They were asking themselves what was coming. The man reached the top of the stairs and then paused. A moment later, there came a knock on the door. Instead of answering, Landis held up a warning hand. Wait, he whispered. The door's locked. Stay where you are. Instead of complying, Rayburn moved quietly to a window. One glance was enough to tell him all he needed to know. There's 8 or 10 men out there, he muttered tensely. Poke flashers with them. They know Dutcher and I are in here. The knock came again, louder this time, and a harsh voice called out, Open up, Landis! When Rayburn started for the door, the attorney stopped him. Don't go out there now, he exclaimed.
You'll get the same dose that Kim got.
Rayburn didn't appear impressed. The look in his eyes said that he had never walked around anything and had no intentions of starting now. Aloud, he said with a dangerous calm, "Don't worry, Landis. I'll take care of this." Before he reached the door, however, a heavy weight jarred against it. The man out there was ramming it with his shoulder. At his first try, the door creaked ominously, and at the second, the lock snapped, and then it sprang open, shuddering. The man stood there, running a cynical eye over them. It was Tex Bunker, the deputy sheriff, who had gone to serve the judgment against Kim Rayburn.
What do you mean forcing your way into here?
Landis threw at him angrily. "I'm looking for Rayburn and Dutcher," Bunker announced flatly, "and it appears that I found him." Nearly as broad as the door, he stood there like a rock, his swarthy visage twisted into an expression of contemptuous assurance. Rayburn's glance flickered to the star on his chest and then back to his beady eyes. "What do you want?" he snapped. Tex said, "I'm carrying out warrants for your arrest, Rayburn." "On what charge?" "Well, disorderly conduct'll do if you don't come along peaceably." Plainer than print, the words said that the charge was all trumped up, and the law had little to do with what was going forward here. Rayburn's eyes took on a hard glint. "You won't be arresting me because I happen to be the brother of the man that you murdered, would you?" he asked softly. A strange look flickered behind Bunker's glassy pupils. It was gone in an instant. "So that's your slant, is it? Whatever shooting I've done, Rayburn, had been performed of my duties?" He made it sound like it was a threat.
"You're not arresting these men, Bunker. I will not have it,"
Landis exclaimed hotly.
"They've done nothing whatsoever."
Suddenly Tex ripped out fiercely. "By goodness, I will arrest them." Dutcher had been watching the man narrowly from the moment he appeared in the door. Tex's gun was half out of the leather when Fay fired. The slug tore through Bunker's thick chest, and his bull-like strength availed him none now. The gun fell from his nerveless fingers. Gasping, he went down with a crash that shook the building. He had died on his feet. "That was a fool play," Rayburn flung at Dutcher. "Those gents outside must have heard the shot." "And what if they did? They might figure it was Tex doing the shooting." Landis waved them to silence.
"You boys better clear out of here in a hurry,"
he told them both.
"I'll pull out of this somehow, but you'll never get away from town half an hour from now."
Rayburn scarcely heard, staring down at Tex Bunker. "Damn you, Dutcher! He belonged to me!" Rayburn burst out. That a struggle was going on in him was very evident. Getting command of himself, he turned to Landis. "Is there another way out of here?" Landis shook his head.
"Only the rear windows, and they'll be sure to be watching back there anyways. Those stairs are your best chance."
Dutcher grunted. "Come on, Clark."
"Tell Gunnarsson to come in and see me, or send somebody if he needs some legal advice,"
Landis said swiftly as they started for the door.
"I intend to take a hand in this affair."
"I'll be sure to do that," Rayburn told him. "But I don't believe Cass will turn to the courts now."
"Well, he may wind up there whether he likes it or not,"
was all Landis said. "Take to those stairs fast," Rayburn warned Dutcher. "They'll be waiting for us." Halfway down the stairs, Fay stopped so abruptly that Rayburn barged into him. "What are we going to do for horses, Clark?" Fay said. Their own had been lost in the attack on the stage. "Well, there's some pitchfork broncs standing in front of the restaurant. Seems like they're probably the handiest." Fay nodded and started down again with a rush. He would have been first through the door to the street if Rayburn hadn't thrust him aside. The latter put his head out for a swift look around. And to his surprise, no one at all was in sight at the moment. He wasn't deceived, however. Poke Flasher and his bunch must be laying low.
Hell with them. Snag one of those horses, Dutch rasped out.
Starting for the hitch rack, they expected the crash of guns to come at any moment. Reaching the nearest pony, Rayburn yanked the reins loose. He had his leg over the saddle when a rifle cracked from across the street, and the slug droned by. Dutcher cursed as the second gun banged and was followed instantly by another. Rayburn heard the smack of a bullet striking the flank of the horse next to him, and the animal screamed, rearing up, throwing the others into confusion. Dutcher was up now, and he had drawn a salty blue roan.
"Get out of this!"
he yelled at Rayburn. The words were scarce out of his mouth before the roan went down. It had been shot through the heart. Fay sprang off in the nick of time. Seeing him afoot, Rayburn drew in sharply. As Dutcher sprang for another horse, a man leaped from behind the corner of adobe beside the hotel and leveled his rifle at him. Rayburn snapped a shot that kicked up the dust between the man's feet. The man transferred his attention to Rayburn, and a bullet scraped the latter's ribs. When he fired a second time, the man dropped his gun and dove for cover.
"You'll never get away with this, Rayburn,"
Poke Flasher's heavy voice sounded above the roar of guns a moment later.
"You better give yourself up now."
Rayburn's answer was a shot in the direction from which the words had come, and getting a glimpse of Poke, he fired again. Flasher crouched behind a wagon load of supplies 100 feet down the street. When Dutcher fired at him too, Poke's hat sailed away.
"Damn ya! I'll see you in hell for this. Smoke 'em down, boys,"
he roared. A blast swept the street from a half-dozen guns, and it seemed impossible that a man could face that lethe gale and live. But somehow Rayburn and Dutcher found themselves unscathed. A curse rose in Fay's throat. He started to haul his bronc around.
"What are you doing?"
Rayburn flung at him.
"I aim to ventilate Poke Flasher if it's the last thing I do."
"Forget it.
His time will come. Let's go,"
Rayburn warned sharply. A bullet screamed off Dutcher's saddle horn. Well, he gave over then, and turning their horses, they started down the street at a mad pace. Dutcher tossed a look over his shoulder as they turned the corner by the hotel, swinging into a side street.
"They're coming right after us,"
he cried. He was right. Somewhere the Shane and Purcell men had snagged horses, and they came tearing after, Poke Flasher in the lead. Clearly he hoped to overhaul the fugitives and pull them down. Fay threw a shot at the big fella, who replied hotly. Dust puffed in the street, but there was no direct hits.
"Throw the steel into that horse,"
Rayburn called. They reached the edge of town with their pursuers barely 100 yards in the rear. It was not solely by sheer luck that both had drawn fast horses, however. Rayburn had seen to it that his was the best of the rack, and Dutcher was nearly as good. There was a last scattered firing which slashed the brush, and then they began to draw ahead. A mile from town, they looked back to see no sign of the enemy. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Wary of a trick, Rayburn insisted they push on at top speed. They put 5 miles before them before they slacked up, and a few minutes later, Dutcher had a long look over his shoulder and exclaimed,
"Hell, don't tell me they're dogging us already."
Turning to gaze back, Rayburn saw a dozen horsemen at a distance of several miles. They were angling this way, but enough dust whipped up under the hooves of their horses so that it was impossible to determine who or what they were.
"We better line out for the Bar 88,
said Dutcher uneasily.
"Hold on."
Rayburn halted him. He was watching steadily.
"They're not fogging it. I don't believe that they're Shane and Purcell men at all."
A few minutes later, he was sure of it. "It's the detachment from Fort Yance," he declared, relief in his tone. "Wonder what happened." They waited till the cavalrymen drew close, and then rode out to meet them. And as Rayburn had said, it was the same detachment of troopers who had put a stop to the attack on the stage. The young lieutenant gave him a grin. "Howdy, boys. You made it to town without further trouble, I see." "Thanks to you," Rayburn nodded. "Any luck?" There was a pardonable swagger in the officer's response. "Well, we smoked up 3 of them Apaches," he said, "and by a fluke of luck, we nabbed Hapli himself." Dutcher ran his eye over the dusty cavalryman behind him. They had no prisoner, and Fay grunted. "Where is he?" "Well, fortunately, he tried to escape," was the reply. "Only one thing to do in a case like that," Dutcher commented. "I reckon that'll end the Indian scare for a while, huh?" "I expect it should," the officer agreed dryly. He was returning across country to Fort Yates with his detachment. There was news of 2 other small ranches who had been burned out and massacred by the Red Raiders. Ample justification for the summary of retribution met out to Hapli and his braves. There was further talk, and the military jogged on their way. "All this don't amount to shucks to what's coming now," Dutcher remarked to Rayburn as they pushed on. "A handful of cavalrymen never put it down, that's a clinch," the latter answered tensely. They were still a dozen miles from the Bar 88 ranch house when they entered Gunnarson's vast holdings. The Cattle King's great herds dotted the range in every direction. It was early afternoon by the time the long, low buildings of the ranch came into view. Plainly, Cass Gunnarson had built with a view to permanency. Those weathered adobe walls were 3 foot thick, and a low, continuous parapet ran around the flat roof, behind which riflemen could crouch. The place could easily have withstood a siege. Several vulnerable cottonwoods threw their lacy shade across the yard. A half-dozen punchers were standing outside the bunk room door when they rode up. "It's Rayburn and Fay," one of them said to the others, as if there was some doubt about it. He moved forward, running his eyes over their horses. Reading the brand on the nearest, he grinned. "Just a couple of horse thieves." Stepping out of the saddle, Rayburn said curtly, "Is Cass around?" "He's inside, Rayburn. He's waiting for you." The way these men looked at him told Rayburn what they were thinking. Their usual easy banter was missing. Faces were tight and sober, and there was an air of tension about the place. Fay said, "I'll look after the broncs," and with a nod, Rayburn turned toward the gallery. Before he reached it, their employer stepped out, and Rayburn's glance went to his face swiftly, and even Dutcher stopped what he was doing to wait. Cass Gunnarson was a hard man. He had always been firm. Now, in his mid-50s, there was something flint-like about him. Short, stocky, grizzled, his leathery face was a square-hewn. He made himself the overlord of hundreds of square miles of rangeland by virtue of sheer driving force. The bear-like bulk and the energy of his body had stood him in good stead through the years, and his wide mouth was a steel trap, and his eyes blue ice. "You're back, Rayburn. I reckon you heard," he rumbled gruffly. Rayburn nodded, and for a moment their eyes held. Each read what was on the other's mind without need for words. Few men working for the Bar 88 remembered Cass Gunnarson's wife. Dying young, she had been one of the first to be laid away in the little graveyard that topped a knoll behind the ranch house. Jerry, their only son, would have been 24 this season. Raising him according to his own ideas, Case's hard biting affliction had shown itself chiefly in the sternness of his control, but that he had loved the boy was plain now in the sagging jowls and fierce sunken eyes. He said bleakly, "I sent over to the lawless and had the boys brought here. Kim's in the front room, if you want to see him." Rayburn pushed past him, went up the gallery, and entered the house. A Mexican servant woman spoke to him in a murmur, and he saw others moving about, but he didn't speak. He knew his way here. At the closed door of the room Gunnarsson had indicated, he paused. What he was about to do now was one of the hardest tasks he had ever been called on to face, and he pushed inside then. Kim and Jerry Gunnarsson were both there together. Rude, plain coffins had been prepared for them, but as he gazed at his brother's still face, Rayburn was thinking of the hardness of this bed for a healthy, ambitious young fellows to be cut off from the most of life that was still yet before them. Clear and fresh in his mind was the picture of Kim as he had last seen him, laughing, energetic, ready for anything that was good fortune or bad that might be brought. So, this is Shane and Purcell's idea of what's necessary, he rasped bitterly, fighting back the tide of misery that threatened to engulf him. "I'll square this for you, Kim, if it's the last thing I do." That Tex bunker was already beyond his reach meant nothing. That worthy had been only one out of many. Men as far behind him and as hard to reach as Dan Shane and Mike Purcell were no less responsible for Kim's murder. Rayburn had his moment with the boy, and then returned to the yard. Gunnarsson turned to him abruptly. He was riding himself with an iron curb. "Better get it over with," he muttered. Rayburn agreed. Half an hour later, Jerry Gunnarsson and Kim Rayburn were entered into the little graveyard above the ranch house. It was a brief ceremony, almost cold, for these men were not given to revealing their emotions, and when it was over, Gunnarsson returned to the house and waited there. Rayburn soon followed after him. Cass exploded unwarningly. For a moment, his wrath made the air blue. "By God, Shane and Purcell have gone as far with me as they're ever going to get," he declared fiercely. "This here is the finish. I reckon you're with me, Rayburn?" The latter looked away bleakly, considering his answer. "I'm with you, Cass," he said quietly. "It won't take long," the rancher assured him. "I aim to gather my boys and wipe Shane and Purcell clean off the map." Rayburn held his eye for a moment. "You mean you'd ride into Salt Creek and have her out with Gunsmoke?" "Yes." Rayburn shook his head. "You'll never get away with it, Cass," he said soberly. Gunnarsson's steely eyes flashed dangerously. "And why won't I? We're more match for them," he demanded sharply. "Man for man, yes," Rayburn admitted. "But the problem is it won't end there. Don't let your temper hoorah you into anything foolish. Shane and Purcell, they got the law behind them," he proceeded levelly, "and crooked or not, it is the law." "The hell with the law!" the old man bellowed. "I make my own law, Rayburn." "No, you don't, Case. Maybe in a little ways, yes, but this is something else altogether. Don't you see that with this Apache uprising put down, Shane and Purcell can just call in the military? And they will, Cass. They'll do anything they have to stop you." He shook his head again. "You can't fight the army. Not and win." Gunnarsson saw the sense in this. His determination was shaken, but only for a moment, and rage darkened his cheeks and his neck swelled. "Are you telling me them wolves can get away with this and I can't do nothing?
It just ain't my style, Rayburn. Nothing you can say can stop me. I'm going to make hash to Pitchfork and ain't wasting no time about her.
I ain't trying to stop you, was the tempted answer. It's not my way to forget what was done to Kim either. I'm just warning you to go slow, that's all. Gunnarsson was never one to take advice. It was why he had gone so far as he had. Yet his respect for Rayburn's intelligence was such that he subdued significantly to put it into a question.
What would you do?
He grumbled. Whatever it is, I won't accommodate Shane and Purcell by doing what they expect me to do. You mark my words, Salt Creek is fairly crawling with their men. The Pitchfork will be too.
And who cares?
Cass broke in.
Dan Shane and Mike Purcell have been trying to ruin me for years. All this tin horn rustling and beefing of steers they lay to the Mexicans don't fool me for a minute. By God, they're getting too big for their boots, and when it comes to murdering my boy, shooting them down in cold blood.
He choked. You hit the nail right on the head, Rayburn nodded. All the other things, they may be true, but this killing is the point right now. What about the posse that did the job?
Well,
Gunnarsson prompted. Not one of them, except Tex Bunker, has shown their faces in town. Landis was certain of that. Give me a few boys and I'll round up those men. Case thought about it.
You'll bring 'em back here, Rayburn, so I can deal with 'em?
He asked in a doubtful voice. As many as I can. It was said grimly. Gunnarsson threw up his hands.
All right, you win. Take what boys you want and get going, he growled.
Rayburn picked a dozen seasoned men, and Fay Dutcher among them. They got away from the ranch at once, and from the moment his proposal to capture the killers was taken form in his mind, Rayburn began to canvass the possibilities. There wasn't very many. Either the possemen had ridden straight to Pitchfork to hold up in that stronghold, or they had taken to the hills.
Where are you heading?
Dutcher asked a moment later. We'll go to the Rail S first, Rayburn answered. It's just possible we may be able to pick up their sign. The sun was sinking in the west, an enormous orange ball, when they rode out on a ridge overlooking Kim Rayburn's little Rail S spread on Crooked Creek. The place had a forlorn, deserted look about it. Clark had failed to spot a single head of his brother's stock as they approached. Probably Shane and Purcell's riders had gathered the steers and driven them off to satisfy the judgment the firm had obtained against the ranch. Riding into the yard, they had their look around. There was little to be seen. Not until dusk put an end to their investigations would Rayburn admit the hopelessness of trailing the murderers by their tracks.
We sitting here till morning?
Bill Renner, one of the punchers, asked him. Rayburn said no. There's other ways of finding out where those men went. He swung into the saddle. For one, I'm not stopping till I've finished this job. The punchers had always liked him. Their loyalty to Case Gunnarsson was just as stanch. No need to talk that way, Rayburn. We're with you, one of them told him. Satisfied, Rayburn nodded and started off. There was a woodcutter's camp in a canyon a few miles away. It was not easy to find at night, but he managed to do it. There were 3 Mexicans there. Romero, the man who had told Wilkins Landis the stories of the shooting, among them. None of them knew where Bunker's posse had gone, and Rayburn spent 10 minutes assuring himself of this and then turned away.
Now what?
Dutcher inquired. Robert's stage station ain't far from here. We'll head over that way. 10 o'clock saw the silent cavalcade drawing near the stage station, and pulling up before the door, they waited while Rayburn got down. Alamos Roberts was hobnobbed with a freighter in the bar, even more tipsy than usual. Hailing Rayburn noisily, he invited him to have a drink. Rayburn looked him over, deciding he was useless for any practical purpose, and went in search for Kathy. He found the girl in her father's cubbyhole of an office, going over the records. Her eyes narrowed when she looked up and saw him standing in the door, and she got up reluctantly. "What do you want?" she asked. "Have you heard, Kathy? Do you know what happened to Kim?" She nodded, as if words came hard at the moment. "I'm sorry," she began, and then didn't finish. Instead, she demanded flatly, "What has this to do with me, Clark?" He told her how Tex Bunker had been killed. "Me and the boys are after the rest of his crowd. They seem to have disappeared. Did they come by here, Kathy? Have you any idea where they might have went?" He stepped close as he spoke, looking directly into her eyes, for if there was anyone here who would be sure to know all that went on, Kathy was that person. She made no answer for a moment, plainly struggling with herself. Resentment and distrust smoldered in her lovely green eyes. "I don't mean anything to you," she broke out unwarningly. "Why should I tell you these things?" Taken back by her hot answer, Rayburn could only stare his surprise. "Why, you're a mighty fine girl, Kathy," he told her slowly. "I don't know what you mean. Has anyone said anything to make you believe that I think differently?" "No," she admitted reluctantly, "but—" "It's Kim that I'm thinking about now, Kathy," he went on quietly. "Those wolves, they snuffed him out like you would a lamp. If there's any way under heaven I can square with him, I plan on doing it." Her face changed then and softened. "I know," she said swiftly. "It must be terribly hard on you, Clark. They don't deserve a moment's sympathy." She seemed to come to a decision while he waited. "Those men, they stopped here this morning for a drink. They've gone on to Spanish Ford, Clark. You'll probably find them there." Spanish Ford lay a score of miles to the west, deep in the hills. There had once been a settlement there, but now it was no more than an isolated, weather-worn adobe square and plain, like a child's block heedlessly dropped beside the trail. A store there had been proven a failure, and strangely enough, a saloon had fared no better. It remained but an empty shell, all its doors opening outward. Dawn was not far away when Rayburn and his men reached the dry bed of Spanish Creek a mile below the ford. Except to water the horses at a muddy pool, they didn't stop. 10 minutes later, Rayburn turned away from the creek into the low hills through which they could work close without being observed. The adobe stood on a little rise above the creek. Dawn light outlined it against the sky as they drew up at a distance of a quarter-mile. "No horses in sight. Maybe they got 'em in one of the back rooms." He had scarcely finished speaking before the muted crack of a rifle reached their ears. "They spotted us!" Bill Runner exclaimed, and the others looked at Rayburn, tense, expectant. "I don't want any loose lead thrown around here," he warned them. "Those men, they're supposed to be taken alive." At his order, they started to spread out and cut off any possible escape. Soon, the cordon was drawn in on the adobe. One after another, the punchers swung out of the saddle, crawled into positions behind rocks of the crumbling banks. All were within effective rifle range. Rayburn worked along the creek bed on his hands and knees, and Dutcher behind him, until they were close to the house.
Rayburn raised his voice. "Hello, the house!" Silence held for the space of 10 seconds, to be broken by an outburst of curses and shouted defiance, and when it died down, one man cried, "What do you want, Rayburn?" "Come on out and give yourselves up." His answer was a chorus of jeers and catcalls. "Come and get us, smoke eater," one of the possummen taunted. "We got the law with us." "Tex Bunker's dead. He'll not help you now," Rayburn warned. "You'll never leave here alive if you don't give up." He was cursed roundly for his pains, and suddenly a rifle crashed and dirt trickled down the bank in their faces, and Dutcher looked ruefully after his hat, which had been torn from his head. "Seems we're going to have to smoke 'em out." Changing position, he fired twice at the crack of a door from which he judged the shot had came. As if in response to a signal, the guns rang out in the adobe, smashing a challenge. It was answered by a blast from within. The exchange went on without let-up for a quarter of an hour. The besiegers were hampered in their advance by the fact that there was no cover offered whatsoever within 100 yards of the adobe. Bill Renner crawled up to the creek to join Rayburn and Dutcher a moment later. "Seems that they're sticking it out, but they'll have to come out sometime for getting some water." Rayburn had been studying the situation closely. "I got something better than that. Dutcher thinks those men are holed up in 2 rooms, and I think he's right. It means they can't get into the other rooms. We can work around to the back and crawl right up to them." Renner nodded. "I'll go on and get some of the boys." He started away, to return in several minutes with 3 other men. They were listening while Rayburn outlined his plan. A few questions were asked, but it was plain they approved. With Rayburn leading the way, they wormed up the creek. When Dutcher stood up at last, it was to find the back of the adobe towards them. Fay waited alertly, and nothing happened. "All right, come on." He started to run towards the adobe in a low, crouching position, and reaching it without a shot being fired, they began to work towards the front, the other punchers covering their advance. But in some manner the men forwarded up inside had become aware that something was going on, and just as Rayburn started around the front corner, hugging the wall, a man leapt from the door a dozen yards beyond, and he saw Rayburn and fired. Rayburn's shot took him in the thigh, and he went down. Laying there, he went on firing, while Rayburn and the others dodged back to cover. "Butch, Al, drag me inside," the man cried to his friends. "I'll get him," Bill Renner exclaimed, and before Rayburn could stop him, he leapt into the open, his gun up. The possummen cut loose a deadly blast, and Renner sprawled head first, gasping out his life through a hole in his throat. Dutcher grated. "Hell, let's get this over with." He finished the man who had killed Renner with a single shot. Then, springing away from the wall, he ran towards a low, well coping which stood a dozen yards away. Somehow he made it, and from that vantage he began pumping slug after slug through the half-open door from which the possummen had emerged. Yells of alarm sounded, and Dutcher cried, "Here they come! They're making a break for their horses!" With a rush, the possummen burst into the open, their guns flaming. Rayburn and the punchers went into action with a crash. Lead tore through the open space before the adobe, and a man sagged against Rayburn and sprawled out, his eyes glassy. Rayburn accounted for one of the possummen and saw 2 others drop, and a man was trying to drag a horse through a door. Dutcher put an end to that. The horse went down with a bullet between his eyes, blocking the door. As suddenly as it had started, the fight was over, and the possummen threw down their guns, yelling, "Don't shoot, Rayburn, we're giving up." Dutcher would have finished them on the spot, but Rayburn knocked his gun barrel down. "Lay off," he warned sharply. "I told Cass Gunnerson I'd bring him as many of these men as I could, and I aim to deliver. There had been 11 in the bunch holed up in the adobe, and 4 never straddled leather again, and some of the others bore wounds. 2 Bar 88 punchers, besides Bill Renner, had died. While Dutcher helped tie them onto their horses, Rayburn saw to the securing of the prisoners. "It's a dang nuisance to go lugging them around the country," Dutcher growled, staring at them bitterly. Rayburn scarcely heard him. Clearly he had something on his mind. "What I don't understand is why they were waiting here. They could have pulled away as soon as they spotted us, but they didn't. What were they waiting for?" He had his answer a moment later, from an unexpected direction. Suddenly one of the punchers gave a voice to a cry, pointing towards a low ridge across Spanish Creek. Even as Rayburn looked that way, a large bunch of horsemen topped the crest and started down, and they were coming this way. "It's the Pitchfork," Dutcher jerked out. It didn't take Rayburn long to determine that he was right. His mind was working swiftly. "Our only one chance is to hold up right here. We can never get away with these wounded men. Somebody's going to have to ride for help." Dutcher spoke sharply. "Get out of my way, I'm going." He swung into the hall, spurring his horse's flank with a downward sweep of his leg, and the horse started with a bound. That the oncoming men had no inclination of letting him get away was evident by the fact that several of them started racing forward at an angle to intercept him. Rayburn saw that much, and then swung his attention to the business that was immediately at hand. "Get those prisoners inside," he snapped at the men. "Bring the horses in too, then spread out. 2 of you to a room, front, back. Get going. Jump on her." End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5. The captured possemen were tossed into a room with a guard put over them and the horses led to cover before the approaching Pitchfork force drew within effective rifle range. At Rayburn's command, his men spread through the building in such a manner as to prevent a reoccurrence of the trick that they had used. Rayburn himself remained in the open, alert for the first move. Whether Dutcher would get through and reach the Bar 88, he had no way of knowing. Fay had disappeared at a distance of half a mile in the welter of washes and low hills to the south, his pursuers hard on his heels. Rayburn swung his attention back to the Pitchfork. He judged there were more than a score of men in that bunch, and they came on steadily, hard of visage. The guns, resting across their saddle-bows, were close and easy to be seen. Still, Rayburn waited, standing there. While they were yet several hundred yards away, he drew up a hand and called warningly, "That'll be far enough." Grimly, the Shane and Purcell men came on, not even bothering to answer. Rayburn saw a poke flasher at their head. The big fellow looked more imposing than ever on a horse. Rayburn waited 10 seconds and called again, "Halt, or we're firing." There was no change, no slackening in that uncompromising advance, but sunshine was glinting on several rifle barrels at once as their owners started to train them on to Rayburn. Snapping a shot at them, he sprang for the nearest door. On the instant, a fusillade broke out from the guns of the punchers that were holed up on the inside of the adobe. It broke up Poke Flasher's advance in a hurry. Answering with a hot fire, the Pitchfork immediately scattered. Rayburn saw a good half of them swing around towards the rear of the building and disappear beyond its corner. He began to ask himself whether he had been wise in remaining here after all. While the Bar 88 presented a solid front all around, it was broken up so that none knew all that went on. Nick Martin, the puncher who held the cubicle with Rayburn, grunted, "We gonna stick around until Cass gets here, Clark?" "We stand a good chance if they don't rush us," was the answer. Rayburn watched from the window. As he spoke, the attackers remained in sight. Poke Flasher among them had made a dash for the creek bed. A few minutes later, their horses abandoned, they were crawling forward, raking the adobe with a steady fire as they came. Lead screamed through the window, a few inches from Rayburn's face. Martin was sprawled out behind the door, his eyes even with the low sill. He fired when he caught a glimpse of a target. Powder smoke was a stench in there, and Rayburn was conscious of a stiffening in his shoulder that was creased in the earlier fight. From the other side of the adobe came a steady pounding of gunfire. Even as Rayburn listened, it increased ominously. There was no telling what might be happening there, but clearly enough was going forward under his own nose to claim his full attention. For some seconds he had gathered that a hasty council of war was in progress in the creek bed. Even as he tried to get a look, Martin cried, "Cuff Marson's out there with them gents, Clark. I just seen 'em." Marson was the sheriff Shane and Purcell had put in office at the last election. Rayburn nodded. That made it look pretty bad. "If they get us now, we'll never stand a show." A moment later, Poke Flasher's heavy voice could be heard bellowing some order. The fire from the creek bed increased, and slugs rattled into the adobe window's opening. It would have meant death to show a head then. Rayburn waited until the blasting eased off and then stole a look, and what he saw brought him up tense. 4, 6, 8 strong, the attackers came rushing out from cover in a slashing charge. "Here they come, boys!" he sang out warningly. "Let 'em have her!" Fire flecked in the side of the adobe as the besieged opened up. Rayburn snapped 3 shells at the pitchfork men and saw him stumble. Another went headlong, his weapon flying. Still the rest came on, bitterly determined. Rayburn couldn't see enough. Biting off a curse, he sprang into the open, careless of the risk he ran. Martin was behind him. Others appeared at the windows, their guns blazing. And for a moment there was no telling what would happen. Rayburn saw Cuff Morrison make for the door of the adobe, and he grabbed at one of Gunnarson's punchers, who was blocking his path, and the latter fired a point-blank shot, which somehow failed of its effect. Cuff ran on, arms extended, to receive a blow from a gun barrel across his face. He staggered back, and then turned and ran. Flasher had spotted Rayburn. He made a rush, yelling intensively, but Rayburn was ready for him, and his gun crashed, and he saw Poke flinch and fling aside. And then Flasher, too, gave up, running for his life. Rayburn would have cut the man down without compunction had it not been for a diversion which arose sharply several doors below. Flicking a glance, Rayburn saw it was at the cubicle in which the captured posseman had been thrown. A puncher had been stationed there to stand guard over them. Somehow they had overpowered him. As Rayburn looked that way, they burst out of the door with a rush, and they saw that the charge of Poke Flasher's engineering had failed. Their friends were retreating in disorder, making for cover as fast as their legs could carry them. Undaunted, the possemen started after. At the outbreak of yells and fresh firing from Rayburn's men, the pitchfork warriors whirled. There wasn't time to see anything clearly. All they knew was that better than half a dozen men from the adobe house were dashing their way, heads down, and they cut loose with a blast that downed one of the possemen and wounded several others before one of the luckless men cried out, "Don't shoot, Flasher, it's us!" Poke saw his mistake then, and he bawled an order to cease firing. The savage attack repelled, and the defenders retired hastily into the adobe. Once more, shooting set up. While he had been too busy to learn anything definite, Rayburn judged nothing disastrous had occurred as of yet on the other side of the building. Nick Martin was swearing bitterly under his breath as he bound up a torn forearm with his handkerchief. "Well, hell of a lot of good it did to take them gents," he burst out.
He was referring to the posseman. Curly must have been having a nap in there instead of guarding him. But Rayburn was less hasty to condemn the luckless guard. Things were pretty tight there for a couple minutes. Probably Curly was trying to help out. One of the prisoners must have broke loose and jumped him. Just what Curly was supposed to watch for. Reckon he'll never have a chance to make the same mistake twice. For an hour the pitchfork appeared content to hammer away from safe cover. Seldom did one of them present himself long enough for a satisfactory shot, and toward noon a lull fell, and a little later Rayburn's attention was called by a cry from the creek bed, and he recognized Cuff Morrison's voice. "Hey, Rayburn!" The sheriff repeated his call. "What?" "You can't buck the law, Rayburn. Better give yourselves up and take your medicine." Rayburn didn't even hesitate over his answer. "Not a chance, Morrison. Not with that bunch of blacklegs you got behind you." "I'm warning you. It'll go hard with you if you're taken," Cuff insisted. Rayburn didn't bother answering. Morrison tried again, with no better results. Not until he had ceased speaking did Rayburn realize that the firing had stopped completely. He looked for it to start up again, but it didn't. Half an hour passed without a crack of a single firearm breaking the ominous quiet. Well, what did that mean? It was a silence which lasted until Rayburn heard a jubilant shout coming from down the adobe. "Hey, there comes Fay and Gunderson and damn near the whole Bar 88. They're sure riding hell for leather." He was right. Seeing the oncoming men, Nick Martin started to crowd out towards the door in his excitement, and Rayburn thrust him back. "Take it easy. No need throwing your life away at the last minute." Gunderson's men drew near quickly. To the amazement of all, no fresh outbreak of firing met their arrival. Cass jogged up to the adobe with no more than 30 men at his back, and the defenders emerged to help him. "Looks to me like you didn't need no help, Rayburn," the rancher greeted gruffly. Instead of answering, Rayburn rapped out orders to half a dozen punchers. The circuit of the adobe at a distance of several hundred yards was soon to be completed. The result was the same everywhere. Cuff Morrison and the pitchfork crew had disappeared completely. "I can't understand it," Rayburn declared. "Morrison made it pretty plain that he was after our hides. He had us outnumbered. There wasn't any reason why they should have run off." But Cass saw it from a different angle. "One of their crowd dodged Dutcher and knew what was coming," he gave his opinion. "They saw they couldn't win and shoved off for home." Gunderson was deeply angered by the whole occurrence. "By Joffrey, that's one time they've used their heads. If they'd been here, I would have hunted them down like rats. I got a good mind to continue on and smash them anyway." He drove on, his bile running away with him, his deep eyes flashing fire and vengeance. "We got 'em on the run, and we know where to find 'em," Dutcher threw in. "We'd never get a better chance." Cass fumed, muttering under his breath. While Curly, the puncher who had been standing guard over the prisoners, was carried out dead, Gunderson exploded afresh. "That settles it," he roared. "We're hitting the saddles and flogging them skunks right now." Rayburn would have counseled caution, but he was in no mood to argue the matter. He was on Gunderson's side when they struck out for the pitchfork a few minutes later, and behind them rode 36 men, grim-faced and determined. Shane Purcell's ranch lay 20 miles away across the barren range not far as distance ran in that country. The sun was standing directly behind when the Bar 88 jogged out onto a ridge a mile from the ranch. "They're waiting for us," a puncher exclaimed. "Looks like a dang army down there." Gunderson growled. No point in giving her hand away. We'll drop down into the canyon and follow her along till we get close."
There was no break in their advance, however. Indignation drove these men on a steady pace towards whatever might come. If they expected a crashing check before they came within striking distance of the pitchfork buildings, they were not surprised by its absence. Turning in the saddle at the foot of the last rise, Cass rasped,
"We'll stick together and ride right in. We'll make hash of them buzzards in short order, and then we're going to fire the ranch. I'm making a clean sweep of this outfit, and we can round up their stock and drive it off later."
There was no demur of that grim proposal. But when Gunnarsson and his men rode out on the level 200 yards from the pitchfork, there was a shock in store for them. The cattle king reined in with a jerk, and Rayburn likewise halted with a stare. Cass's jaw dropped, and his face turned the color of an old saddle.
"Damn their souls if they ain't called out to cavalry," he jerked out.
There was no gainsaying the statement. Shane and Purcell's hard-bitten crew were gathered in the yard, but the men seen from the distant ridge turned out to be a troop of blue-clad U.S. cavalry from Fort Yates. They were guarding the ranch. Even as the Bar 88 appeared, an outpost sang out. A moment later, a small group of men jogged out. 3 stiff-backed troopers accompanied a captain of cavalry and another. Gunnarsson all but went speechless as he glared at the latter. It was Dan Shane. Tall, lean, and dark as an Indian, Shane was a man of sinister appearance. Just now his hawk face was thrust forward belligerently.
"What's the meaning of this, Gunnarsson?" he barked. "It ain't hard to see that you come over here intending violence. You got all your thugs with you."
He had a brassy, carrying voice, the most pugnacious of the partners. It was plain in his arrogance, and it had a bearing of force, and not much else had brought him to where he stood today. Cass started a biting retort, then choked. The cavalry captain said directly,
"Mr. Gunnarsson, you'll have to take your men and go."
Gunnarsson found his voice with a rush.
"I'll be damned if I will. I ain't turning tail with that wolf down in my men and driving off my steers. What kind of man are you?" "If you have any charges to bring, make them through the regular channels," was the crisp answer. "Justice is not my concern. There's threatening insurrection here, and I'm putting a stop to it. My advice is for you to go home." Case would have argued hotly, but Rayburn stopped him. "We better fall back and talk this over," the latter said. Gunnarsson acceded with reluctance, but a few minutes later, when they found themselves alone at a little distance, the rancher was wrathy as ever. "Why take this laying down?" he ripped out. "There's only one way of dealing with Dan Shane, and that's what I come here for."
"But you can't go fighting in the army," Rayburn pointed out. Cass was so far gone that for a minute he couldn't even see the sense in this.
"And why can't I?"
he bristled fiercely. A thin, fleeting smile touched Rayburn's lips. "Well, then, you can, but it won't do any good. Whip this troop here today, and then 3 are going to turn up tomorrow. It'll always be that way. There's no way to win. You'll be bound to lose in the end." Gunnarsson got a hold of himself at once.
"I reckon you're right at that,"
he admitted, his voice gruff, but it was a bitter dose for him to give up the vengeance that he had planned against Shane and Purcell without striking so much as a single blow. "Wait," Rayburn counseled sensibly. "Shane holds all the aces now. It's not going to be like that always." Dutcher, usually so reckless, agreed with him for once.
"All the same, I'd like to had my chance at those pitchfork waddies. They thought they was mighty smart, smirking and grinning behind those blue coats."
After a minute, speaking to Rayburn, he added,
Did it strike you that the whole pitchfork crowd was there?"
"I didn't notice. Why?"
"Well, some of them was gone," Faye averted uneasily. "But where and what are they up to?"
There was no answer as they struck off towards the Bar 88, a long afternoon ride to the north. Their going was silent for the most part, for there was plenty of food for thought in the occurrence of the last day or two. Gunnarsson chewed the cud of bitter disappointment. Rayburn was asking himself what the appearance of the 9th U.S. Cavalry might spell in the future. They were still a mile from the ranch, and the sun hung low in the west when a Mexican youth was seen racing towards them on a broken-down mule. As he drew near, they observed that fear or excitement had unnerved him. "Senor Gunnarsson!" he cried, eyes torn wide with the enormity of the news that he bore. "These wild devils, they come to the ranch while you're gone. They burn, they steal, they wreck everything. They kill Pep and Juan and Jesus." Gunnarsson bellowed with rage. It wasn't possible to make much sense of the wild flood of words gushing from the boy's lips, but Cass gathered enough to assure him that he had been caught napping.
"Don't tell me it was Apaches," he blazed.
"No, no, it's a white man."
"The pitchfork!"
Cass spat the words out venomously. There wasn't anything to add to it. Jamming on the spurs, the Bar 88 made for the ranch at top speed. Even before they knew the worst, spirals of smoke could be seen curling up through the cottonwoods. A moment later, the whole scene of rapine and destruction opened out before them. The boy's story had not been exaggerated. Ranch house, outbuildings, had all been utterly destroyed by fire, the remaining adobe wells merely shells in which the ashes smolder. Cass let out a yell as his eye fell on the carcasses of some purebred bulls driven in and shot in the yard like a grim taunt. A few Mexican women appeared, almost speechless with fright. If they had been spared, it was only to tell a harrowing tale of seeing their husbands shot down without a chance for their lives. Having his look around, Rayburn shook his head. Little was left of what that morning had been one of the biggest and most prosperous ranches.
10 to 1 they drove off every damn head of stock they could lay hands on as well.
He shot a dagger at Rayburn.
"You can say all you want about the law and the army, but by God, if they can do this and make it stick, I don't want any part of that kind of law. I'll make my own law, and I'll make it to suit myself."
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. If Gunnarsson thought he had learned the full extent of his losses, however, he was doomed to be disappointed. It was not yet dark when a puncher raced into the ranch yard on a lathered bronc. He hauled up in amazement at the scene which met his eyes. Then, seeing Case and Rayburn gazing at the ruins of the ranch house, he flung off his horse and barged forward. Gunnarsson glared at him as if he knew what was coming. The puncher blurted, "Cass, the pitchfork got into us again. Buck Bailey and me tried stalling 'em, but there were 6 or 8 of them, and they threw down on us, and we had to run. I don't know how I got clear. Buck, he's laying back there with a hole in his shoulder, and those wolves run off 40 or 50 head of the steers." Cass took it in a bitter silence, more expressive than his loudest bellow. Turning to Rayburn, he spread his hands.
"There you are, just as I said," he got out wearily.
Rayburn stared at him. It wasn't like the man at all. But a minute later, something occurred which promptly drew the sparks of his old fire from Gunnarsson. There was a shout over where the punchers were fishing charred objects out of the ashes of the house, and they had found something they recognized. Jim Worth, tall, lean-jawed, and powerfully built, dragged it forward. Gunnarsson didn't need to be told what it was. He took one look and roared his fury. It was the pitiful remainder of his first saddle, the saddle in which he had ridden into this country a raw youth, and which had helped him get the start that carried him so far. Cass was enormously proud that he had kept it so long. Its loss meant more to him than triple the number of wrestled steers. Many hard, practical men, otherwise unassailable sound of judgment, place an inordinate importance upon such strange superstition which they believe to control over their lives and their fortunes. This battered $20 McLennan's stock saddle was one of Gunnarsson's superstitions. It had seen his beginnings and his rise to power on the range. With it hanging on his wall, though it only gathered dust, he secretly believed himself invincible. Certainly, there was no question of how he meant to take its destruction.
Dan Shane thinks he's got me on the run, but I'll change his mind about that in a hurry, he told Rayburn and his superintendent, Griff Nader. I got friends, Mart Ballard and Lytle Charter, Menfee, and one or two others they'll throw in with me. We'll fight this. We'll show Shane and Purcell a combination that makes theirs look cheap.
As he ran on, Rayburn asked himself to what lengths Cass's desperation would drive him to. He was not long in learning.
I can build a new house quick enough,
Gunnarsson planned, eyes calculating.
Range is one thing them buzzards can't burn. But first, we'll make dang sure they're all done setting fires.
Just how you gonna go about doing that, Cass? Naylor inquired dryly.
How? Why, damn it all, we'll wipe 'em out. Clear out this range of them coyotes.
Gunnarsson appeared insistent that there could be any question of the method. He had more to say, but Rayburn stopped him.
Hold on a minute, Cass. Do you mean you're going to shoot those men down like bottles on a fence? They did it to Kim and my boy, didn't they?
Gunnarsson threw at him harshly.
And what about Buck Bailey and these Mexican lads here on the ranch? They do their shooting first and explaining afterwards. Well, here's where we're going to take a leaf out of their own book.
Rayburn shook his head. You'll never get away with it, he said.
The law. Damn the law! Cass exploded violently. What does that amount to here? You ain't telling me, Rayburn. I'm telling you. The law's never going to be working for Shane and Purcell and against me. I won't let it.
This was an old argument, but Rayburn was patient with the cattle king, to whom the shadow of the statutes had never been anything but a dim memory of the East. You can't dispose of the law that easy, Cass, he declared. There's some invisible power behind it that's stronger than men. If you buck it, good or bad, you're bound to have troubles 100 ways. This Shane and Purcell law, it is a travesty of justice, I know, but it's all the law there is. People won't be satisfied forever with crooked law, and that's where Shane and Purcell are making their mistake. Take a lesson from it. Laugh at the law now, and you'll find yourself outside of it before it's too late. Gunnarsson chaffed while he listened, for it was far from what he wished to hear. Even as Rayburn ceased speaking, he saw the other had made up his mind. Gunnarsson confirmed this by returning testily, You might be right, but I'll put it up to Ballard and the others first and see what they say. You'll find that they say the same as I, Rayburn interrupted. Naylor concurred in his quiet way, but added nothing to which Rayburn had said. He knew Cass wasn't anxious for advice now. Gunnarsson, evident impatient. If you're honing for something to do, Clark, take some of the boys and go after those steers that they run off, he said abruptly. I expect finding them and bringing them back will be legal enough.
Cuff Morrison won't help you. He's proved that by staying out of sight in Salt Creek and by backing Shane's gang at Spanish Ford. I reckon you agree with me?" He could not forbear the thrust. Rayburn nodded shortly. Despite Cass Gunnarson's crusty way, he could recognize an order. It was one which fitted in precisely with his inclinations. "I'll get started right off." Dutcher, Jim Worth, and Nick Martin were among the half a dozen men who jogged away from the Bar 88 shortly after dark that evening. Rayburn had decided against taking more, despite the urgings of Gunnerson and Giff Naylor. Never a believer in violence for its own sake, he believed these seasoned men could perform all those wanted if the matter had gone rightly. Enough food had been found in a storehouse which had escaped destruction, so that each man carried rations sufficient for several days wrapped in a slicker roll behind his saddle. Every head of the stolen steers had been prime stuff, part of a beef cut which had been held in a basin ready for delivery over the northern trail. It was not yet midnight when Rayburn rode down into the basin. Gunnerson had given instructions for Buck Bailey, the wounded man, to be brought into the ranch. A couple men had departed at once on that errand, which must have been accomplished since Bailey was nowhere in evidence now. Rayburn made sure that, then turned to the business at hand. There was little trouble in determining which way the steers had gone. Although the moon, on which he had depended, was obscured by thin clouds, there was enough light to see the broad track leading over to the west. Grim, unhurried purpose rode with these men as they took up the trail. The rustlers had a good 12-hour start, and they might be miles in the lead. Mile after mile the way led towards the rugged peaks of the Guanalupes. When dawn diluted the sky and Rayburn found no change in direction, he began to ask himself what was afoot. There wasn't enough grass or browse in a dozen square miles of this country to satisfy as many steers. Water was no more plentiful, and conditions were no better on ahead. "Something kind of queer here." Dutcher put his thoughts into words, and Rayburn nodded. From the beginning, there had been no doubt in his mind that Shane and Purcell men had done the rustling. "Strange they'd bother to lay down a blind trail at all," he said. "Getting an alibi. Not that they'll need one," Fay grunted. Half an hour later, the trail petered out at the edge of the Malpas. The steers had been traveling steadily in one direction for some time. A man might be satisfied that they had gone straight on, but Rayburn, he wasn't deceived. "This lava bed can't be more than a few miles across," he said, scanning the country. "Two men could drive straight across just to make sure, and the rest of us will skirt the edge and see if we can find where the steers come out." Splitting up, they started away. None had got beyond sound of a gunshot, however, when the signal agreed upon was heard a little distance to the north. 2 shots, then 2 more. Rayburn swung his bronc that way immediately. The others had gathered by the time he arrived. Jim Worth said, "You was right, Clark. They never drove across at all. Just follered her in a ways to break up their sign. Well, here's where the stuff turned back out." He pointed. Following the direction indicated with his eye, Rayburn nodded. "Making straight for the pitchfork," he had said, not expecting anything else. Little was said as they pressed on. For 2 hours they pushed the broncs briskly, and they were getting near the pitchfork holdings now. Only the strict watch they kept revealed the fact that they were tightening up, nerves becoming tight. "They got some gall," Nick Martin burst out, "shoving that stuff straight onto their own range." To Rayburn, at least, it indicated how secure the Shane and Purcell men believed themselves to be. Nothing else would have dictated that brazen course. Riding out on a low ridge, from where it was possible to see a considerable distance, Dutcher suddenly drew rein with a jerk. "Couple punchers down there," he jerked out. Rayburn exclaimed, "Get out of their sight. Our lives won't be worth a cent if they spot us." Warily they clung to cover,
waiting until the pitchfork punchers rode on, finally dropping from sight. Rayburn pushed on then, cautiously. Shane and Purcell had claimed better than 100 square miles of range between Oak Creek and the Little Pioche. It included the grazing ground of several smaller ranches, as well as several Mexican hamlets. Ostensibly it was of any man's land, but no enemy of the pitchfork was safe here for even an hour. Rayburn had decided the rustlers were planning to hold the stolen stock in some canyon or hidden fold in the hills for overbranding, and was beginning to lay his plans accordingly when, without any warning, as he and his men jogged down the winding course of a wash, a man appeared at the crown of a butte, not a quarter-mile distant. He saw them. Hauling his horse up short in surprise, he stared for a long moment, then, whirling his mount, he dug in the spurs and started away. "Get after him! Don't let him get away! If he gets word to the pitchfork, we won't stand a chance." Their horses were far from fresh, but they were game. Steadily they drew up on the racing puncher. "Swing up and head him off," Rayburn called to Dutcher and Martin. Quickly the fugitive saw how slim his chance of escape was. When Dutcher fired a warning shot which kicked up the dust a dozen feet ahead of his horse, he snatched at his own gun, and then suddenly thought better of it and pulled in. Rayburn and the others surrounded him a moment later. They were not surprised to discover that he was a pitchfork man. There was a cool hostility in the man as he faced them. He had every reason to suppose that his life was forfeit, but he kept his head. "Give it a name, Rayburn," he opened up thinly. "What do you want on this range?" "About 50 head of bar 88 steers," was Rayburn's deliberate answer. "You might save us time, and you're sure to save the hide of some of your friends if you tell us where they are." The man was sullen. "Well, I don't know nothing about 'em," he said. Rayburn jerked him close, grabbing him by the slack in the shirt, and half jerked him out of the saddle. "Spit it out, cowboy." There was a moment pause. Whatever the puncher read in Rayburn's chilly eyes evidently decided him. "They're in the pens at Enstanza," he muttered. Rayburn nodded. He knew the place, a tiny excuse of a Mexican village several miles away in Cottonwood Basin. There were some old branding corrals there, long disused. "Well, we'll see how right you are," he said, "and you'll just go along with us. If your friends object to our paying them a visit, it'll be just a bit too bad for you." The man looked as if he regretted telling them where the steers were, but he said nothing as they struck out for the basin. Half an hour saw them at its rim. "Well, there's the steers," Dutcher sang out in grim jubilation. "Yeah, and a half a dozen pitchfork waddies," Rayburn nodded. "Looks like they started rebranding already." Finding a wash which afforded cover while it wound downward to the basin floor, they were soon within striking distance of Enstanza, a mere collection of a half-dozen jackals and adobes. The corrals were on a little flat on the opposite side. Rayburn could hear the bellowing of the bar 88 steers. A Mexican or two showed at the door of the adobes. There was also a cantina, and some guards, as had been supplied to guard the camp, were so sure of security that they had retired to the bar. "Looks wide open to me," Dutcher grunted, and Rayburn nodded. "We'll just shove right in and grab the steers before they know what's happened," he said. "And what about this gent here?" Worth indicated the captured puncher. Rayburn shrugged. He served his purpose. I'd take him back to Cass, but we've got our hands full. Leave him tied up as he is, and then hobble his horse. That'll slow him down." It was done. The puncher realized he was lucky to get off with his life, despite the fact that he had no grievance personally with any of these men. Rayburn said,
We'll clean up those adobes first, then go on over to the pens. Let's get this over with.
They struck the edge of Ensania in silence, the hooves of their ponies drumming, and a second later a high-pitched yell rang out. It came from a pitchfork puncher who had appeared in one of the doorways. Even as his warning cry sounded, he went for his gun. Fay Dutcher beat him to it, and the puncher went down with a broken leg. Several of his friends appeared on the jump. For 10 seconds, the little street was contested hotly. Seeing how Manners had stood, Rayburn swept his arm forward.
Right on to the pens, he exclaimed. We'll collect them steers and shove off.
They needed no urging. The next moment, the corrals opened out to their view. A number of punchers were dropping branding irons and the like, making for their horses. Guns crashed in a sharp warning, and the Bar 88 rushed them. The surprise had been so sudden and so complete, despite the firing in the hamlet itself, that the defenders were never able to get organized. They had no idea how many men were coming at them, and some managed to crawl onto their horses and escape. Others, with broncs downed under their own hands, crawled through the corral bars and fled to the protection of dry washes. Within 2 minutes of Rayburn's arrival, he and his men were in full possession of the corral, and there was not a single pitchfork hand in sight, save for those in the act of disappearing.
Crowd the steers and get 'em moving, Rayburn snapped. We gotta make tracks in a hurry.
Soon the bunch, which were all 2 or 3-year-old stuff and able to stand rough usage, were strung out and headed for the basin rim. Then came the real test of this swift striking counter-raid Rayburn knew. It was perhaps 20 miles to the rough country at the edge of the range claimed by Shane and Purcell. Not until they reached it could they consider themselves safe in any sense. There was the treble of danger of their being spotted with a slow-moving bunch of steers that kicked up a dust cloud that it was possible to be seen for over a dozen miles. A close watch was kept for the first alarm as the steers shuffled along. Repeatedly, Rayburn threw a watchful gaze over his shoulder, only to find the back trail empty of pursuit. But not until evening drew on, and a good half of the distance to Gunnarson's range had been covered, did he breathe more easily. Travel strained and weary, he and the others reached the Bar 88 early the following morning. Gift Naylor met them. Rayburn knew Gunnarson had planned to visit Ballard and the other ranches from whom he expected help, but he felt sure the other would be back by this time, and he said, "Where's Cass?" Naylor hunched his shoulders and let them sag. To his mind, that told the story, and Rayburn was not surprised at the look on Gunnarson's face when the latter rode in at midday. Gunnarson stepped to the saddle like a discouraged man. His look when he lifted it to Rayburn's face was heavy. "What's the trouble, Cass? No luck?" Gunnarson reddened with a return of spirit. "Not a crumb, anywhere. They all said what you claimed they'd say, Rayburn, that you can't fight the law. Dang law," he flared. "It's one hell of a name to tack on to what Dan Shane is doing to me, but I ain't licked yet, not by a damn sight." He broke off to be asked gruffly, "What about you? You got back quick enough?" "I brought the steers back," Rayburn told him. The news heartened Gunnarsson somewhat. "They'd let a man go to hell on this range without lifting a hand," he stormed. "That's the kind of friends I got. Well, it don't matter." "What'll you do now, Cass?" "I reckon they'll shove some more of their damned law at me for claiming my own steers," Gunnarsson returned angrily. "Here's where I fool 'em plenty." He turned to Naylor, who had stopped by without comment. He said with decision, "Get the boys together, Giff. Set 'em to gathering every hoof and horn we got. We're pulling out." "Where to?" Rayburn demanded. Cass waved a careless hand towards the hills. "Up there," he answered.
I reckon once we get the outfit in the hills, we can hold off against any army if it comes to it."
Rayburn thought he was making a mistake, but he did not say so. The first thing that struck him about the move was that although Gunnarsson still planned with his old-time energy and decisiveness, the course he proposed taking now was the course of a man already licked, and what made it all the worse was the fact that the Cattle King appeared to be unaware of it. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. There's something biblical about Cass Gunnarsson's exodus from the range, which had known his great herds for upwards of 20 years. He owned so many steers that their number was unknown even to himself. He fully expected to abandon enough, lost in the hurried, sweeping gather, to make a modest man well off. It was a remnant which to him did not matter greatly. Beef killers, small-time rustlers, and Shane and Purcell's wolves would quickly dispose of it in any event. But even Rayburn was impressed when the bulk of the Bar 88 beef was thrown together and started for the hills. Here was Gunnarsson's might in tangible form, and it seemed incredible that a man who could lay claim to so great a herd should find it necessary to bow to the superior will of anyone. Like a wounded bear, retreating in order, yet dangerous to interfere with, old Cass rode at the head of the 3-mile-long column. He it was who directed the course they should take towards the higher levels. Rayburn knew the northern slopes of the Guadalupe as well. Unlike the barren southern reaches of the hills, a veritable empire of grass could be found amidst the pines, the ponds, and lakes, whole seas of grazing range in the valleys and parks, landlocked by the inhospitable desert. Had Gunnarsson come here to start his ranch in the beginning, no power on earth could have reached him. In these hills, as he had said, he could hold out against law and the army, and laugh at his enemies. But Cass was in no laughing mood as he went through throwing up the log buildings of a new ranch in the pleasant cedar-dotted meadow he had selected. He told himself it would only be temporary. Every move he was making was with a view to an early return in triumph to his old range, and for that reason he felt the constant, driving necessity to know what Shane and Purcell were doing. Less than a week after his arrival in the high country, Gunnarsson dispatched Fay Dutcher to the flatlands to learn how Buck Bailey was getting along. Too seriously wounded to be moved any more than was absolutely necessary, Bailey had been sent, with a man to look after him, to one of Gunnarsson's lion camps, and Cass evinced concern as to where the two men, hidden away in a corner of the range as they were, had successfully escaped the attentions of the pitchfork. But Dutcher understood his mission thoroughly, and if only his return 3 days later, he had little to say concerning Bailey and his companion beyond the fact that he had found them unmolested. He had not neglected to arm himself with many items of keen interest to the Cattle King in regard to the old Bar 88 range. "One Chavez tells me the little feller's been swarming all over the places like locusts cleaning up after you," Fay told Gunnarsson. "Reckon Juan's been hunting fresh beef himself. Mart Ballard's moved a bunch of your stock over to South Creek, and the woodcutters were working down in Dead Man's Canyon, and Cuff Morrison been out on the ranch 2 or 3 times." Cass bristled sharply. "Huh? What's that for?" he demanded. Dutcher wasn't sure. "Well, maybe this is the answer," he grunted, and produced a large printed notice which he said he had tore down from one of the cottonwoods near the adobe shell of the ranch house. Opening it up, Cass gave one good look and vented a roar like a cornered lion. "Sale of Bar 88 ranch?" he quoted incredulously. "This fine ranch is to be sold at auction on the courthouse steps in Salt Creek, New Mexico, at 2 p.m. September 3rd, 1878.
What the hell all's this about now?
Coming up at that moment, Rayburn's lips thinned as he caught the old cattleman's words. Dutcher said coolly, "Read what it says at the bottom there."
To satisfy judgment granted to Shane and Purcell by court of law,
Cass spelled out. His voice almost failed him when he read the amount.
Good God, he burst forth hoarsely. What's the meaning of all this?
His perplexity was as honest as his indignation. "Let me see that paper." Rayburn reached for the handbill and scanned it thoughtfully. The notice failed to say, but he believed he knew what was behind the judgment. "It's that business at Enstanza," he declared. "I don't know how they worked it, but there isn't anything else. Our showing up at the Pitchfork and finding the cavalry there ahead of us is all Shane and Purcell needed to back their play."
"They'll never make this stick,"
Gunnarsson fumed, beside himself with fury. "I wouldn't be too sure of it. The judgment's already been granted and the sale is set for 3 days from now." The fact had not escaped Cass.
"All this can be set aside if it's proved crooked," he veered. "I gotta get in touch with Landis and find out where I stand. But I ain't leaving the steers now. They're liable to come steal them here from me the minute my back's turned. Clark, you gotta go."
A scum of thin clouds coated the sky, and a heavy bank hovered low in the west the following morning, when Rayburn pulled away from the recently built Bar 88 headquarters and struck down the hills in the direction of the Salt Creek. All day the sun was obscured, and there was a raw bite to the wind, but he didn't mind. After the long, hot summer, the range stood in the need of a thorough wetting. Steadily the clouds pulled advanced, and the first drops of the coming storm in the early dusk found Rayburn watching lights of Salt Creek blink on as he dropped down the last ridge a mile from town. He welcomed darkness. There was no need of a warning that his life would be worth little here if he was discovered. It was a consideration without power to deter him. For now that he was this close, he admitted to himself that more than one purpose drew him on. Reaching the edge of town, he hesitated briefly. To go directly to Wilkin Landis's office would mean riding down the main street in full view of all who might care to see him. Reckless as he was, Rayburn's rashness did not extend that far. While he pondered the best means of getting in touch with the lawyer, there fell on his ears the slow tolling of the church bell for evening services. It was a dismal sound, coming through the gusts of the rising storm, and yet it gave Rayburn an idea. Waiting 10 minutes, he pushed on through the back streets, head bowed against the whip of the wind and the lash of the rain. The glow of lights through the windows as he drew near the church told him that prayer meeting was in progress. The 2 or 3 people he saw on the board sidewalks gave him no more than a glance. Turning in at the church gate, he rode around to the back and put his steers in a dark corner of the shed. The way the rain sleeted down as he made for the rear of the church told him that this storm would be a bad one. Once in a great while, in the New Mexican hills, the elements tore loose with a vengeance. Clearly the present was such an occasion. No matter. It would only lessen the risk he ran in coming to Salt Creek at all, he told himself. Never having been inside the church Bronson Colcord had built, he knew little about its interior arrangements, but there was a back door. Reaching it, Rayburn stepped out of the swelling downpour and into a little vestibule with a number of doors opening off it. That one straight ahead, he guessed, opened into either the church auditorium itself or the Sunday school rooms. The whole place was so small and so jammed together that he wasn't sure. The other doors must give another cloakroom and the like. For somewhere beyond the rising murmur of voices, In unison, tiptoed forward. Rayburn was about to open a door with a cautious peep through when a quick rap of footsteps sounded directly behind him and then a gasp. Whirling tensely, he had his gun out of leather before he realized he was facing a girl. Lorena Colcord recognized him, and for a moment she stared in silence, and no word rustled by his threatening gesture with the gun. He returned it to his holster slowly, and she said, her voice rising scarcely above a murmur, "What are you doing here, Mr. Rayburn?" He found himself admiring her pose, even while his glance took in the faint color touching upon her sober cheeks. There was something about this girl who made a man take thought before he spoke. But Rayburn came straight to the point, wary lest any late arrival walk in on them and find him here. "Miss Colcord, you once told me I did you a favor. Could I ask you one in return now? I'm here to see Wilkins Landis, and I want you to get him for me." He thought he saw Loren's face fall ever so slightly at his concluding words, but there was no change in her, even an unhurried tone. "But you'll be unable to talk here," she said practically. "Perhaps," and she hesitated, then went on, "come with me. I'll take you to my house, and then I'll do as you ask." Rayburn would have found plenty to say as the girl accompanied him to the parsonage half a block away, but the buffeting storm permitted only the most necessity of talk. Loren led him quietly into a quiet room which he recognized as Reverend Colcard's study. "No one will disturb you here," she told him. "I'll go get Mr. Landis. He'll be here in just a few minutes." Left to himself, Rayburn would have dwelt on her mingled charm and distance of manner, like that of no girl he had ever known. But now he was to see the attorney presently. He could not avoid asking himself what the latter would have to say. Landis arrived in a few minutes. Beyond seeing that they were comfortable, Loren had little to say, but her gray eyes lingered on Rayburn's tall, quiet figure as she withdrew. For his part, Rayburn's attention was fastened upon the lawyer. Landis said, "I'm not surprised to see you here, Rayburn. I suppose you're fully alive to the chance you took in coming here?" Rayburn nodded. "Couldn't be helped. As you suggested, Cass sent me down to find out what's going on. Just what's the meaning of this judgment Shane and Purcell obtained against the Bar 88? "I understand that you're responsible for that, at least partly," was the answer. "Didn't you and some other men ride to Stanza a day before Gunnarsson pulled out for the hills?" Rayburn assented. He told all that had taken place since he and Dutcher had been forced to take hurried leave of Salt Creek, recounting how Gunnarsson had insisted on making an attack on the Pitchfork only to be turned back by the cavalry, and how they had returned to the home ranch to find destruction ahead of them and to be met by the news of the Pitchfork raid on Gunnarsson's trail herd. "Every head of the stuff we recovered from the pens at Estanza was Bar 88 beef. Surely Shane and Purcell were unable to make anything out of that." "Well, they certainly did. Their story is that it was a bare-faced steal of their own stock, designed as a reprisal for bringing in the military." "What?" Rayburn was genuinely angered by the baldness of it. He said, "Isn't there some way to bring them up short? If this goes on, there'll be no limit to what they'll do." Landis shook his head skeptically. "Well, you simply can't get at them through the local law enforcement machinery. These charges were obviously trumped up, and the jury that was awarded judgment against Gunnarsson was hand-picked. You can't fight a setup like that and win. If you push the matter too far, Shane and Purcell will bring pressure to bear to have martial law declared." Rayburn was appalled by the thoroughness with which the enemy had gone to work. "So then there's nothing to be done?" he demanded. "Gunnarsson's only hope is to lie out in the hills and make the best of what he can of this raw deal?" "I doubt he'll even be safe there very long." The attorney surprised him by saying gravely. "Why?" Rayburn asked. "You don't mean that Shane and Purcell would attempt to pursue him?" "Well, the size of this judgment they obtained," Landis went on practically, "makes it impossible for the sale of the ranch to cover it. There's a blanket judgment plastered against Case Gunnarson's cattle to make up for the rest." Dragged to his feet by the sheer effrontery of this injustice, Rayburn could only stare his amazement for a long moment. His face had that flinty, expressionless look it wore when he was fighting against odds, and he wasted none of his strength in reminiscence, however. "So you're standing behind us on this?" he told Landis. "Are your hands so thoroughly tied that you can't make a move to prevent such things?" "I'm sorry to say that they are," Landis confessed frankly. "That's exactly what makes the situation so bad. Gunnerson made the mistake of ignoring the law from the beginning, and Shane and Purcell were shrewd enough to capitalize on that omission. As long as they can call on the United States government to back their play, Cass hasn't a leg to stand on. I'm just one of the minority, without the ability to make myself heard outside my own bullywhack." He went on to say that many people in Salt Creek, merchants and freighters and the like, were incensed by the conditions of the affair, but like the small ranchers who had soon knuckled under to Shane and Purcell's steamroller tactics, they were powerless to make any effective progress. Bronson Colcord was so deeply touched by all this, Rayburn. More than once he was threatened to speak out at the meeting against what he calls the ruthless domination of the godless money barons, and so far I've advised against it. There's honest indignation in Colcord that might carry him to any length. I'm afraid he might get himself into real trouble." Rayburn was in hearty accord with that sentiment, though there was nothing in his face to show that he was thinking of what might happen to Loren in such an event. For an hour they talked the matter over thoroughly. Neither could find a single ray of light in the situation. It all looked exceedingly bad, and might easily grow worse. Rayburn shook his head at the hopelessness of it. "I sure hate to take this back to Cass. He's counting on you for help, Landis. There isn't a thing that you can suggest?" The lawyer hesitated briefly over his answer. "I can make a suggestion, all right," he said then, "but it isn't anything Gunnerson could care to hear." "Well, in God's name, man, what is it?" Rayburn broke in. "If Cass don't like it, he may have to learn how before we're done." Landis nodded. "Gunnerson is licked now," he summed up. "He's got to be made to see that. Shane and Purcell will force him outside the law, and his finish will be certain. The only way out is to give yourselves up, and you haven't much time left for that. You go to the territorial government in Santa Fe and surrender. You tell your story and throw yourselves in the mercy of the governor. Nothing else is worth even considering." "Well, Gunnerson's never going to do that," Rayburn said positively. Landis spread his hands. "Well, then his only alternative is to leave the country, and that goes for all of you." It was bitter hearing, but Rayburn didn't need to be told that Landis was applying hard sense to the facts. He got up a few minutes later, signifying his readiness to leave. "I'm much obliged, Landis. I'll tell Cass, but I don't know what he'll do." And then they shook hands. Loren was waiting for them in the next room. On Landis saying that he would stay for a word with her father, the girl accompanied Rayburn to the door alone. Hand on the knob, he turned to her. "I won't forget this, ma'am," he assured her warmly. "I don't know how else I could have reached Landis, and it means a lot just at this time." She met his eyes squarely, a searching look in her own, and it struck him that there was something masculine about her firm grasp of life, yet it took nothing from her charm. "Mr. Rayburn, I wouldn't make any excuses for speaking frankly. Is there any excuse for continuing this violence and murder?" Taken aback by her directness, he was incensed by her assumption of his responsibility. If she had known the truth of these matters, he wondered, would she have spoken as she did? "I'm afraid I can't talk about it," he answered stiffly. "Perhaps Landis?" "In that case, I wouldn't care to know, thank you." She cut him off. "Good night." Was he wrong in thinking there was less of hauteur in her tone than of disappointment? "Don't misunderstand me, Miss Colcord," he began swiftly, but she had already opened the door. A gust of wind whipped the rain in their faces, and he found no choice but to take the hint and leave. Murmuring an unhappy "Goodbye," he put his head down and stepped out. Almost immediately the storm swirled down upon him. During the time he had spent in the parsonage, it had increased in violence. "Must be sluicing the hills pretty heavy," he muttered. It meant a night spent uncomfortably in the saddle, or in the shelter of some ledge, but heading for the church shed where he had left his horse, he thought no more of the matter. Prayer meeting let out about the time he arrived at the yard, and the rear door of the church swung open as people emerged to go to their rigs, and a broad bar of light streamed out. Rayburn paused momentarily, but believing he could get to his horse and slip away without particular notice, he went on. Even as he entered the thick shadows in the far corner of the shed, a gun flamed flatly against the storm from one of the corners of the church, and a hoarse voice broke out. "There he is, boys! Nail him! Don't be letting him get away!" Rayburn released his horse, and turning it, swinging on, all in the same lithe, quick motion, and in a flash he understood what had happened. In some incomprehensive manner, his bronc had not only been discovered but identified, and while it was not known just where he had gone, the men who were so anxious to lay hands on him had been shrewd enough to wait for his return. There could be no shadow of doubt above who they were. The voice that he had heard, and which was now urging the other men to close in before he could slip away, was the voice of Cuff Morrison. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. As hard as it was to tell where his enemies were, Rayburn was certain of one thing. They would close in fast. It left only a matter of seconds for what he must do if he was to get away. Jamming the spurs into his bronc, he shot into the open. "Watch him!" Morrison yelled. "Don't let him get away!" Rayburn saw shadowy shapes in several directions. All were coming at him. He wasted no time in locating a gap in that tightening collard. With an iron hand, he shoved the horse straight at one of the possemen. The move came as a complete surprise. The horses crashed altogether, all but unseated Rayburn, and the posseman cried out harshly, made a grab at him. Rayburn swung for his jaw and missed, and connected with the side of the man's head. The posseman went out of the saddle as promptly as though clubbed. Then Rayburn was through, leaving a tangle of horses and men behind, and racing towards the dark street. Churchgoers were thrown into confusion by the sudden outbreak of violence. Several rigs had already started to leave, and one was hauled up squarely in the gate. Rayburn saw that, and damned its driver under his breath, and put his mount towards the picket fence. It wasn't tall, but in the darkness and sweep of the wind, the horse balked. Rayburn gave him no chance to turn back, and a moment and the horse was in the air and over, but not before its hind hoofs smashed a section out of the fence. The animal staggered sharply, then caught itself, and then drove on. And none too soon. Already the muffled hoof beats of the pursuers could be heard, racing after him with grim determination. Head down, hunched to minimize the pull of the wind, Rayburn headed for the edge of town. Hampering as it was, he knew to the full now the good fortune of this storm. But for it, he might have been pulled down in a few minutes. That such an event would spell his finish, he did not even pause to question. Morrison's men were only a couple 100 yards in the rear when he made the open, and Rayburn judged them to be 6 or 8 of them, more than enough to make an embarrassment for a fleeing man under the most favorable of circumstances. His own situation was anything but that. Already his horse displayed a slight drag in one leg, the off hind one. It must have been hurt in jumping the fence. Rayburn put all thought of a straightaway race behind him. He must depend on his ability to throw off his pursuers by trickery, if it was possible. Here in the open, the wind howled with unchecked violence. It was scarcely possible to follow a horseman for any distance by sound alone. Only the occasional boom of a thunderbolt, followed by blinding light, gave the clue to a man's whereabouts. Changing course as often as he dared, Rayburn worked in the direction in which he wished to go. 20 minutes put the enemy down behind sight and sound, except for the occasional fine-drawn cry or signal shot. These served to inform Rayburn of the quarters he must avoid. He was safe now, but only momentarily. Only if he kept going. He understood thoroughly what Morrison's failure to nab him would do to the man's temper. These hills, they'll be crawling with possum by morning, he thought to himself soberly. It's plumb impossible to break through. Only a man's got wings. The storm had not abated in the 2 hours since it began. Likely it would make a night of it, flooding the range with a fantastic fury. It was cold, too. Rayburn had seen the time when such a night had brought hailstones as big as hen's eggs, stunning stock, and all but killing any man caught out in it. And to make matters worse, his horse was growing lame rapidly. He eased the pace as much as he dared, but it made no difference. Soon it became apparent he could never hope to reach the high hills with the animal. For a moment he considered the mad plan of jumping one of his pursuers and taking the man's horse, only to discard it the next. It's too risky, his good sense told him. What there was left he was at loss to say, until suddenly the answer leapt at him. Robert's stage station can't be more than half a dozen miles from here, he mused. I'll borrow a fresh horse from old Alamo. While he had seen or heard nothing whatsoever of the sheriff's posse men for 10 minutes, the fact failed to reassure him. Once they had come to the realization the quarry had eluded them, and that sticking doggedly to his trail was useless, they would begin to ask themselves where he was going and just what he would do. That grim game held even more hazard of danger than knowing exactly what he was up against, since he could never tell when the enemy might anticipate him, and he would be barging squarely into a trap. He put all thoughts aside as the pony began frankly to favor its injured leg. Fortunate for him that Cuff Morrison was not hot on his trail now. Yet he might be. At any moment the lawman might come boiling up in the rear, throwing lead as fast as he could thumb the hammer. Rayburn grew more jumpy as the distance to the stage station shortened. So intent was he in watching the rear that a muffled whip of wind carried the rain with it like a shot. The rider who drew up from the other direction was almost upon him before he was aware. Rayburn all but fell at the saddle, snatching out his gun as he did so, and it was only by chance that he caught back the shot he had every intention for throwing with deadly accuracy under the bronc's head as he crouched. Clark, is that you?" The wind-shredded cry reached him in time to stay his hand. It was not a man's voice, but a woman's. Even as he recognized the fact, Rayburn knew astonishment. While he was not more than a half-mile from Robertson Station, that Kathy should have found him tonight in this manner was incredible. "Kathy, what are you doing out here?" Leaping to her bridle, he helped her down. Together they stood in the meager shelter of the two horses. Obvious excitement held Kathy in its grip, yet she was never one to display hysterics. "Clark, they're there. They're after you," she cried, leaning towards him to stare into his shadowy face. "All right, well, they haven't got me." He steadied her with an assurance he was far from feeling, and then, How did you know, Kathy?"
I heard them talking. She was still breathless, still swayed by the impulse to grip his arm and convince herself of his reality, his safety. It was like a fire in her, tearing at her magnificent self-control. They mustn't find you, Clark. They'll never take you alive. They're planning on killing you. A new thought struck her and she stopped. You're not going on to the station? She threw at him. I was. He made answer slowly. My horse gave out. I've got to have a fresh one. I'll never reach Gunnarsson and the boys without. You mustn't go up there either now. She broke in on him swiftly. If what they said was true, Poke Flasher led the pitchfork up there tonight. There's been a fight. What's that? He caught at her words incredulously. Flasher took his crowd into the hills? What for? Even as he asked, the answer hit him. Landis had said that Shane and Purcell had obtained a blanket judgment against Gunnarsson's steers. This night raid was the result. They were scarcely there before the storm struck. Clark, there was a cloud burst on the Rio Bronc. Why, that's where Cass is holding his herd. Rayburn broke out in alarm, and she nodded, holding his gaze. They say the steers have been scattered all over the hills, and many of them being swept away and others killed. Clark, must you go back now? It's useless. There isn't a thing you can do. Her voice gathered force and purpose. Take my horse, she proposed swiftly. Ride out of this country now, tonight, and never come back. Shaking his head, he didn't even have to think about his answer. I can't do that, Kathy. Maybe they'll need me up there, and plus I got word for Gunnarsson. From Salt Creek? Yeah, from Landis. He nodded. He told her what had happened in town that evening, and to his surprise, Kathy's eyes flashed, and the blood drained away from her face as he mentioned the help Lorena Colkert had given him. Well, I hope the pitchfork kills you, she blazed at him unwarningly. I don't know why I worry about you. I'm dirt under your feet since that cold-faced girl from the east came out here. I hate her. She spat out the last explosively. And for a moment, Rayburn could only stare at her. He knew what the trouble was. Read her need of him in the break of her voice, and the worst of it, he couldn't answer it. He admired her fine spirit, the way she held her head, and the longing so plainly read in her smoky green eyes made a man think things he had no right to be thinking, but that was all. He shook his head gravely. You don't mean that, Kathy, he said. Arrested, in her turn, she gazed at him uncertainly. The stiff anger went out of her then. Clark, why are you so hard to me? She pleaded. Take me in your arms just this once. Again he shook his head. I don't want to kiss you, Kathy, he lied. I think too much of you for that. You're working up and worried. He stopped there. He didn't know what to say, and he wasn't making any mistakes. Kathy drooped. Take my horse and go, she choked out hurriedly. Do as you will, Clark, and please be careful of yourself. It was all he could do to keep from kissing her in that sheer gratitude. I sure envy the man who gets you, Kathy, he declared huskily, and I'll never forget. There wasn't anything more to be said. Pausing only to transfer his saddle and thank her again, Rayburn swung into the hall. Rain pelted his face as he turned towards the high hills, and despite his slicker, he was soaked to the skin, but he was unconscious of discomfort. His thoughts sped ahead to what he would find awaiting him up there. Kathy had been unable to give him more than the barest details caught in the talk of the Morrison men who had stopped at the stage station, but what little he knew was disquieting. With a fresh horse under him, he no longer had any fear of pursuit. To run into the enemy now, and a few tense minutes, and the possibility of performing an unpleasant duty no more. But nothing happened. The thin, watery dawn found him high up, making for the mountain meadow in which Gunnarsson's new ranch had been started.
It would never be completed, he knew, when 2 hours later he rode up and surveyed the ruins of what had been the brave beginning of several log buildings. Though an attempt to fire them had failed, they had been torn down with ruthless efficiency. The new corrals had been utterly destroyed, and there was not a soul or a head of stock in evidence. Gracious! The exclamation burst from him. Where can Cass be now? What can he be thinking of this? Making his way to the bronc, Rayburn read the signs. There was little to be learned beyond the fact that the cloudburst had broken here with unleashed fury, flooding the flats where the Bar 88 herd had bedded down, sweeping away trees and brush, tearing down old banks like some gigantic steam shovel. Gripped with awe and amazement, Rayburn could only gaze at the scene in silence. But for his knowledge of what had happened, and here and there the still humped form of a down steer, he would never recognize the place Gunnarsson had chosen for settlement. Jogging down the river, Rayburn was appalled by the havoc that had been wrought. More and more the dead steers came into view. The destruction caused by the storm was terrifying. He doubted if much of the herd had escaped. It was possible that the elements in one swift blow had accomplished what Shane and Purcell had attempted in vain, and already Cass Gunnarsson stood a ruined and broken man. Half an hour later, Rayburn came across Nick Martin. The puncher stared at him, as if dazed. He was riding about aimlessly, and accepted Rayburn's arrival with obvious relief. "My God, Rayburn, what a mess!" he ejected, gesturing about in a general way. "Reckon I don't know just what happened, but it sure was hell." "Where's Gunnarsson and the boys?" Rayburn demanded. Again, Martin waved about him vaguely. "Damned if I know. We split up and fogged out to the herd when the pitchfork jumped us. There was a bunch of shooting. Maybe some of the boys are dead, and then that cloudburst hit, and after that, I can't remember much. I know I stopped thinking about the steers and made a stab at saving my own hide. There wasn't nothing else to be done. The water just picked up the herd and swept it away. I bet there's dead beef strung across the hills for 30 miles. He would have had more to say, but Rayburn didn't listen. He began to worry about Gunnarsson. Pushing on down the path of the stream, they searched for the rest of the outfit without avail. The men might have disappeared in thin air. It was near midday, and the rain still hung on, though the booming wind had dropped when they spotted a man on a distant ridge. Firing their guns, they attracted his attention and shoved on that way. A few minutes later, they drew close. The man was Jim Worth. Mud-smeared, bedraggled, and too haggard to care, he met Rayburn's questioning gaze grimly and shook his head. "We saved a couple. Maybe 300 head of steers, no more, Rayburn," he stated heavily. "The rest are gone to hell. There just ain't no more Bar 88. "Gunnarsson?" Rayburn repeated his question. Worth shot him a look. "You know we had a fight last night. Cass is laying over here a mile or two in the best kind of camp we could throw together with a slug in his lungs. He's going fast. Dutcher and some of the boys are with him." Rayburn received the news in silence, while his face slowly hardened. At the end, he shook his head. "This makes it a clean sweep," he said bleakly. "Reckon it does." They turned back in the direction indicated by Worth. 10 minutes later, Rayburn found the outfit. Camp had been set up in a shallow cave over against a rock ledge, and somehow a fire had been coked into some existence. There, Gunnarsson lay on a pile of steaming blankets, breathing. Dutcher and Gift Naylor was with him. The rest of the outfit stood about, muttering together in low tones. "Here's a fine how do you do, Rayburn," Fay burst out as the latter came up. And Dutcher nodded. He bent over Gunnarsson and had his look, saying nothing. Cass was barely conscious, his leathery visage grey. Only the fluttering of his hood-like eyelids told him that he knew what was going on. "He's been like that for 3 hours," Naylor declared hoarsely. "I don't know if he'll last out the day." Rayburn put out, "Maybe a doc?" "Where are you going to find one in time? Nothing a Sawbones can do for him now anyway." Rayburn knew it was the truth. Only desperation, the blind hope against hope, had caused him to suggest aid. Gunnarsson couldn't be moved. He was too far gone. Tensely they waited, with little to say. It was a period that carried its own strain. The little they could do for Cass was soon done, and it helped none at all. Gradually, his breathing eased, and the red foam on his lips lessened. The old cattleman might have been asleep, he was so still. It lacked only a few minutes of 4 in the afternoon when Naylor knelt down and lifted Gunnarsson's eyelid with his thumb and felt his pulse. The brief examination was soon over. The expression on Naylor's face as he straightened told the story. "He's gone." The news might have been a signal for the punchers to burst into angry talk. No longer afraid of disturbing this man to whom they had been loyal to the very end, they saw in no uncertain terms what they thought of the men who had brought about Cass's downfall. Some were in favor of riding to Salt Creek in a body and squaring accounts with Shane and Purcell regardless of consequences. Naylor soon put a stop to that. "What'd you find in town, Clark?" Dutcher asked Rayburn. The latter described his meeting with Landis, pausing on the attorney's suggestion that they go to Santa Fe and surrender themselves, and Dutcher laughed incredulously when he heard it. "Stick my neck in a noose that way? Not by a damn sight," he demanded harshly. Rayburn looked at him in surprise. "What can you do?" he asked. "Well, the ranch is gone, and the outfit soon fall to pieces," Rayburn said in a defiant tone. "I'm sticking to the hills." "You can't do that. You'll be outlawed with a price on your head." "You might be right," Dutcher answered doggedly. "But I had my fill of the law. The only law I recognize now is my guns, and I'm sticking to 'em." His tone left little doubt that he meant what he said. There was a chorus of approval from some of the ranchers. Rayburn attempted to get them to see reason, but failed. Dutcher listened to all he said and then asked, "Are you telling us you're going to give yourself up?" Rayburn nodded without hesitation. "When I ride away from here after we bury Cass, I'm heading straight for Santa Fe for a clean bill of health. And then I'm shaking off the dust of this country for a while, but I'm coming back." There was a smoldering glint in his eye as he assured them of that. "I haven't forgot what those wolves in town did to Kim." "Well, that's just it," Dutcher broke in. "You can't run away from a thing like that." "The hell I can't," Rayburn told him flatly. "Shane and Purcell may remember me now as a man who ran, but the time will come when they'll know me as the gent who came back." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Wilkins Landis knocked on the parsonage door, to be admitted a moment later by Loren. "Come in," she smiled at him. "Father's expecting you." They found Bronson Colcord in the living room. Humble as his position was in Salt Creek, he was always busy, yet he always found time for his friends. Landis had long since become an intimate in this house. "Sit down, Wilkins," the minister greeted heartily. "I was just thinking of your friend Rayburn," he went on. "Since he threw himself on the mercy of the governor and received a full pardon for past mistakes, it has struck me that he would supply the material for an excellent sermon. You don't know what he has done with himself, by the way." Landis shook his head.
only that he's left New Mexico."
His glance went to Loren as he answered. It was plain from her attentiveness that she was interested in what had become of Rayburn in the 2 months since Cass Gunnarsson had died and he had left this range. At the same time, her expression said that she didn't like what she heard. "Perhaps Mr. Rayburn knows best," she said, "but I never expected to see him run as he has."
"And Clark knows as well as we do that Gunnarsson's smashing was a setback for all of us," the lawyer told her. "But he didn't run. Whatever he has done, I advised. As matters stands, he wouldn't have a chance here. His life wouldn't be safe for a minute. Why throw it away for the sake of some cheap defiance?"
"You're exactly right," Colcord declared forcibly. "All the same, I don't advocate bowing to the yoke of Shane and Purcell because they have the upper hand and seem able to accomplish any ruthless skullduggery they find necessary."
"And neither do I," Landis assured him quickly. "And that's the reason I'm here tonight. Shane and Purcell may dominate Salt Creek and bend it to their own sweet will, but the law will not always be crooked. Some day the change will come."
"Well, I don't think it's going to be very soon," Loren interposed.
"Well, perhaps not. It depends largely upon ourselves," was the answer. "But it will come. Meanwhile, I think Rayburn was wise to respect the law and avoid deliberately flaunting it. Certainly, by leaving the country for a time, he has done no worse than Fay Dutcher is doing now, harrying their Shane and Purcell's herds like a wolf on the hills. Regardless of his justification for doing so, Dutcher has let his desires for vengeance drive him to outlawry."
"I shouldn't care to judge either of them," Loren said. "But with conditions growing steadily worse, Mr. Landis, what would you suggest?" The attorney had something to say and was eager to talk, was plain from the manner in which he began. His plan was persistent effort to rouse the townspeople and ranchers who had been victimized by Shane and Purcell to revolt. They had the power, he declared. All that was needed was organization and belief in the possibility of success. Reverend Colcord was of the same enthusiastic and also as skeptical. "I would have started the work from the pulpit long ago," he pointed out, "had you not warned me of the futility and the danger."
"Well, I still feel the same way," Landis admitted. "My idea is to reach out to an even greater number of people with a greater frankness than you could ever hope to use."
"How?" the girl had asked.
"Well, by starting a newspaper."
It was an idea that never occurred to Colcord. "Oh, the very thing!" he exclaimed. His face fell then. "But they'd never permit it to go on."
"Shane and Purcell? Oh, they'll have to be outwitted. There's no other way."
Eagerly, Landis went on to elaborate his plans. He found ready listeners in Loren and her father. The matter was discussed at length, and before the close of the evening it was decided that, with care, Landis' plan might be made to work. But there were many other evenings before the spirit of revolt, of which these three were the nucleus, took a tangible form. Mysterious activities went on at the parsonage, and the first time the lawyer found his hours fully occupied. Landis spared no pains over the initial number of the Salt Creek Wasp, as he christened his sheet. It was a masterpiece of polemic, indicting and arraigning Shane and Purcell for their many crimes with a damning completeness. The attorney had it printed in a little shop in town. The distribution of the paper was nicely timed and executed. One morning copies of it were found everywhere, in bars, on store counters, in waiting rigs hitched at the racks, and there was a breathless interval of suspense while people read. And then the buzzing murmur of amazed discussion started. As it happened, Dan Shane was miles away at the Pitchfork that morning, but interested parties saw to it that Mike Purcell had his look at the Wasp. Purcell was a tubby man, the exact opposite of his partner in many ways, but he could be grim on occasion, and he was now. Scarcely had he read this blazing attack to its end before the word went out for Cuff Morrison to come to the company store. The sheriff was easily found. As a usual thing, he was either in his office or in one of the saloons. It was customary with Cuff to carry himself in an assured manner, for he liked to consider himself hard-boiled. But today there was an uncertainty in his eye as he went to face Purcell, and with reason. Mike met him with a wrathy blast that could be heard as far as the street. Morrison emerged hurriedly a few minutes later in a savage temper, his visage red. He spent the remainder of the day making inquiries concerning the origin of the Salt Creek wasp, but without signal success. Morrison grew exasperated towards the last. No one seemed to know who was responsible. No one could tell him so much as where the copy had come from, which had been found laying on a chair or a restaurant table. Dan Shane had been reached and had returned to town as quickly as possible. Poke Fletcher accomplished him, and neither professed to think much of the results Morrison's investigations had received. Poke's profanity requested that the matter be left to him. The first saloon Flasher walked into nearly became the scene of a riot, for he spared no threat of violence in his efforts to get to the bottom of the mystery. But Landis had wisely spared these ranchers and townsmen who approved so thoroughly of his paper. They honestly had no knowledge of where it had come from, and if there had been some shrewd guesses as to who was behind it, nothing was said. Flasher did learn where the wasp had been printed. The appearance of the sheet gave that away to a discerning eye. That night a band of men visited the little print shop and wrecked it completely, smashing the press and scattering type from the front door to the back. Landis shook his head to the following morning when he heard the news. "I was afraid of that," he told Bronson Colcord. "But this won't stop us. Despite Poke Flasher's blustering and Morrison's threats, we'll find another press somewhere and go on." The Wasp had been announced as a weekly. It required superhuman effort to locate an available press in faraway Oak Springs, move it and its apertures to a shack in the hills a few miles from Salt Creek, and to get out the second number on time. But somehow it was accomplished. Shane and Purcell were thrown into a fury. Again, their desperate attempts to learn the origin of the attack were fruitless. They appeared to suspect the printing had been done this time from somewhere in the hills, for Poke Flasher had men busily riding for several days. But here the revolt received unexpected help in the form of a number of little ranchers living near town. Hotheads, some of them, these men showed the pitchfork punchers a blunt defiance that angered the latter and revealed the unmistakable growth of a revived spirit of independence. Matters went on like this for several months, until Shane and Purcell were literally at the boiling point. Their best efforts had failed to check the tide of indignation rising against them. It only spurred them to a greater belligerence. Landis and his allies, the Colcords, did not let up. As the enemy tightened the lines in town, distribution of the wasp became an increasing problem, but there was ways of getting around even that. One day in early spring, the lawyer had been out on the range in connection with this very matter when a late snowfall caught him at Robertson's stage station. He spent the night there. In the morning the trails were heavy, and Landis delayed starting for town. And for that reason, he was still there when, in straightening up his room, Kathy came across a paper he had dropped accidentally. It was a copy of the Salt Creek Wasp, not as yet made public, and as she stared at it, Kathy's mind leapt to the answer in a twinkling. She lost no time in calling Landis aside and handing him the paper, watching his face closely as she did so. "You dropped this in your room," she said, and for a second his eyes met hers and then dropped to the paper. He turned it over thoughtfully, and feeling her gaze upon his face, he smiled faintly. I see you understand fully, Ms. Roberts.
I knew you were friendly with Clark Rayburn, she told him frankly, but I never reckoned you had enough gumption for this.
He laughed. You know, that's a compliment in a way, and I appreciate it. May I take it that you will keep what you've learned to yourself, Miss Roberts?
It was the second time he called her that. Kathy was far from used to it, but she was not long in making up her mind that she liked it. If you mean will I keep my mouth shut, I certainly will, she assured him. And more than that, I'll help you. You leave some of those papers with me, Mr. Landis, and I'll see they get in the stages and the like. As for Landis, he found something in her green eyes that intrigued him vastly. There was an honesty there, too. He knew he could trust her with his secret.
It'd be a great help, he said. I'm rather glad you found out as you did.
Anything I can do to help lick those cutthroats in towns, that'll be easy, she told him, suddenly fierce. He had no way of knowing she was still thinking of Clark Rayburn and of what Shane and Purcell had done to him.
I'll be sure to call on you,
Landis promised.
Meanwhile, I'll leave some copies of the Wasp.
He returned to Salt Creek with a strange feeling that the cause had been immeasurably strengthened. That it needed all the strength it could get, there was no denying. Blind to the warning signals, Shane and Purcell grew steadily more reckless. There was no limit to what they would do to gain their ends. The result was inevitable. First here and then elsewhere, clashes broke out in the range between the pitchfork men and the small ranchers who were learning to protest. Landis had feared something of the kind, but he was powerless to avert trouble. With increasing frequency, the aroused countryside brought the lawyer their complaints and their charges. Mark Ballard swore out a warrant against 3 Shane and Purcell punchers for rustling, forcing Cuff Morrison to arrest the men, and watched him do it. The case came up late in spring. The courthouse was jammed that day, for no one could have missed the fact that something new and dangerous was in the air. To the amazement of Salt Creek, no less than to that of Shane Purcell, a verdict of guilty was reached. There was a bloody fight in the Golden Horseshoe shortly thereafter, forced by the Pitchfork crew and grimly accepted by Ballard's Crossby outfit, and several men were wounded seriously.
This is exactly the sort of thing I had wished to avoid,
Landis told Bronson Colcord soberly late in the evening.
What can we do? Ballard and some of the others are hotheads, and they can't be reasoned with. What we need, he went on thoughtfully, is a leader, somebody like Clark Rayburn who can curb these violent men. We've got to have their strength, but if we give them their head, they'll ruin everything.
Rayburn does seem like an excellent choice to me, Reverend Colcord assented. I've long been of the opinion that young man knows his mind, but where could he be found?
Well, if anyone knows, it's likely be Fay Dutcher.
And where, Colcord smiled faintly, is he?
I think Kathy Roberts could get in touch with him.
Following this talk quietly, Loren did not recall Kathy for a moment, and when she did, she was all for the idea. I'll ride out there myself in the morning, she planned. Miss Roberts will do what she can for us, I'm sure of it. She was as good as her word. The following day, Kathy was surprised to see Loren ride up to the stage station, swing down from her horse, and entered with every appearance of purpose. Kathy met the girl at the door, a distant hostility in her eyes.
May I have a word with you, Miss Roberts?
In silence, Kathy led the way to a room where they were by themselves. She didn't offer a seat, but following Loren's example when the latter sat down.
Miss Roberts, am I correct in assuming that you know where Fay Dutcher could be found?
Kathy's eyes grew wary. Whatever she had expected, it had not been this. She said,
What do you want with him? We think Mr. Dutcher might be able to get into touch with Clark Rayburn, Loren explained smoothly. You are aware of Mr. Landis's activities in connection with the Wasp, and I'm helping him as well.
She told how it had been decided that the help of a man of Rayburn's caliber was needed, and made plain that she believed Kathy stood ready to do everything in her power to help reach him. Kathy listened to the end, her face expressionless.
Did Mr. Landis ask you to come to me?
She asked abruptly.
No, he didn't.
Loren had already sensed the antagonism in this girl.
But does that make any difference?
Kathy thought for a minute, and when she spoke, it was on another matter.
I'm afraid I can't do anything,
she said flatly. Loren's brows rose in surprise.
You mean you don't know where Mr. Dutcher is?
I'll take it that way,
Kathy answered shortly.
But I don't understand.
Loren spoke warmly.
I feel you're evading me. Certainly this is no time to take attitude.
Call it whatever you want,
Kathy told her, acutely conscious of her overalls and rough hands, and of the marked difference between her speech and that of the other girl. And she stood up.
There's nothing else I can do.
Perforce, Loren accepted her dismissal with as good a grace as she could muster. She had no slightest inkling of the reason for Kathy's hostility, and it distressed her. At the door she stopped for a final attempt.
Miss Roberts, I scarcely need remind you of how serious the situation is, how desperate our need is for Mr. Rayburn.
Kathy's green eyes flickered at her last words.
I guess I just couldn't find Fay,
she returned. Loren gave up then. Well, I guess we'll just have to get along the best we can, her father told her when she had told him the result of her visit to the stage station later in the day. Wilkins will be disappointed, but I don't see any help for it. Despite his calling, Colcord had his own way of a meeting a setback, however. He proved it a couple days later, when he spoke boldly from the pulpit in defense of the campaign against injustice and oppression being waged by the Salt Creek Wasp. Some of the congregation congratulated him after the services were over, but Colcord met all advances straight-lipped. He knew what he had done. Half a dozen times that day, hard-faced men strolled past the parsonage. They were Shane and Purcell men. Word of the sermon had already reached them.
Is this some form of intimidation?
Loren asked, watching from the window.
Those men never had occasion to come this way before.
I don't know. But Colcord's tone as he spoke said that he could guess only too accurately. To his surprise, nothing untoward occurred that night, nor the next day. On Tuesday, Colcord began to breathe easier. I'm not so much concerned for myself, he told Landis, but it has occurred to me that Shane and Purcell might connect the church in some way with our personal activities.
I wouldn't worry too much about that, the lawyer answered. There's something about religion which men respect, even when they don't believe in it.
Colcord remembered his words the following evening when, in the midst of a prayer meeting, a rock as big as a man's two fists sailed through the church window with a crash. It narrowly missed hitting a woman. Men sprang to their feet, wrath in their exclamations. The next minute, a burst of gunfire rang out, slugs riddling the walls and glass raining down. It was a miracle that no one was struck. Colcord was the first to find his wits. "Get down, everybody," he cried. "Get on the floor." Some took his advice hurriedly. Others were inclined to rush out and learn the cause of this unwarned attack. Loren divined their intentions almost before it was fully formed, and she placed herself at the door.
Stay where you are, she warned. They have gone too far this time, but there's no need for further violence, even where there's an end to it.
The words were barely out of her mouth when a second fusillade raked the building. Harsh yells sounded from the street. Loren gasped as her father staggered suddenly, caught his balance, and then lowered himself to the floor. She rushed to him, regardless of the danger.
"What is it, Father?" she pleaded. "You're hurt, wounded. Have they killed you as they did Mr. Gunnarsson?"
The minister looked at her, smiled weakly. "Oh, nothing like that, Laurie. It's just a scratch," he lied, suppressing a groan. A bearded, white-haired man sprang to his feet then, looked around at the others.
Good God, he whipped out. Are we going to stand here like this? Come on, boys, we'll go out there and put an end to it all.
A dozen men were at his heels when he burst from the church entrance 10 seconds later, gun in hand. And to their amazement, no challenging blast met them. Not a gun was fired, but roused as they were, they made the round of the church in grim determination. Rapidly word spread down the street of the unprovoked attack, but of the attackers themselves no sign remained. Not that any clue to their identity was required. Bronson Colcord was moved to the parsonage, and a doctor called. He had been drilled through the shoulder, a clean wound, and one which would heal in the course of time without complications. But that would not lessen the wave of indignation that swept over Salt Creek. Within an hour, the town was abuzz with fury. All that prevented a demonstration was the fact that Cuff Morrison and 3 deputies patrolled the main street, shotgun in hand. News of the occurrence spread rapidly. Early the next morning, Kathy and old Alamo Roberts listened to the story of a stage driver who had spent the previous night in town. The girl's eyes flashed and her lips were compressed at this fresh evidence of the unbridled arrogance and effrontery of Shayna Purcell. And if she said nothing, it was not because she did not think it. Half an hour later, Alamo found her tossing a saddle on her pony.
Where are you going?
He demanded. She gave him a straight look that warned him not to ask too many questions.
I'm heading for the hills to look for Faye Dutcher, she said shortly.
She had made up her mind that she was going to carry Loren Colcord's message. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Poor were the instruments which supplied music for the ballet going forward in the largest adobe of the little Mexican village of Estrella on Hachtila deep in the hills. But it didn't matter. Pleasure was measured in the hearts and not the ears and the eyes of these simple folk. Besides, did they not have the honor of enjoying tonight the presence of Signor Dutcher, uncrowned but undisputable king of this lonely land? Fay leaned back against the plank bar, his elbows hooked over its edge, beaming approval of the joyous gayations of his dark-skinned friends. At his left, Buck Bailey lounged, sipping his drink. Nick Martin and Turk Sandstrom were among the sweaty, happy dancers stamping around the rammed earth floor of the room, whirling the flashing-eyed senoritas that they held in their arms. That Dutcher was conscious of his position here was plain in his face. He had gone to some lengths to make himself king of the hills in a manner particular his own, and he had succeeded. If Cass Gunnarsson had won for himself the pregrations of a kingdom down in the flatlands, Fay had done no less here. Flush with the proceeds of a recent raid on Shayna Purcell beef, he and his companions were having their little hour. They were safe here. Scarcely a Mexican in the village, but understood their occupation and thoroughly approved of it. For Pignon or Gentry de Raison, they had not been long in learning on which side their own interest lay in the range fight now going on. Fay Dutcher had gone out of his way to meander the scattered fortunes of more than one humble range dweller, so carelessly trampled in the dust by the barons of Salt Creek. To say that they revered him for it was to put it mildly. With his ruthless cleaving to rude justice, his dashing boldness and color, he was well on his way to becoming a legend in the huts and jackals of Santa Fe and to Nick Lincoln. Dutcher was so safe in these hands that no lowly woodcutter or herder
could be forced to breathe his name or his whereabouts. Bitter experience had taught them how word of such things got mysteriously about. The pitchfork watchdogs were always on the alert, and twice Dutcher and the others had shot their way out of a trap and twice left dead men behind them in the dust. It had happened before, and it would happen again. But Fay had never been one to bow before the inevitable. Tonight he was the same easy, self-possessed man he had been when he jogged into this country for the first time. Just now he was discussing the contents of Salt Creek Wasp, which Buck Bailey turned over in his hands curiously. "They got the right idea, all right, but it just won't work," Dutcher averred with breezy dogmatism. "Throwing words at Shane and Purcell is about going out and spitting in the desert. I don't blame Wilkins Landis none," he went on, "but he's hog-tied and helpless there in town as matters stand." "You pretty certain that Landis is behind this?" Bailey grunted. "Well, I ain't guessing at it none." Bailey knew he didn't have to. There were few things which Dutcher had no way of finding out. Tapping the paper with his finger, the latter continued. "The time will come when they have to admit my ways is the only way. Talking and writing about Shane and Purcell's never going to hurt 'em in the spot where they hurt the most. With the sheriff and the J.P. in their pocket, they just laugh and go right on, but when we nickel 'em for 50 or 60 head of steers, they yell like hell. Some day I'm going to ride into Salt Creek and stick up the company bank, and that'll knock the props out from underneath 'em. I'll show Landis and the others I can finish this single-handedly." He had barely ceased speaking when, during a lull in the music, there came a determined knock at the door. In a flash, the score or more people in the place froze. Several men reached for smoky lamps, pausing only for an inquiring look at Dutcher, and Fay shook a curt negative. "Hold on a minute," he said. In the sudden descending silence, he moved to the door. His gun was out. With a kick, he dislodged the bar, which fell aside, and Bailey ranged up on his side as he stood there, waiting for the door to swing open. Martin and Sundstrom were cocked and ready. Dutcher raised his voice. "Come on in." The door opened, and Kathy Roberts stood there, regarding them half amused, half in genuine disgust. "Put your guns down, you fool," she told Dutcher crisply. "I need to talk to you." For a moment Dutcher could only stare his surprise. He had expecting something vastly different from this, and had been prepared to meet it. He said harshly, "What are you doing here, Kathy?" "I've been looking for you for a week." She made it sound as if he was personally responsible, and since there was no question but what he was, Fay grinned. "What for?" he demanded more easily. Instead of answering, Kathy looked about the room, meeting the stares coolly and indifferently, and turning back then, Dutcher made a gesture of disposal. Had it been a royal command, it would not have been made more promptly. The music struck up once more, and laughter and freedom returned. Kathy and Dutcher might never have been in the room for all the attention that was paid to them. Fay held the door open for the girl, stepped outside with her, and pulled it shut. They paused there in comparative quiet, with only the stars to watch them. "Fay, I reckon you know as much as I do about what's going on down there in Salt Creek." Dutcher nodded. "I've seen it in the Wasp," he admitted. "And you know who's behind it?" "Yeah, Landis, anyway." "And the Colcards?" She named a half a dozen other supporters, and went on with some account of their plans for the future. Fay listened, unmoved, and suddenly Kathy broke off. "You don't take no stock in any of this, do you?" she demanded. "Why should I? It'll be a bust." "If it is," she retorted, "it is because of Ballard and Lyle Charter and a few other red-headed fools like you who don't know where to stop. That's why I'm here, Fay Dutcher." "Well, fire on," he growled.
She surprised him by the moderation of her next words.
It's these folks in town. They figure they need a leader, someone who can ride herd on Ballard and Chatter and Menfee and the rest. They've been talking about Clark Rayburn. You know where he is, Fay?
Yeah, sure I do.
Well, then where is he?
Kathy could not curb the eagerness in the question, and she hung on to the answer. Fay said quietly,
He's a gun marshal in Ringgold over the line in Arizona. I understand that he's cleaned the town up.
Her eyes brightened at the words. She had made no mistake about Clark Rayburn. None of them had. There was a decisiveness in her answer.
Fay, she said, you'll have to go and get him and bring him here. Tell him it's for me. Or, no, don't say that.
A struggle went on over her, and it was soon over.
Say that Miss Colcord asked for him to come.
Dutcher peered at her keenly, reading the bitterness in her tone, but when he answered, it was not of her that he was thinking of but himself.
Me right over there with a price on my head?
He grunted.
Well, not much.
Kathy stiffened. For a moment she found words impossible, and then they came in a rush, dry and biting, the kind of talk which men who took liberties with her at the stage station had come to remember and fear.
Damn you, Fay Dutcher! What good are you anyways? She blazed. What does a woman mean to you? If I'm not asking Clark Rayburn to do something for me, I'm asking you. It's the only answer I get. You think you're doing some mighty fine thing here these days, but you're not. You're just some darn damn cheap rustler and a gun thrower, and you're tearing down a good half of what the decent folk in town has worked so hard to build up.
Dutcher raised his eyebrows humorously in mild protest, but she went on, blasting his complacency with plain terms and revealing to his startled eyes exactly the kind of fool he was. And by the time she finished, his neck was red and he was avoiding her eye. He started to say something, but she cut him off.
I don't want to hear a word out of you, she stormed. You said where you stand and you can stay there till you rot. I know where Clark is, and I'll go for him myself.
Well, wait up there, Kathy, Fay protested when she turned on her heel and started away, but she paid no attention. Dutcher had no choice but to watch her swing up on her horse like a man, turn his head, and ride off into the shadows. It was next afternoon when Kathy, having returned home and made ready for the trip, rode into Salt Creek in the rig beside her father. He put her down on the main street.
You turn those horses round and dig back for the station right off, she told Alamos curtly, lifting her traveling bag out of the wagon. Somebody's got to look after things while I'm away. Get going now. I'm watching after you.
5 minutes later, alone, she turned into the stairway leading to Wilkins Landis' office, her manner as determined as ever. Landis was there, and he was surprised to see her and did his best to put her at ease, and he soon saw that it was a wasted effort.
I've found where Clark Rayburn is, and I'm going after him. I'll have him back here in a few days, she announced.
The lawyer's surprise was increased. He had heard Loren's story of Kathy's refusal to help them, and this was an abrupt about-face.
Well, I'm mighty glad to hear it, Miss Roberts,
he assured her. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked,
Where is Clark?
She repeated what Fay Dutcher had told her, and Landis' brows rose at the end.
If Rayburn is a peace marshal now, it looks like he's exactly the man we need,
he declared, studying her clean face, so still and firm, with its fearless green eyes. He was asking himself why she was doing this. Certainly it could not be for Loren Colcord. Well, she must be in love with Rayburn, he thought. Aloud he said,
But there's some danger attached to this trip to Ringgold there, Miss Roberts. Perhaps it would be better to send someone else, perhaps some man.
Again, Kathy was conscious of an unaccustomed warmth stealing over her at the respect of his tone. The positiveness in her attitude dissolved, and she almost reserved as she answered.
I don't mind, Mr. Landis. I want it this way. I told you I'd do what I could.
Yet she drank in his obvious concern as he inquired in the detail regarding her plans. He shook his head at the end. It was plain he agreed to let her go only because he must.
You'll promise that you'll be careful and that you'll take no unnecessary chances, he persisted. I couldn't allow anything to happen to you while you're doing this for us.
Time was when Kathy had snapped the head off a man who showed this amount of solitude towards her. She felt no impulse to do so now. A tinge of pink touched her cheeks as she replied,
I'll be all right, Mr. Landis. Thanks for the concern.
Kathy took her departure a few minutes later, alone only because both understood it was the better part of wisdom for her to board the stage unattended. Standing on the porch of Shane and Purcell's store, Poke Flasher saw her emerge to the street. No sign of his thoughts arrived in his emotionless face, but his gaze was fixed. A moment later, he swung up the street in Kathy's wake. He was in time to watch her climb upon the westbound stage. Asking himself what her purpose could be, he strolled down. Reaching the stage, he thrust his head into the window. There were several passengers inside beside Kathy, but Poke's pale gaze went to her face and remained there.
Taking a trip, kid?
He inquired. Kathy looked at him sharply.
Yes, I am, she snapped. It's too bad you're not, Poke Flasher. This town could stand your absence for a spell.
A laugh ran through the listening passengers, and Flasher moved uneasily but did not withdraw.
Where are you going?
He asked. She let silence stretch out for the space of 10 seconds, but Poke could not be stared down. His colorless eyes still insisted upon an answer.
That's none of your business,
she told him flatly. She pretended anger then, asking herself with a fluster of inward panic how she could get rid of the man.
What's the idea? She raised her voice. Are you making war on women now?
The whip of scorn in her tone flickered color into Flasher's cheeks.
You and your Shane and Purcell cronies think you can get away with anything. If the men in this town weren't a bunch of spineless fish, they'd have heaved a lot of you out of here long ago.
Poke's flush deepened. He appeared about to retort sharply, and I thought better of it. He bored his eyes. They never wavered from the girl's face.
I asked you a question, girlie.
And if you were doing what you ought to do, you wouldn't have time to bother girls who happen to be by themselves,
she threw at him. An idea struck her, and with an abrupt movement she produced a copy of the latest number of the Salt Creek Wasp, and she thrust it under Poke's nose.
Here, read this to occupy your spare time.
Eyes flashed open wideness at her coolness. The color in Poke's visage darkened to an angry tide. In reaching in the window, he would have snatched the paper from her hand, but suddenly she jerked it back out of reach.
Oh, I forgot. You can't read,
she told him writhingly. It was too much. A second laugh came over the stage. It was galling to Flasher to be twiddled and browbeaten by this slip of a girl. It was hard to say what he might have done, glaring at her with a slowly congealing hatred, but at the moment a voice with a flat rasp in it sounded behind him.
Poke.
Flasher turned to see Dan Shane standing there, a cigar in his teeth, and for a moment their glances crossed, and then Shane beckoned wordlessly. Flasher hesitated. Experience had taught him to respect the order of this man, however. With a sullen expression, he stepped back from the stage just as its driver emerged from the station. Sitting in her corner, hands tortured into fists at her sides but outwardly calm, Kathy saw Poke join Dan Shane for a murmured word, and then both turned to gaze at her speculatively. Such attention at this strung her nerves tightly, nor did she relax until Rocky Harden started the stage with a jerk, and it bowled rapidly out of town towards the west. Even then, her relief was tinctured with rueful reflections. In flaying poke flash ere she had won a momentary victory, but not without cost. Even now she knew Flasher and Dan Shane were wondering about her, asking themselves where she was going and why. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Clark Rayburn sat in his office in Ringgold, Arizona, a letter in his hand. It was only a little place, built of adobe, and an inner door gave onto a room of similar size where he did his sleeping. In the rear were two iron-doored cells, and the office itself was bare-looking, with here and there a reward dodger fast upon the wall, containing only Rayburn's desk, several chairs, and an iron safe, which would no longer close. Unpretentious headquarters of the duly elected representative of the law, but it didn't matter. Most of his work was done in the streets of the town, and its half-dozen saloons, and a blazing record he had made of it in the 8 months since he had arrived in Ringgold and bluffed his way into office on the heels of a marshal who had left unexpectedly via the Gunsmoke route. Ringgold was a hybrid, as towns went, on the edge of high country. It could with justice be called a cow town, for there was a sprinkling of outfits in the wooded hills and the canyons. Also, it lay on one of the western trails to California. But southward the grim desert spread, and from that direction drifted the prospectors and dry miners, bringing dust and reef samples and the tales of Apache doings from the waste place. But if there was some doubt of the character of Ringgold, none whatsoever existed as to its morals. On occasion it could rival Tombstone, and even Galley Valley in their heyday. As the law gathered force and authority in Colorado, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Texas, the rougher element drifted on west. Sooner or later, it turned up here. A considerable number of notorious badmen had made Ringgold their center of activities at one time or another. For several years, all the law available had been of the peacemaker variety. Ringgold's Boot Hill was large and prosperous, and not the least of its inmates were those ambitious men who had undertaken to clean up the town from a position slightly to the rear of a silver star. The town commissioners had long since grown discouraged when Rayburn put in an appearance. If his reputation had not preceded him here from Salt Creek Range, it was only because reputations were cheap in Arizona. His application to be made marshal was accepted only because the list of men willing to sacrifice their list on the altar of extremely fleeting glory was growing short. But if Rayburn supplied the subject of an evening's humor among the hard-eyed fraternity waiting in Ringgold saloon, he soon gave them reason to understand that their levity was premature. During the first week after taking office, he took part in no less than half a dozen street duels. In each case, it was the overconfident aggressor who met defeat. Rayburn's stock soared, and after that the tougher element settled in grim earnestness to the problem of the effecting his removal. The stern struggle had lasted for 6 months. More than a dozen renegades had gone down before Rayburn's gun in that time. Even more had found it advisable to leave the town in a hurry. As the situation stood now, it was no longer a truce, but a victory. Cowboys who rode into town for a day's relaxation curbed their wilder impulses. For the first time in Ringgold's history, a bar fight was settled with fists. All hoots circled around the place like a plague spot, and all was peaceful. It had been the hardest kind of work, and Rayburn took no pleasure in its accomplishments. There were times when he asked himself if it was worth the trouble, for not even he could overlook the fact that since coming here, he had made bitter enemies of men with whom, in other circumstances, he would have been proud to foregather. It was all in accordance with his faith in the intangible symbol of the law. None been more quick than he to learn that the law had a way of forcing a man to one side or the other in the unrelenting fight it waged for supremacy over the range. Rayburn had seen to it that he got on the right side in time. For better or worse, the die was cast, and he must go on. And yet, for the first time, as he sat staring at the letter before him, it hit him that there was never any end to this kind of work. A gun marshal who met his problems with efficiency and decision only worked himself out of a job, and then there was nothing to do but go on to the next. Well, here was his next job, ready and waiting for him, embodying this letter from a town official in Globe, assuring him that his work was known, making him an offer to come to that town for a similar purpose. "Twice as much money as I'm getting now," he mused, "and I don't even know if I want to do it or not." The utter lack of relation in what was certainly an advancement puzzled him. His thoughts ran back over the events of the past which had brought him to this hour, lingering longest on the Lorenz Colcard's clearly remembered face. Had she been responsible for his decision to go to Santa Fe a year ago and give himself up? Rayburn shook his head, frowning. Why drag her into this? He reflected. Reckon I stayed around Salt Creek too long as it was. She'd never have me. But there was one question which persistently thrust itself upon his thinking and refused to be denied. He had promised himself that some day he would return to Salt Creek. Every move since had been made with an eye to that return. Was the time ripe, or should he wait longer? Glancing up at a shadow that fell upon the door and then rose as a bronzed, white-haired Tom Colby, one of Ringgold's 3 town commissioners, entered, followed by the other 2.
"Rayburn," Colburn began, when the greetings were over, "you come here last season unknown and asked us to pin the star upon you. We let you fill it after Hep Garson's unexpected disappearance. I don't know if there was ever any time that we done a wiser thing. Ringgold's a different town these days, and we owe it to you."
He made it sound so much like a compliment that Rayburn waved a disposing hand. "Oh, it's all in the job, Colby," he said. "I've taken my money, and I'm satisfied."
"Well, that's just what we're here to talk about,"
the other told him. Short and pudgy, he was pompous of manner, puffed a great deal, but he was fearless, absolutely honest, and Rayburn had come to like Colby as much as he respected him.
"We couldn't ask no more of a sheriff than you've given us. Your appointment, well, it expires today. We've decided to appoint you for another year."
Looking from one face to another thoughtfully, Rayburn surprised them by shaking his head. "I'm afraid I gotta say no, gents. My work is done here. One of the deputies will carry on." They stared at him, jaws dropped. Colby was the first to find his tongue.
"You mean you're pulling out?"
And when Rayburn nodded his assent,
"Where you heading for, Rayburn, if I'm allowed to ask?"
"Well, I got an offer from Globe. I guess I'll reckon I'll accept it."
"Well, if it's more money that you're after,"
Colby ventured,
"maybe we could do a little better."
But Rayburn soon disillusioned him there. "Well, it ain't exactly the money altogether, although Globe's offer is twice of what you've been giving me, but Ringgold is quiet, Colby. I like a job that I can get my teeth into." The matter was discussed at length, but strive as they could, the commissioners could not persuade Rayburn to change his mind. He was set on going, and nothing would stop him, and Colby said as much.
"I can't entirely persuade myself that you're making a mistake, Rayburn,"
he confessed.
"There's great things ahead of you, and little doubt in my mind how you'll handle them. If there's ever a time we can put in a good word for you, you just call upon us."
A half an hour later, gathering his effects together as he made ready to pull out, Rayburn was still asking himself if he was making a mistake. Maybe I'm going the wrong way, heading for Globe, he thought. I ought to be taking the stage east. He was turning over the office to a deputy when the noon stage arrived, and 10 minutes later a girl stepped into the door and paused there, and Rayburn, glancing up absently, and then stiffened with surprise. "Kathy!" he exclaimed. "Why in the world are you here?" Kathy's look was serene and trusting.
I came for you, Clark,
she told him. The deputy glanced from one to the other, drew his own conclusions, and then headed for the door. "I'll be back later," he told Rayburn. The latter was still so amazed by the girl's appearance he had scarcely heard. "Sit down, Kathy, sit down," he said, drawing forward a chair. "Tell me what's going on." Kathy proceeded to enlighten him concerning the conditions in Salt Creek. Rayburn's mouth hardened at the knowledge that Shane and Purcell were apparently more firmly seated in the saddle than ever, and his eyes lit up at hearing Loren Collicard's name spoken, and flashed dangerously when he heard of the raid at the church. Kathy had no trouble recognizing his deep concern for the other girl. Curiously, for once, she felt no active resentment. She had given herself to the project of persuading him to return to Salt Creek, and if the wren was the best bait she could find, she planned on using it. "You say Miss Collicard came to you in effect to learn where I was?" Rayburn inquired. Kathy omitted a few of the facts of that interview in her answer. It satisfied Rayburn, however. He drank in every word in reference to Loren, and so absorbed that he failed to find it strange that Kathy was ready to satisfy his curiosity. He asked again what had been done to undermine Shane and Purcell's death grip, and pored over the copies of the Salt Creek Wasp which Kathy produced. These give him a fairly accurate idea of what was going on.
So you'll be coming back with me, Clark? You'll help us finish this fight?
Kathy asked. If he delayed over his answer, it was not because he didn't know what it would be. "Of course, I'll help all I can, Kathy, but there's a question of just what one fella can do. I'm far from welcome in Salt Creek, and nobody knows that better than you. My showing up there now might do more harm than good."
"It could do no more harm than what Fay Dutcher's doing," she insisted stoutly.
At his inquiring look, she told him of meeting with Fay.
"He's nothing but an outlaw with a price on his head. It's a dead shame, Clark. He thinks he's doing so much, but instead he's only making matters worse for himself and for us."
Rayburn nodded to this without saying too much. "A fella has to decide these things for himself," were his remark. "Seems like Dutcher has done his deciding." Kathy explained about Mart Ballard and the other ranchers in the hill, whose enthusiasm Landis and Reverend Collicard had found it impossible to curb.
"Wilkins believes you're the man to keep them in line," she concluded.
His brows rose at her unconscious use of that name, but he made no comment. "Well, in that case," he said, "there's only one answer to be made. I'll go back to Salt Creek with you, and I'm glad to do it."
"You mean you'll go back with me on the stage?"
He shook his head at that. "It'd be a mistake to tip my hand by riding right into Salt Creek that way. You go on, Kathy, and I'll follow along. I can get there almost as quick." He thought for a minute. "Tell Landis to meet me at your place 3 days from now." Kathy agreed to that plan. There were other things for them to talk over, and they missed a few, but when the stage pulled out for the east that afternoon, Kathy was aboard. On the third day, Wilkins Landis and Loren Collicard drove out to Robert's station in a rig, and Kathy was waiting for them.
"Clark hasn't come yet," she said, "but he's sure to be along. Get down and come on in."
Her air of hostility towards Loren had disappeared entirely, and if the two girls still measured each other with some uncertainty, Landis laid it to the inevitable differences between them. For his part, he found Kathy an ever-fresh interest,
and it was not entirely by accident that old Alamo was left to entertain Loren, while Landis followed Kathy outside on the pretext of some question he wished to ask. The girl found no objection to being with him, and not yet had she gotten over the strange pleasure of hearing herself called Miss Roberts and being treated as if she was a lady. There never had been any question in her mind of what she was, but this was the first man who ever recognized it. They were so engrossed in each other that they might have forgotten completely that they were waiting for someone. Riding into the compound an hour later, Rayburn found them together. They didn't see him, and for a moment or two he watched, the absorbed expression on the faces of both telling him much. "I reckon Kathy's found her a man at last," he thought. Curiously, the knowledge gave him a jolt that he could not entirely understand. He was about to speak when Loren, having seen him arrive, emerged. "How are you, Mr. Rayburn?" she greeted, in so warm a tone that not even he could doubt she meant it. Kathy and Landis whirled at the words, and the lawyer was frankly surprised. "Oh, here you are, Rayburn," he exclaimed. "I was beginning to wonder whether you changed your mind about coming." It was so patent a falsehood that a smile touched Rayburn's lips, but he only said, "Oh, no need to worry about that." At Kathy's suggestion, they retired inside. "Maybe you men would rather be by yourself?" she proposed, letting them into a private sitting room at the rear, where she and old Alamo lived, but Landis would not hear of it. "We'll do this all together, Miss Roberts," he declared. "We would like you to listen. You may even have some suggestions to make." They took seats, and Landis went on. "It's fortunate we found you when we did, Rayburn. Matters are coming to a head here, and I take it Miss Roberts has explained for your benefit how things stand." Rayburn nodded. "Yeah, she gave me some copies of the Wasp, too."
"You can be sure that nothing you read there has been exaggerated," the attorney told him grimly.
They talked it over for some minutes. Rayburn asked Loren how her father was getting along, and Colcord's wound was progressing in good shape.
"He expects to give his sermon as usual next Sunday," she said.
Rayburn's lips were tight. "He got lucky for once. All you did. But this sort of thing simply can't be allowed to go on."
"I had all I could manage to keep Ballard and Chatter and several others from taking action immediately,"
Landis put in.
"They can't seem to understand that it's not violence that we must count upon."
"Just how soon can you hope to get action, then?"
"Well, when election comes up, we have only to gather our forces and see that they're directed in a proper channel," was the answer.
"Well, that won't be so easy."
"No," Landis admitted freely. "It won't. There's only one ticket on the ballot right now, but there's no reason why there can't be another."
"Who are Shane and Purcell's candidates this year?" Rayburn inquired. Landis named them over, and Rayburn nodded. "Same tickets as always. With a system like theirs, they don't find much need for change. They can count on results without worrying."
"Well, we'll bring change about," the lawyer predicted. "That will soon have them on the run. The reform ticket I mentioned is no myth. Salt Creek is deeply aroused as a result of that assault on the church, and people mean to get results. There is to be a caucus at Ballard's Ranch tomorrow night to select our candidates for office, and we want you to be sure to be there."
"I'll be there," Rayburn told him. There were matters of policy to be discussed, and it was evening before they were through. Kathy excused herself long enough to see to the details of a tasty dinner served in the private dining room where no intruder might disturb them. The moon was up by the time Landis and Loren were ready to start back for town. The lawyer delayed for a word in private with Kathy, and it was Rayburn who stepped into the open with Loren. And since the moment of his return, he had found the girl warmly interesting to him. He scarcely knew what to make of it all, but his manner made plain that his own interest had not diminished during the year that had passed.
Mr. Rayburn, I hesitate to think what will happen the minute you show yourselves in Salt Creek, she began as soon as they were alone. Dan Shane men will wipe you out the first chance they can get.
Yeah, it wouldn't do to be careless, he admitted, but I could never expect anything else from that crowd. They know I'd never rest till I'm square for their murder of my brother in Cass Gunnerson, and their wounding your father can't be passed over neither. They've got plenty to answer for, but for them, Fay Dutcher would never have turned outlaw. From the way he said it, she knew it was not the least of his grievances.
But is it necessary? She asked urgently. All this shooting and violence and revenge? After what you've been doing, you should have a different attitude. Can't these matters be adjusted by due process of law?
A grim smile touched his mouth briefly. Seeing it, the girl felt the premonitory chill brush past. The law will have a hand in it, all right, Rayburn said. But Shane and Purcell will never let it go at that. Election in Salt Creek will mean a fight because they'll force it.
But there's nothing you can do to prevent it?
Nothing but finish whatever they start, he answered tensely. I'm ready and anxious for that. A showdown is just what I've been waiting for. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12. Matt Ballard's Cross Bay Ranch was a scene of busy activity when Rayburn arrived there the following evening. The corral fences were lined with rigs and ranch wagons. Saddle horses were hitched wherever room could be found. Not only was every small rancher for miles around present tonight, with the sons and the brothers and the rest of his outfit as well, but merchants and townsmen from Salt Creek had made it their business to come. The ranch yard was packed with waiting men. Rayburn had witnessed gatherings of this nature before, and if these men were not prepared to ride the vengeance trail against rustlers harassing their range, there was the same tense air of determined expectancy amongst them. Rayburn spotted Wilkin Landis almost at once. The lawyer was talking with Matt Ballard, Ed Menfee, Lytle Chatter, and several other ranchers. Bronson Colcord was there as well. Rayburn's eyes brightened when he saw Loren waiting at one side with Kathy Roberts, Miss Ballard, and other ranch wives. "Is that you, Rayburn?" Landis called. "We've been waiting for you. It's getting near time to get the ball started rolling." Rayburn had his quiet word of greeting with these men. It was plain in their manner they were glad to see him here. Word of his recent occupation had gotten round. It only made them look at him with increased respect. "Well, Clark, I'm sure glad to see you again," Gift Naylor exclaimed, wringing his hand. "Times I've asked myself if I've ever be seeing you on this range again." "Well, it's a surprise to see you here," Rayburn answered. "You didn't drift back to Texas then, I guess?" Naylor shook his head. "Reckon I'm here for the same reason you are. I got me a little spread out in them hills and aim to manage to get along, but not so well as I would if it wasn't for Shane and Purcell kicking around." After waiting a few minutes longer for the benefit of late arrivals, Landis called the meeting to order. It was a solemn-faced gathering of men who gazed towards him as he stood on the steps of the ranch porch. The hush which fell was complete and attentive. "We all know why we are here tonight," the attorney began quietly. "If we're to take an active part in the election tomorrow, we haven't a moment to lose. But first, I want to ask if there are any suggestions on just how this meeting should be run. Everybody will have his say here, and if there's anything we should know before we begin, we ought to hear about it." Rayburn stepped forward and raised his hand in the waiting pause which followed. "Landis," he said, "I think we can safely trust every man here tonight, but the matter doesn't end here. I'd like to know if you've posted guards." The point was well taken, and the lawyer admitted as much.
"There's no guards out right now, Clark. Maybe you'd like to select and post as many as you believe necessary?"
Rayburn lost no time in complying. It took only a few minutes, and then he turned back. Landis said,
"Well, if we're all ready then, we'll just ask Reverend Colcord to open the meeting with a prayer."
Colcord did as he was requested, and when his voice died away and the heads raised, there was a glint of anticipation in many eyes. Landis started off with a brief recital of the crimes perpetrated by Shane and Purcell which had made this secret caucus inevitable.
"Few of us here need to be told why," he said, "but this is not an indignation meeting by any means. If, in our own way, it is a tribute to the people. We have been wronged, and we are going to protest, not by violence, but by the power of our vote tomorrow. Only that way can we hope to deal with chicanery and rank injustice."
This was the tone of his speech. Its very moderation carried its own impact. Before long there was a murmur of approval, of enthusiasm even, running through the crowd.
"As many of you know," Landis went on, "the only party ticket in existence on the ballot as it stands is that controlled by Shane and Purcell. They give you small chance and choice on the matter. Vote for your enemy or do not vote. That is what we've gathered here tonight to change. It is the right of anybody of responsible men to select and put on the ballot their own choice of a ticket, and we are about to exercise that right. I can't too firmly impress upon you the deadliest of seriousness of this matter. Our reform ticket must be framed and in force within a few hours. Yet there must be no mistakes made. The men we select must be fully qualified to deal with the problems confronting us, and there can be no hint of a compromise with the opposition, if and when they are elected to office. This will be a fight to the finish."
The words gave rise to a harsh cheer. Landis waited for it to subdue, and then said quietly,
"If there be anyone who has few words to say before we go any further, we'll hear them now."
Reserved as these men were as a usual thing, there was no lack of intention to speak their minds now. Half a dozen ranchers came forward to say what they thought. Lytle Charter vented a diatribe against the pitchfork which had Landis frowning before it was well started. It was exactly the kind of blood-rousing, oil-in-the-fire politics he deplored and hoped to avoid, but he said nothing. A few men cheered Charter, urging him on to more violent efforts, but the majority listened in silence. Other speakers were more to the point. When Bronson Colcord stepped forward for a word, and many thought they knew what his message would be, he surprised them. If there was anything in his talk about Christian virtue and turning the other cheek, they missed it completely. The cleric had thrown himself into this contest in full earnestness. The gist of his words were that when something waited to be done, the quicker and more efficient it was finished, the better. "I move we get started selecting our candidates at once," he concluded. It was accomplished by a process of verbal nominations and yea or nay voting. There were only a half a dozen offices to be filled in the simple machinery of government which controlled the county. The candidates were soon named, and there was little question about their being accepted. It was no surprise to Rayburn to be nominated for the office of sheriff. It was he who named Landis for judge, and the choice was greeted with equal enthusiasm. Rayburn knew he had been on the right track with Kathy Roberts when he noted the glow of pride and gratification in the girl's face. With the reform ticket completed, Rayburn took his place on the porch steps for a final word. "Don't make the mistake of believing your job is finished here tonight," he warned his listeners. "I don't anticipate any particular trouble during the day tomorrow. We'll all be permitted to vote without protest. It'll be in the counting of the votes that the hitch will come, if it's anywheres. Steps will be taken to handle that," he proceeded evenly. "We'll post men to watch the polls and just make sure there's no slip. Salt Creek will be an armed camp."
"You're dang right it will be,"
Lytle Charter spoke up harshly from the rear.
"Here's once Shane and Purcell better watch their step mighty close, because anything they start, we aim to finish, and we'll do her in gun smoke."
"Hold on, Charter," Rayburn cut him off sharply. "That kind of talk won't get us anywhere. The rough stuff is exactly what we're trying to avoid. Shane and Purcell have made their mistake right along, and we won't accommodate 'em by falling for it. This is all going to come off according to the law, and they won't have a ghost of a chance to call in the army and yell insurrection. We may have our individual grievances, but the law is the important thing here, and it's going to be adhered to." Seeing Loren's gaze fastened upon him as he concluded, Rayburn was moved to amazement at the tone of his own words. It had never been like him to voice these sentiments before. In Ringgold over in Arizona, it had been his wont to welcome any violence that might come, return it in a kind and with interest. It was a method which had never failed to obtain results, yet now he unhesitatingly abandoned it. He knew without questioning the matter that it was because Loren wanted it that way. A voice from the crowd reached him before he stepped down from the steps. "Where will you be, Clark?" it said. "I'll be riding in with you," Rayburn assured. "We'll meet at the edge of town by 8 o'clock. While there were minor matters to be taken up, that concluded the real business of the meeting. Shortly afterward, the men began to drift away. For convenience, Rayburn had elected to remain overnight at the Crossby. He had little desire for sleep, and was astir at the first light of dawn. Breakfast out of the way, Ballard and his crew saddled up, and all were soon on their way to Salt Creek. Between 40 and 50 men had gathered outside of town when Rayburn arrived. He looked them over with grim satisfaction. All were seasoned men, all staunchly determined to demand and get the justice that was due to them. At the end of a half-hour wait, another score had been added to their number. Rayburn said they'd waited long enough. Then, swinging into the saddle, he rode into town at their head. Men saw them coming a block away and froze, staring. A man ran across the street and ducked into Shane and Purcell's store. Rayburn only had a fleeting glimpse of him, but he recognized Cuff Morrison. Other men hurried out of saloon to watch. Windows flew open. Women took one amazed look and hesitatingly and then withdrew. Salt Creek was a man's town today. Rayburn knew that the sorry sentiment of every honest man in the country was with him. Halting the cavalcade before Shane and Purcell's, he got down. With Ballard, Chatter, and Ed Menfee behind him, he moved up the steps and entered the store. It was quiet here. For once the place was bare of customers. But Rayburn saw a number of men standing in the middle of the floor, gazing his way, flat-faced and hostile. Dan Shane was there, his rocky visage sterner than ever. Poke Flasher sighted him, so big that he dwarfed Cuff Morrison, and 3 pitchfork men who waited. A lethal stillness on them for what was to come. Shane was the first to speak. His voice held a dry, raspy quality.
"What's the idea of this, Rayburn?"
he burst out angrily.
"This is an armed riot. I'm warning you, you'll never get away with it."
"There's no riot here," Rayburn told him flatly, "unless you start one. Our errand is peaceable. This election is going to be honest, and we'll see that it's kept that way."
"You take a mighty high tone, Rayburn."
Cuff Morrison blustered. "What if I decide to arrest you and your friends for unlawful assembly?" If it was a threat, it failed dismally for effect. A hard smile curled Rayburn's lips as he stared at the lawman. "All I say to you, Morrison, is that you better not try it," he retorted. Cuff blew and snorted, but he really didn't need the jab of Shane's elbow to persuade him to silence. Dan surveyed Rayburn sourly for a moment. His flat lips parted. "Have it your way, Rayburn," he rasped. "I'll deal with you when the time comes." Rayburn nodded. "When the time comes, you better be ready to act, and act quick, Shane, because I'll be waiting." Turning on his heel, he walked out. It was no task to place his men in strategic positions about town. Half a dozen were posted at the polls, in the courthouse. Gift Nailer had appointed himself Rayburn's bodyguard for the day, and saw to it that he was never very far from the other. With the guards in place, Gift told the other, "Reckon there's no point in inviting trouble, Clark. You're about like a red rag to a bull showing yourself where Shane's roughs are. Better cast your vote and then head on over to Landis' office. You can watch from there." It was good advice, and Rayburn decided he'd better follow it. But there were several things he wished to see first. Loren opened the door of the parsonage to him when he presented himself there. Her eyes lit up with something like relief, and asking himself why, he recalled her words about what she feared might happen when he made his appearance in Salt Creek.
"I'll tell Father that you're here,"
she said when they had exchanged greetings. Bronson Colcord appeared a moment later. "Everything seems to be going forward according to plan, Rayburn," he said cheerfully. "I don't know." Rayburn sounded non-committal. "I came over to go down with you while you vote." Colcord sobered swiftly. "Oh, bad, is it?" Loren came forward quickly, anxiety in her face.
"Do you mean that there's danger in going to the polls?"
"No, I don't," Rayburn denied. "But you know the part your father has been playing in all this. It's not unreasonable to suppose that Shane and Purcell may have a pretty good idea, too. Their attack on the church certainly indicated as much. I just figured that if I saw to it nothing out of the way happened, well, then we wouldn't have to worry about it." "That's right," Colcord conceded. "And it was right thoughtful of you, Rayburn. I'll be ready to go in just a minute." He left to get ready, and Loren turned to Rayburn. There was a warmth in her regarding which he had never seen before, and at the same time she showed strain.
"Things you've told me makes me wonder whether we can expect the law to prevail without an outbreak, Mr. Rayburn,"
she said. He nodded. "It's bound to come. It's the only thing that'll stop Shane and Purcell in the end. The question is just when it'll come, and in what matter."
"But if you know this, wouldn't it be sensible to take steps to prevent it?"
"How?" he asked dryly.
"Well, Shane and Purcell have called in the military before and declared martial law. Couldn't you do the same thing now?"
Rayburn shook his head. "That's just what we're seeking to avoid. The Army's bound to back up the existing law enforcement machinery, and in that case, that means only one side." She saw his point.
"But it all seems so hopeless," she exclaimed. "And if they're running Salt Creek by force, how can you hope to install your men, even if they are elected, without bloodshed?"
He avoided the obvious answer by saying, "Well, we'll do the best we can. With a little luck, we may manage it somehow." Colcord returned then. Stepping out the door, he regarded Gift Nailer, who was waiting there, with suspicion. "Howdy, Reverend," Gift said easily, and then they walked down the street. Nothing untoward occurred while Colcord cast his vote, but he was not unaware of the fact that Shane and Purcell men crowded the courthouse today, except for the few small ranchers who looked on in hard-faced, watchful silence. Nor could he help noting the air of tension which gripped the town as he and Rayburn and Naylor emerged in the opening once more. Main Street was all but deserted, and such sounds as came from the saloons were the taunting laughter and ribaldry of the pitchfork punchers, primed and cocked for the outbreak of trouble. Cuff Morrison and Poke Flasher stood on the company's store porch. Never a bold man, Morrison by now should have worn a thunderous scowl, if he had any premonition that his days as a legally elected sheriff were drawing towards its close. Instead, he stared at Rayburn and Colcord, and then showed them a hard grin. It was not Flasher's way to give any hint of his feelings on his face, and today, as usual, he displayed his poker expression, his glassy eyes hard and opaque. There was nothing to be read there, and yet Reverend Colcord was troubled as they passed on. "They mean to make trouble for us, Rayburn," he voiced his conviction. "Whatever it is, something's brewing already." Rayburn was unmoved. "We'll see what it amounts to." Leaving Colcord at the parsonage, he and Naylor returned to the center of town and climbed the steps to Landis's office. The lawyer was there, surrounded by a dozen adherents. He expressed relief at Rayburn's arrival. "I know you're well fitted to look out for yourself, Clark," he said, "but no man can be careful all the time. What do you think of the look of things?" For some time they talked the situation over. It did not take Rayburn long to learn that the attorney was keeping a close watch of every detail. From time to time one of the guards arrived to report how matters stood. Pitchfork men were casting ridicule upon them, and in several instances had attempted to force a fight, but thus far peace had been preserved. By noon Rayburn began to wonder whether the day could possibly be got through without a violent eruption. So tense was the atmosphere. But the dragging hours only built up that feeling of dynamite, and it was not until late afternoon that a warning cry, and a moment later several pounding shots were heard in the street. Thrusting his head out the window, Rayburn had his look. From several points he saw the men he had stationed start forward. They were making for the bank, where the excitement was. "Hold your places," he called on them. "This is a ruse. It'll be all day with us if you fall for it." "Ruse, hell!" a man shouted hoarsely, breaking out into a run. "This ain't no ruse. It's Fay Dutcher and his owl hoots. They're sticking up the Shane Purcell Bank." End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. When Fay Dutcher hauled up on the ridge overlooking Salt Creek that afternoon, it was in the full knowledge of what lay ahead of him. Bailey, Turk, and Nick Martin were with him. A tightness was on these men. With their thoughts turned inward, they had little to say. They were quite frankly Dutcher's followers. He had always been the superior mind, and it was his cold certainty of manner which drew them forward now. Fay took his time in looking over the little valley and the town, his gaze hawk-like, and then he turned to them. "There can't be no slip-ups in this. The bank won't be open for business, but we'll get in. We're sticking together and riding in there nice and easy and minding our own business. Nobody'll take any notice if we go in by the alleyways, and you can pull down your hats or something. We'll leave the horses in the alley behind the store. Turk's going to hold 'em. The rest of us will make for the bank. We may have to bust in if the bookkeeper ain't there, and once inside, we gotta work fast. You got them sacks handy?" Bailey indicated several tow sacks fastened to his cant, and Dutcher nodded. "Shove 'em onto your vest when we go in. Scrape up every dollar you find, and we'll be making a clean sweep of this." He grinned. "Rayburn thinks he's smashing Shane and Purcell today, but we'll show him a quicker way. One there won't be no doubt about. When the bank's cleaned, the store's bound to fold, and them wolves will drift out of the country in a week's time." Bailey grunted assent, and Turk glanced at Dutcher as if irritated by this untimely burst. But
but it was Nick Martin who jerked out. "Come on, shove off, let's get on with this." Frey scrutinized him quizzingly, a half smile hovering about his mouth. "Clark being in town ain't got under your skin, has it?" He twitted easily. "Don't worry. Even if he's elected sheriff, he won't be taking a hand in this for a while. Plenty long enough for us to get hold up anyway." Nerves strung to a snapping point, they stared at him in exasperation. "Damn you, Face, stow the chat," Martin broke in harshly. "All this chinning ain't getting us nowhere." Dutcher laughed. He knew what was riding them. Faced with his first bank job, he was as hard and reckless as he had ever been. But he had always had ice in a pinch. The next moment, touching spurs to his pony, he headed down the slope towards town. While they were still some distance away, it was possible to note the unusual activity here. "Maybe we're making a mistake," Sunderstrom muttered uneasily. "Main Street's just boiling with men." "Yeah, they won't be expecting nothing like this," Fay scoffed. "Shane's crowd's too busy watching Rayburn to notice anything else, and Clark has been keeping an eye on them. It's a setup that's been made to order for us." Unusual of him of late, he was in great good humor. The joke he was about to play on this town occupying far more of his thoughts than the risk he would run. He had not forgotten how Kathy Roberts had said in that folly of his method of tearing Shane and Purcell down. It tickled him to think that in a short time he would have the laugh on Rayburn in the mall. The pace slackened, if anything, as they approached the edge of town, and Dutcher indicated a side street, and they made for it. A few minutes later, they turned into an alley behind the business section, their hats pulled low. They had been wise to avoid Maiden Street. Such glimpses as they had had of it told them it was bristling with armed men. "We know where they are, anyway," Dutcher observed coolly. The alley twisted and turned until it came out behind Shane and Purcell's store. The Salt Creek Bank was in a building that was next door to it. Dutcher ran his eyes over both places shrewdly and nodded. "Okay, boys." Dismounting, they gave their reins to Turk, and Fay made for the bank at a swinging stride, Martin and Buck Bailey close behind him. There was a door in the side of the bank, giving upon the alley behind it and between the company store, but apparently it was unused, for Dutcher could not make it budge, nor did the pressure of his wide shoulders make any impression upon it. "I guess this means we have to go around to the front." Reaching the mouth of the alley, they paused there momentarily. A group of pitchfork men stood on the store porch, but even as Dutcher looked them over, they started to move inside, and Fay scowled. "This ain't so good." Bailey slipped around the corner of the bank to return presently. "Nobody at all is there in the bank," he murmured. "It locked." Dutcher started to move that way, but suddenly stopped. A moment later, Poke Flasher came up the street. He entered the store like a man with something upon his mind, and when he emerged, the pitchfork punchers were with him, and Fay grunted his relief. "They're heading for the courthouse. Let's get going." There were men in the street when they stepped out, but no one took particular note of them. The door of the bank was set back so that when they reached it, they were screened somewhat. Buck Bailey kept an eye on the street. Dutcher set himself for an assault upon the door, but for several minutes it resisted his every effort. "Lend a hand here," he told Martin. At the pressure of their combined weight, the lock yielded, and then they stepped inside. "Shove that door to," Dutcher warned Bailey, who entered last. "We don't want nobody noticing anything queer going on." Despite his self-command, he was amazed that they had effected an entrance so easily. It had been plain to the most casual glance that Salt Creek was an armed camp today,
Yet as far as he knew, not a single soul was aware of their presence as of yet. Dutcher reckoned without chance in several guises, however. One was that, at the moment they were breaking in the door, Mike Purcell, sitting in his office in the rear of the company store, the brains of the partnership, hovered at the center of his web like a fat and big spider, happened to glance past his window. All he had had was a view of the alley, but what he saw there made him pause, his cigar half raised to his lips for a closer look. He had spotted 4 horses and a man holding them. He couldn't see who it was. His first thought was that this was some trick planned by Rayburn, Landis, and their friends, but even in the act of rising from his chair, Purcell sank back. "They wouldn't have the gall right here under my nose," he thought. "It must be something Polk has up his sleeve." That Flasher had mentioned nothing of the kind bothered him momentarily, and he made a mental note to inquire the other at the first opportunity. In the bank, Dutcher was finding the safe an even tougher nut to crack, old as it was. Somehow he got it open, and he and Martin were stuffing their sacks with the currency when chance reared its head in a second guise. Keeping a watch at the front of the place, Bailey suddenly rasped, "Watch it, boys! Here comes somebody!" A man crossed the street diagonally and made straight for the door. It was Hank Crandall, the cashier, intent on a quiet hour's work on the books. A friendless, little understood man, Crandall had no interest in politics and no belief in Shane and Purcell's downfall at the polls. He understood their methods too thoroughly to expect them ever to be overthrown. Approaching the bank, Crandall's dour thoughts were far away. When his eye fell upon the door, he came to himself abruptly. The keys he had been in the act of pulling out went clattering, and his hand darted to his back pocket. On the instant, Bailey jerked the door open and attempted to yank the cashier inside. Crandall was game. Striving to avoid the slashing blow of Buck aimed at his head with the gun barrel, he took it on the shoulder. It staggered him, and then his own gun was out. Before Bailey could do any more, it banged twice. "You'll have it," Buck grated, his slug drilling the cashier's shoulder, and Crandall went down. The sound of firing drew men quickly. Crandall was scarcely put out of commission before Cuff Morrison and several others come running. "Drag Crandall inside and shut the door," Dutcher barked at Bailey. "There's still a chance we can bluff this out." But it was already too late. A man peered over the curtain screening the front window and saw them inside. They heard him yell of surprise, and the next moment a gust of slugs crashed through the opening of the door. Dutcher and Martin ducked down behind the counter and began to scramble for safer cover as bullets split the paneling between them. Buck was already sprawled out on the floor. "Put 'em up in there," came Morrison's harsh cry. "They can't get away. We'll smoke 'em out in short order." "Yank them danged curtains down," Dutcher growled to Bailey. "We can't see a thing with them up." Buck complied. They had a view of the street, which showed them men running from several directions, guns in hand. Others were crouching in corners across the way, all concentrating a hot fire into the bank, to which Dutcher and his friends replied with interest. "It means curtains for us if we stick here," Nick Martin exclaimed. Fay was thinking the same thing. "Well, let's get going then," he rasped. He sprang to his feet, and Bailey tried to stop him. "Man, it'd be suicide to step out there," he cried, and Dutcher only shook him off. Lead swept the street in a gale when he stepped into the open, and it seemed a miracle that he wasn't hit. His own guns were blazing, as were those of Nick and Bailey. More than one man dodging and cursing as slugs tore his skin or threw splinters in his face. Making for the alley, Dutcher halted abruptly. A commotion occurred on the store porch next door. The door jerked open and a man barged out. It was Mike Purcell, and there was a scattergun in his pudgy hands. Purcell was desperate. Never a fighting man, he showed more raw courage as he saw his bank being menaced than many a man he had hired for this kind of work. There was nothing agile about his stout bulk, yet he was moving fast enough. Face working, he sprang off the porch and came to a stop, facing Dutcher, the scattergun exploding with a roar as he fired from the hip. Poor as his aim was, the charge tore Martin's hat off from his head, and Dutcher let out a bellow of wrath. Thinking Nick had been killed, he threw down on Purcell with speed and precision of a striking snake. His slug took the merchant in the throat, and with a whistling gasp, a strange expression of incomprehension crossed his face. Purcell died on his feet. His thick legs buckled then, and down he crashed. Dutcher whirled, his jaw dropped when he saw Martin still under his own power. "Thought that old buzzard got you this time." He shouldered Nick towards the alley. "Come on, keep going." In a few more moments, escape would be impossible. Even now, a dozen men might be waiting for them in the alley. That they would blast them down without hesitation went without saying. Turk Sundstrom lowered his gun with a wolfish grin as they ran up. "I reckon you didn't get here a mite too soon," he ejected. "Somebody's been sniping at me from the roof. If I hadn't moved them horses, we wouldn't have any by now." The ponies were beyond the next turn of the alley, and Dutcher paused to empty his sixth gun into a group of men who sought to follow too closely and then flung through into the hall. "Hand up one of them sacks," he ordered. With it lashed to the cantle, he was ready to go. Nick Martin led the way, blood smearing the side of his face, and Bailey and Sundstrom followed, and Fay brought up the rear. "Throw the steel into them broncs," he flung at the others sharply. They raced ahead, quickly, but Dutcher's retreat was deliberate and almost insolent, while he thumbed fresh cartridges into his gun until he reached the edge of town. He fired again at a man who appeared running around the corner of a barn, rifle in hand, and the man stumbled, went down, got up again, took a few steps, and then sank down as if tired. Fay saw that much. He didn't wait for any more. Clapping the spurs home, he swept after his friends. Despite the fighting and the uncertainty, all that had taken little enough time, it was not yet 20 minutes since Dutcher and the others had jogged into Salt Creek. The surprise had been so complete that, finding the town disorganized for any kind of this thing, they had left the same way. Reaching the first rise of the hills, Dutcher looked back once more. No pursuit was in sight. He knew they'd get away. When Rayburn came hurrying down the steps from Landis's office and struck the street, Dutcher was already gone. From the window, Rayburn had seen the other emerge from the bank, down Purcell, and then disappear into the alley. Fay must be mad, he thought. The further thought came to him that, if he were elected sheriff, he would have to go after his friend for this day's work. It laid a soberness across his lean cheeks and put sharpness in his gaze. A number of pitchfork men shoved through the alley after the owl hoots, but Dan Shane, Poke Flasher, Morrison, and some others stood in the street near Mike Purcell's humped form. Poke said something to Shane swiftly, and Dan's quick eyes swept the street, and when they reached Rayburn, they stopped. "Rayburn, maybe you can give us the answer to this," he flung out dangerously. Rayburn met his look unmoved. "How so?" "Damn you, it is no surprise to you that Dutcher was going to be sticking up the bank. The two of you running a double harness not so long ago. All this excitement about law and order don't fool anybody. Dutcher made a mistake you'll both regret, knocking off Mike like this." He had more to say, and it was all said forcibly. Rayburn had faced such a situation too many times to allow words to throw him off balance. He only waited with stony calm. But Gift Nailer, a little behind him and to one side, said softly at the end, "That's strong talk, Shane." Shane never looked at him. He didn't take his eyes off Rayburn. "If you're figuring I think you're in cahoots with Dutcher on this, you're dead right," he told the latter harshly. "If you ain't, there's one way to prove it, and it won't take very long either." And how's that, Shane? It was Rayburn who spoke now, his words less a question than an expression of curiosity as to what this man would say.
Organize your law and order hounds and take after Fay, Shane answered sharply. I'll even send some of my men along with you.
Not everyone was listening to this crackling exchange. Curious of helplessness, Cuff Morrison helped another man pick up Mike Purcell and lug him up the steps into the store. Crandall was carried there as well. A pitchfork hand ran into the bank and hurried out a moment later.
It's plumb cleaned out. Not a scrap left in the safe, he hollered.
That Shane caught the words was plain in the flicker of something cold and bleak which passed behind his eyes, and Rayburn saw it. He waited another moment and then shook his head. Not a chance, Shane, he said flatly. We're here for just one thing, just to see that we get a square election today. You've had the run of things for a long time now. Morrison is your sheriff. Stump Warren is your peace justice. Even your commissioners are hand-picked. He shook his head again with a hard smile. Looks like your funeral. Shane burst into a heady tirade, and Poke Flasher and the pitchfork punchers stared at Rayburn intently, menacing their looked. But Ballard, Lytle Charter, and others had arrived in the last few minutes. Quick to grasp the setup, they grimly backed Rayburn and waited for the trouble to break. Shane suddenly whirled to Cuff Morrison, pretended a blazing wrath that was only misdirected.
Damn you, Cuff! What you stalling for? Throw yourself a posse together and get after Dutcher. There ain't a minute to spare.
Morrison reddened stiffly, but made no retort. That's right, Cuff. Take your orders. A Crosby puncher grinned as the lawman set about gathering his posse. Morrison glared at him fiercely.
I'll tend to you when I get around to it,
he jerked out. A dozen men at his back, Morrison rode out of town a few minutes later and took up the trail of the outlaws. Somehow, their going only added to the tension of this town. No one believed for a moment that Morrison would overhaul Fay Dutcher in the hills or get anywhere with him if they did. The remaining pitchfork warriors were in an ugly mood. A man didn't have to do much thinking for himself to realize that with the bank cleared out, the biggest prop their outfit had was kicked out from underneath it. Spoiling for trouble, as they were not likely to wait for orders before it started. Late in the evening, Morrison returned with his posse. They were empty-handed. Like a caged bear, Dan Shane waited for them on the store porch. Morrison drew up his horse, there as if he didn't know whether to get down or not.
No luck,
he told Shane needlessly.
Dutcher and his crowd, they reached the hills an hour before us. Their sign petered out on the edge of the Malpas. There ain't no chance in 1,000 of us nailing them, Dan.
Shane appeared about to bust. On the verge of blasting Cuff with scathing words, however, he caught himself. The way in which he threw up his hands was eloquent to his feeling. It proved a bad day for Shane and Purcell. In one sense, at the least, Fay Dutcher's threat had not been idle. Not only was the company bank a total loss, but Mike Purcell lay dead, the partnership dissolved. Nor was that all. An hour later, when the final counts were completed, under the vigilant eyes of Rayburn and his friends, it was learned that Shane and Purcell's legal machine had been thrown out of office bodily, its power broken. The reform ticket had been elected to a man. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Rejoicing in Salt Creek that night was genuine, but it was not overdone. While a powerful and corrupt political machine had been brought to book, it was not yet thrown out of office, nor was its menace destroyed. Until the 3 or 4 days had passed which would bring it to an end, Dan Shane's iron rule would be more dangerous than ever. The following morning, Rayburn met Bronson Colcord and Loren on the street. It was the first he had seen of father or daughter since the results of the election had become known, and Colcord's bony face lit up.
"Congratulations, Sheriff,"
he exclaimed, and went on.
"I know you feel with me that justice has triumphed. There will be no questions of its completeness. We are on our way now for a word with Judge Landis and the others."
Rayburn smiled at his zeal. His glance went to Loren's face. She was prettier than ever this morning, he thought. The sun warmed her honey-colored hair, and her gray eyes were serene. The sobriety lay across her smooth cheeks, however, said that she had thought for some other things than a mere surface pleasure.
"Well, now that you've been elected to sheriff," she said, "I hope you don't feel that Salt Creek needs any more taming as Ringgold."
Light as her tone was, he could not mistake the seriousness in her words. "I'll let Salt Creek answer that question," he smiled. There were a few minutes more of talk, and then Reverend Colcord said, as he started away,
"I'm holding a service of Thanksgiving at the church this evening, Rayburn. I expect you'll be there."
Rayburn lifted his hat as Loren and her father left him. A smile of assent curled his long lips, but when he put on again, he remained where he was standing, looking after them thoughtfully. It was on Colcord that his glance lingered. "It's mighty plain that he thinks the outcome of this election was an act of God," he mused. Colcord might be right at that, but Rayburn chose to take another view of the situation. He was not fooled in the slightest by the heavy calm which had held this town since the previous evening. If Dan Shane and his crowd were holding off, it was solely for a practical consideration, and one which boded no good for unsuspected townsfolk. Not that they were entirely unsuspecting, as Reverend K. Colcord. They were at least ready for trouble. Salt Creek was still an armed camp, with both sides on the peck, to walk down Main Street to run the gauntlet of weary eyes. Cuff Morrison had given up the idea of snagging Dutcher deep in the hills, patrolling town with pompous dignity. He could be hard on punchers, having a file in on the bar, but studiously averting his gaze from Ballard, Chatter, and some of the others who appeared only too ready to cross swords with him. Later in the day, Rayburn stopped in to see Landis. The judge-elect greeted him with a smile, and then sobered at the look on his face.
"What's the trouble, Clark?"
"I don't like the feel of things," Rayburn admitted, lines furrowing his brow. "All this is too damned peaceable. It can't last. If there was a flare-up or two in the saloons, I'd feel different about it, but—"
"I know," Landis nodded. "Shane sticks to his store, but he isn't licked. The boys understand," he went on. "Until the balance of power changes hands here, they won't be very far away. If anything breaks, we can only hope to be able to deal with it."
Silence stretched out between these two, neither of whom were accustomed to talk much in times of stress. Rayburn deliberately rolled a smoke, and demolished it with 3 long drags before he said quietly, "Reverend Colcord's holding a meeting tonight. That might prove to be a mistake." Landis shook his head.
"I don't think so, Clark. Dan Shane's a hard man, but he's not a foolish one. What happens here since the last time his thugs took liberty with the house of God certainly should convince him of its folly."
"Just in case he proves hard to convince," Rayburn broke in, "I'm going to be posting a watch tonight." Colcord appeared to have publicized his meeting with unusual thoroughness, for as evening drew on, rigs and ranch wagons appeared from every point of the compass, and the people who crowded into the little church literally jammed it to the doors. This was a devout country,
this range where life had been more than hard for a long time. Rayburn would have thought twice before destroying Reverend Colkard's deep pleasure in this evidence of godliness with the suggestion that these people had been drawn in by the hope that their minister would proclaim triumphantly from the pulpit the things they had read so often in the Salt Creek Wasp, with the appropriate morals duly pointed up. That Colkard, whether by design or not, was one step ahead of them was proved by his impassionate theme of brotherly love. Rayburn chuckled when it was over. It left no one with anything to say, not even himself. He was relieved when the last rig rolled out of town on the home trail and no disturbance occurred. Evidently Dan Shane had laid a deeper scheme for the divisive blow Rayburn had no doubt would come. The following day was a replica of the last, with no more than tense nerves to pay the price of waiting. On Friday, the newly elected officers were installed in office. Rayburn looked over his little office in the rear of the courthouse, contempt stirring him at the litter that Cuff Morrison had left behind, but he spent no time there. His first official act was to visit the bars and search for his friends. "Gather the boys," he told them curtly. "Tell them I want to see them. There's a job waiting." Their expression of curiosity, however, he refused to satisfy. Within an hour he swore in between 30 and 40 men whom he could trust as deputies, and then, satisfied that he had had enough, he faced them around with a raised hand. "Boys," he began, having got their attention, "we're cleaning up Salt Creek, and I want a good, swift job without gunplay if it can be helped. Don't make the mistake of overstepping yourselves, but stand on your rights. We're not giving the pitchfork 12 hours to leave town. These men, they're leaving now." That the posse men were ready to act was plain to read on their face. "You just say the word, Clark," Gift Naylor exclaimed. "Where do we start?" Rayburn broke them into groups of 3 or 4, and they were to comb the town quietly, gathering up Shane's men without violence wherever possible, but quickly in any event. These men were to be escorted to the edge of town, and then warned away. "And see that they go," Rayburn concluded tensely. "That's all." It was revealed in the flashing eyes of the deputies as they made for the street that they hoped their enemies would refuse. Something about their grim manner said they would know what to do. That Salt Creek divined what was going forward before 10 minutes had passed was demonstrated by the rapidity of which Main Street emptied. Before the deputies finished dividing up, it was deserted. These men moved down the plank sidewalks nonchalantly, dropping away by 2s and 3s as they stepped into this or that store or saloon. They soon reappeared, escorting some pitchfork puncher who argued briefly and then abruptly dried up. The Pitchfork Ranch lay to the north. That way Shane's black legs were led, their bridle reins thrust into their hands. One man, who elected to protest, had his gun shot out of his fist, and the rest prudently mounted and then started away, spouting fire and wrath, but leaving no doubt of the fact that now, at least, they intended doing as they were ordered. With Gift Naylor and Jim Worth at his shoulders, Rayburn made for the Pecos house. Their spurs jingled as they went up the steps of the veranda. There was seldom a time when half a dozen men were not gathered here in talk, but now the porch was empty. "In here," Rayburn grunted, making for the bar. Cuff Morrison whirled, spilling his drink in a betrayed jerk of his hand as they entered. The ex-sheriff's belligerent face was pasty, his eyes stared. He had been cocked for this moment. The tense silence of these other men said that he had made his brag as to how he would meet it. But now Morrison froze, staring at Rayburn in an agony of indecision. Sweat beaded his brow, and suddenly the glass in his fingers broke, and fragments jingled and clattered to the floor. Rayburn said quietly, Come here, Morrison. Blood flamed into Cuff's visage. By God, I won't, he cried violently, and then, what are you aiming to do with me, Rayburn? Clearly, he anticipated foul play, the fear of it crawling into him, making him craven. Rayburn answered, I'm putting you on a horse and heading you north, Cuff, if that'll relieve your mind. The same goes for you, Mathers, he added, seeing a pitchfork hand attempting to sidle towards the rear door. What the hell, Sheriff? Mather protested. I ain't done a thing. That's right, Rayburn agreed gravely. And you ain't going to. Go get 'em, boys. It looked as if Mathers, a blocky, flat-faced individual with shifty eyes, was going to put up a fight. But he allowed himself to be disarmed and let out, muttering. Rayburn repeated, Come on, Cuff. By God, you'll regret this, Rayburn, Morrison sputtered furiously. Rayburn's nod was good-humored. Just be sure you don't, Cuff, he advised. Morrison was herded to the upper end of Main Street and started off with the others. Black of face, he jogged away, hurling defiance over his shoulder, and Gift Naylor laughed. That Cuff, he sure talks a mighty big fight, he commented. To Rayburn's disappointed, Poke Flasher was nowhere to be found. You sure he ain't in town? He inquired sharply when one after another of his deputies reported the fact. I don't intend to let that wolf tear loose when we think we're squared around. We better take us another look around. But it was all to no purpose. Rayburn's conclusion was that, anticipating this move, and rather than show a cheap defiance when it would do no good, Flasher had retired to the pitchfork spread. Dan Shane, he knew, had done the same. Once election had been decided, trade had fallen off sharply at Shane and Purcell's store, and there was no profit in handing out cut plug to the company's own men. Shane had locked the doors and ridden away, but with an air which said that he would be back in his own good time. By mid-afternoon, the last of the pitchfork crowd had been shunted out of town. A new freedom was at once felt here, as Gift Naylor remarked. Even the air seemed sweeter. Rayburn was not done yet, however. Men watched with a new respect as he headed for the courthouse, for with the octopus of this range quietly uprooted and disposed of without the death of a single man to mar the occasion, his qualities had been demonstrated in a way that not even the most disinterested observer could fail to appreciate. Rayburn sought Judge Landis and came to the point at once. I want to swear out warrants for the arrest of 7 men, he said. Landis raised his eyebrows, his surprise evident. And who are they, Sheriff? I'm going after the rest of the men who killed Kim, was the answer. Rayburn named them. They were all that were left alive of the original posse which had gone to the Rail-S, some having killed in the fighting at Spanish Ford. I'd do the same thing in your boots, Landis nodded. Do you know where to find these men? I'll worry about that if I can't find them at the pitchfork. Landis gave him a slow look at that, but said no more. The warrants were soon sworn out. Rayburn thrust them into his shirt, went to look for Naylor and Jim Worth. He had appointed them as his permanent deputies. Once found, they were quickly made acquainted with what he was proposing to do. When you starting after those birds, clerk? Gift inquired. Right away will be soon enough for me. Naylor's lips parted at a grin. Well, me and Jim will get us saddled up, if you can wait that long. They got away from town as the sun sank in a blazing sky. The pitchfork could not be reached before midnight, but Rayburn was in no mood to pick the hour of his arrival. When he got there, he told himself he would yank the wanted men out of bunkhouses and hustle them to town. As it turned out, however, the full trip to Shane's ranch was not necessary. A dozen miles from Salt Creek, in a canyon through which the trail passed, stood a building known as Blocker's Grocery. While it was true that a few staple items of food could be procured here, the place was in reality a saloon and a gambling house. There were always a number of punchers from one outfit or another hanging about, although late it had been given over largely to pitchfork crowd. Gus Blocker made no complaint, so long as trade was steady. Rayburn and his deputies arrived there just as the moon was rising. The trail through the canyon, however, lay in shadow, a dark, mysterious place, hemmed in by crags with only the remote stars overhead. The howl of a coyote, miles away in the deep hills, seemed only to accentuate the silence. "You stopping in at Blocker's?" Naylor grunted. Rayburn's answer was explicit enough. "Well, I'm not passing it up." Lights blazed through the cracked windows of the place as they approached, and from a little distance the easy sound of laughter and men's talk had come to them. But this suddenly hushed. Rayburn knew that already somebody had spotted the approaching horses and passed the word. Time was when Blocker had been a range hotel. Store and bar had been set up in the original office. The front windows had been barred up for some reason best known to the proprietor, but the door stood wide open. In silence, the three dismounted before the steps, and together they went in. Rayburn needed no warning that what he was doing now was vastly different from what he had done in town. Here he was on enemy territory, where anything might happen, where the badge he wore on his vest would carry no meaning whatever but that which he was ready to back up with the pressure of cold will. He told himself all this unmoved. When his eye ran over the dozen motionless men in the room, he knew he was right. Every man here save Blocker himself was pitchfork hand. 4 out of the 7 for whom he was carrying warrants were ranged over at the bar, where they had been drinking and talking, and a 5th sat in a corner, his chair tilted against the wall. The quiet stretched out, while Blocker, a stunned, evil-visaged individual, glared from behind the bar.
"What are you after, Rayburn?"
he demanded at length. "I want Curly, Ace, Dick Hill, and Jeff there, Andy Mason." Rayburn laid his composed voice over the jarred tension of this room. "The rest of you boys," he waved a hand, "you can just forget that I was here." The men named straightened stiffly with strained face. But the surprise of this visit had been complete. Nobody had expected the new sheriff to take hold so quickly and so decisive. Wary eyes explored the ready guns in Naylor and Jim Worth's fists, and whatever defiance there were in the man's abruptly folded. Rayburn saw his prisoners led outside, shoved on their horses, and still he hesitated. "Charlie Bowers and his brother Ike," he told Blocker. "It's strange they're not here."
"Well, they ain't."
The hunchback's venomous tone decided Rayburn. He said to Giff, "Comb this place over. I got a hunch the men we want are here too." Blocker would have protested, but Rayburn brought him up short. Naylor proceeded to an efficient examination of the building. He came downstairs 10 minutes later, herding the Bauer brothers at gunpoint. "They're sleeping up there in the loft." Rayburn nodded his satisfaction, and 5 minutes later saw the lawmen and captives on the way back to town. But not until Black Canyon was put behind him did Rayburn breathe a little more easily. By that time he realized that the pitchfork must be paralyzed by all that had happened within the past week. Not otherwise could he have hoped for so easy a conquest. Before dawn had broken, the ex-possemen charged with the complicity in the murder of Kim Rayburn were gotten to Salt Creek and put up in jail. Rayburn was sitting in his office that afternoon when a step at the door made him raise his head. Lorenz stood there.
He found his feet in an instant and welcomed her. Their talk was of small matters for some moments, but the girl knew he was waiting, wondering what had brought her here in this fashion. Gathering her forces, she gave him a clear look. Clark, I can't tell you how much we all appreciate what you've done since your return to Salt Creek. But for you, our hopes might have fallen through utterly. You have been magnificent through it all. Rayburn flushed with embarrassment. I only done what I needed to do, Lauren. There's no need for special thanks. Intent on a distracting tinsel of honey-colored hair at her throat, he was not aware that he had used her given name, but she noted it, and a touch of color visited her cheek. She was about to answer when an interruption occurred. A heavy voice at the door said, but not in a tone of apology, "Excuse me." It was Dan Shane. Rayburn's glance shot to him and held there, his body suddenly stiff and ready. But Shane only went on staring for a moment, and then, without any notice of Loren, he spoke to Rayburn bitterly and forcibly. "You won, Rayburn. You're handing out the law here, and I heard about that little business at Blocker's. Just in case you run out of something to do." He could not forbear the sneer. "I've a warrant sworn out for Dutcher, the man who robbed our bank." Rayburn's lips thinned as he picked up the warrant from the desk where Shane had tossed it. It was an order, and he nodded curtly. "All right, Shane. I'll go after him. I'm taking your orders now, but watch your step. If sending me after Dutcher is your answer to my arresting those men last night, I've got this to say. To my mind, you murdered my brother Kim as surely as Tex Bunker himself. I'll get Fay Dutcher, Shane, but before I'm finished, I'll be getting you." Shane glared, his harsh breathing audible. About to retort fiercely, he checked himself, and the next moment he whirled on his heel, and then walked out. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Silence held in the little office for a long moment after Shane was gone. It was Loren who broke it. Clark, you won't do as he says.
She was forcing the words out.
You wouldn't go after Fay Dutcher.
He knew what she was thinking, what everyone would think. His answer was grim. "I'll go after him, all right."
I know he did wrong. Nobody questions that.
Loren's words were gentle.
But Clark, he was your friend. Don't go after him.
She went on impulsively.
Send one of your deputies. Surely you don't want to remember that you brought him back and threw him in jail.
It was a fantastic moment to stand there and listen while she reminded him of how unpleasant the job ahead of him was. "How I feel about it doesn't matter," he answered woodenly. "It is the law." She regarded him thoughtfully, tiny furrows marring the smoothness of her brow.
There are times when I doubt whether I wholly understand this law of yours, she told him steadily. However, since you're busy... She broke off on a practical note, turning towards the door. Rayburn had the feeling she was deeply provoked by him. Checking with the impulse to call her back, he listened sourly to the crisp click of her heels down the corridor. What could he have said? "A lot of folks are going to be waiting for me to explain myself," he brooded, and then after a moment, "Well, they elected me sheriff." Delaying only long enough to hunt up Gift Nailer and inform him that the office might be his to hold down for several days, Rayburn saddled up and struck out of town. Beyond a general idea, he had no knowledge of where Dutcher would be found. But he had not forgotten the manner in which word had been gotten to him in Reynold. Kathy Roberts had known how to get in touch with Fay, and with this thought in mind, he headed for Roberts stage station. The old Yates stage had just pulled out
when he arrived. Stepping into the station, he found old Alamo alone and tipsy, ready to drink or gossip with anyone who turned up.
Sit down, Sheriff,
He invited cheerily.
I'll go get you a glass, and we'll drink a toast to law and order, or whatever they are.
He gawked over the weak jest. Rayburn halted before him, ignoring the invitation. I want to speak with Kathy, Alamo.
Ah,
The old man blinked.
you too?
He caught himself there in some confusion.
I reckon she's working around here somewhere, Rayburn. You know how to find her.
If Rayburn felt any curiosity about Alamo's unguarded information, it was answered when he came face to face with Kathy a few minutes later. For a moment he stared, arrested.
Well,
Kathy tossed her head impatiently, returning that look.
what's eating you now?
Rayburn grinned. You, Kathy, he responded. I hardly recognized you. Where's all the finery? It was true that Kathy's appearance had taken a sudden turn for the better. Gone were the work-stained overalls she had been wont to wear for her chores around the station. Gone was the rumpled woolen shirt and scuffed boots. And in their place, Kathy wore a dark skirt and a crisp waist, and there was a ribbon in her auburn hair which was done up tidily. In fact, everything about her spoke of femininity. With it all, she had blossomed like a wild rose. Well aware of what he meant, Kathy was perversely irritated at having it called to her attention.
What's the matter with you? She snapped. The way you talk, a person would think a girl never dressed up before.
His grin widened. If Kathy's outward appearance had changed, the same was scarcely true of her peppery temper. Angry flecks in her snapping green eyes, the added touch of color in her cheeks, made her prettier than he ever thought she could be. It would have been easy for a man to sue for her favor, but she was not for him. Rayburn knew this when he caught the glint of a ring on her round brown finger. He laughed then. So, that's the answer, he twitted. Who is it, Kathy? Going suddenly fiery red, Kathy attempted too late to conceal the engagement ring, but after a moment she too laughed and held out her hand for him to see.
Wilkin Landis,
she said. Rayburn had all he could do to conceal his astonishment. He turned it into a warm expression of pleasure. Well, that's fine, Kathy, he exclaimed. I certainly wish you and Landis all the luck that there is. From his tone, there could be no doubt of his sincerity, but it was lost on her. Her lip curled, and with a momentary return of spirit she flashed.
I haven't any doubt that you're relieved to see me disposed of. I crawled on the ground for you, Clark Rayburn, and you wouldn't have me.
It was close enough to the truth to embarrass him considerably. Eyeing him, Kathy suddenly chuckled at his expression of chagrin.
I think I know why you wasn't interested, Clark, if that was relieving your mind any.
She sobered.
But your place is in town. Why are you out here?
I'm after Fay. It was said without enthusiasm. Kathy let it sink in, while she scrutinized his face as if wondering whether she had heard him right.
After Fay,
she echoed.
You mean you'd arrest him?
Rayburn nodded woodenly. Something happened to Kathy's eyes then. They went flat.
Clark, you can't!
She burst out sharply. There was iron in his face at that moment. Dutcher better not count on that, was all he said. Kathy made a gesture of impatience.
But Clark, think what you're doing. You mustn't take Fay into custody. Why, you've ridden together and fought the same fight. In his way, Fay Dutcher has done as much as you did to bring Shane and Purcell to their knees. Is this the way you repay his loyalty to Cass Gunnarsson and the rest of us?
He had the same chance as me, was the dogged answer. I advised him to go to Santa Fe and square himself, and he wouldn't listen. And this is what he gets for it. Kathy regarded him steadily, scorn working deeply into her face.
You got it all explained to yourself, she said cuttingly. I wonder how you expect to explain it to the rest of the world. Fay would never allow himself to be taken, she went on. If he would not give himself up in that part in the range war, would he be likely to after robbing a bank? I suppose you know what this means, Clark?
He was so aware of what it would mean that he had scarcely thought of anything else from the moment Dan Shane had given him the warrant. Yet he only shook his head stubbornly. I've sworn to uphold the law.
You and your law!
She cut him down contemptuously. She had changed again, with belligerently rapidity.
Clark, you haven't rolled this over, she said urgently. Promise me you'll sleep on it. I know you'll change your mind.
Nothing she could have said had the power to move him, however. I want to talk to him. At that point, he was firm as a rock. You can help me find him, Kathy.
I will not, and be damned with you, Clark Rayburn,
she said flatly.
If you go after your best friend, you know what I'll be thinking of you. Not that it'll make any difference.
He saw that he could not expect any help from her. It didn't matter, he said unhappily. Well, I better be on my way then.
Go on,
she fired after him hotly from the door,
and I hope you lose it.
There was food for 2 or 3 days in the slicker roll fastened at his cantle when he pulled away from Robert's station. He was crowding the limit hard when, 3 days later, he hauled up on a ridge deep into the pine-clad hills to glance about through the evening light and consider. For 3 days he had tried by every means in his power to cut Fay Dutcher's trail, and thus far he had not succeeded. Dutcher was at none of the old Bar 88 line camps, nor had he been at any of them recently. Rayburn had not found him holed up in any of the parks of the Guanalupes, and for all the evidence of his existence, he might have faded into thin air. He and the boys must have pulled out of the country, Rayburn reflected. They're flush now, no reason why they should stick around. For a moment he wondered if Fay had taken this means of making things easier for his old friend. Dutcher must have known that, as sheriff, Rayburn would have no choice but to come after him. But if he drifted out of the country, that would be the end of it. For a brief space, that solution seemed satisfactory. Rayburn shook his head then. It ain't Fay's way to turn his back on anything, he told himself. It'd be more like him to come at me and get it over with. He felt no resentment that this was so. He was like that himself. Friendship between Dutcher and him had simply pinched out. He must go on until he captured Dutcher. It was the intruding thought of food which gave him his idea. He remembered Kathy's story of how she had sought Fay in vain till she came to Estrella, the little Mexican hamlet on Hatchkita. Rayburn had gone there 2 days ago and found himself unable to learn anything. He knew why. To expect the Mexicans to betray their idol was folly, but that didn't prevent Rayburn doing something about it on his own accord. Well, I can get grub over there in Estella, he planned, and stick around till Dutcher shows up. He's bound to ride in sooner or later. My waiting in one place is the last thing he'll be looking for. Swinging his bronc, he headed for Estrella without delay. It carried him into pitchfork territory once more, but he cared nothing for that. It was late at night when he neared the little community on the Hatchtika. The place was plunged into darkness, except for a canteen on the lower end of the village, from the door of which an oblong light splashed across the dust.
Rayburn swung down from his saddle in silence, and in silence he stepped to the door of the place, well aware that whoever inside had heard the sound of his pony's hooves and the squeak of leather. He was not surprised to find 3 stoic Mexicans, including the proprietor, blinking at him. "Hola, Pedro," he greeted. "A drink, amigo?" It was set out. They waited for him to down it without a word, and Rayburn said, wiping his lips, "My horse?" "Si, senor." "I'll sleep here, I think." Rayburn glanced about coolly. "A blanket, Pedro?" "But, senor." Stout and pudgy, his black eyes bulged. The proprietor exploded volubly. This was no hacienda. There was no place for the senior sheriff to sleep in Estrella. He deserved better things, and Rayburn, he waved this solicity aside. "A blanket, I said," he repeated decisively. "And concern yourself none at all about me, my friend." Pedro shrugged expressively with a helpless look on at his countryman. The Mexican showed Rayburn an inscrutable regard and left the cantina, their sandals whispering. Pedro disappeared as well. He was gone so long that Rayburn began to wonder as if he had been deserted. He glanced about the adobe and wattle hut speculatively, a fine spot to be cornered in. Only when the fat Mexican returned with the blanket did his back muscles relax. "Okay, Pedro, you'll find me right here in the morning." Chocolate, poor and bitter, was all the breakfast he got. He made it do, leaving only long enough to make sure his horse had been cared for. He returned to the Mexican saloon and to the appropriated corner table, where he waited for the rest of the day. It was a strain on the dark-skinned men who drifted in from time to time. Surprised to find him still there, they downed their drinks swiftly and forgot altogether their love of gossip and their thin, brown-papered cigarettes, moving outside with a quickness to their step. Pedro occasionally gave him a stare of perplexity, but nobody said anything, save when Rayburn asked for some fresh food. Nothing whatsoever happened that day, or that evening. Rayburn had no intention of being frozen out. He was still there the following morning when, without any warning, shots sounded from a little distance, and then an exuberant cowboy whooped of white men. A startled look of alarm swept Pedro's fleshy face in a flash, and 3 Mexicans who happened to be in the place lifted keen, dark faces as if scenting quick trouble. "Just stay right where you are," Rayburn told them from his corner. "No need of getting excited about this." The ponies swept up before the door a moment later, and then a harsh laugh sounded, exuberant and reckless. "And now for a drink." It was the voice of Fay Dutcher. Rayburn froze where he was, waiting. He had already drawn his gun. He was trained unwaveringly on the door when boots scraped and Dutcher appeared in the opening. He got a flash of the gun first and of Rayburn's grim face next, and the surprise of it brought him up short. Only the wonderful control he exerted over himself brought a halt to his instinctive grab for his own weapon. Silence held for 10 seconds, and slowly Dutcher relaxed, an expression of wrath and chagrin stealing up behind his pale eyes. "That's better, Fay," Rayburn grunted. "There won't be any shooting here unless you start it." Dutcher continued to stare while his racing brain digested this setup. "Just what are you after?" he demanded finally. Rayburn's narrow regard never left his face. "You'll have to give yourself up, Fay," he said. "God knows I don't like any part of this, but there's that charge of bank robbery against you and the boys." Dutcher let that sink in. His glance roamed to Pedro and the others in the room and then came back to Rayburn. When he spoke, it was a hard, dry inflection. "I'll never give myself up," he said.
Rayburn shook his head slightly, his eyes dwelling steadily upon the other. You don't get it, Fay, he said softly. Whatever we've been to each other in the past is forgotten now. We're on opposite sides of the law, and there's no way of changing it. It's either you or me. Still, Dutcher continued to measure the setup gingerly, as if asking himself whether a net had already been drawn around the village. His cautious had no effect whatsoever on his words.
Well, the hell with your law,
he said deliberately. You didn't need to say that, Rayburn told him. I know how things stand with us. It doesn't make any difference, Fay. I'm coming after you until I get you. He was telling Dutcher that the way was clear, that this was a matter between themselves and no one else would interfere, and Fay got it. He grinned chillingly.
Well, come on a-shooting, Clark.
There was an utter careless swagger in the challenge, and it told Rayburn unmistakably how far this man had gone since they had ridden the trails together and squatted side by side at the chuck wagon. Fay moved over to lean on the plank bar. It left the door unguarded, and Rayburn slid out from behind the table, making for the open. In the door, sheathing his gun, he paused for a last glance at Fay. The outlaw was regarding him in apparent indifference. Be seeing you, Clark, he murmured. Rayburn nodded, and he stepped out. Bailey, Nick Martin, and Turk were coming this way from a tumble-down corral in which they had turned their horses, and they stiffened at the sight of him. Martin was the first to speak, and he appeared to be waiting for something.
Howdy, Clark,
he greeted gruffly. Hey, boys. Rayburn passed on. But not till he was well on his way back to Salt Creek did he shake off the feeling that he was still being watched, perhaps even followed. Dutcher was warned. He would know what to expect next time. Clark spent the night at Robert's Station, and riding into town the next morning, he noted signs of busy activity about Shane and Purcell's store. It was open and bustling, and on the roof a man with a hammer was taking down the company sign. What's the idea? Rayburn asked Naylor when they met a moment later, he jerking his head towards the store.
Well, looks like Shane's sold out,
the deputy surprised him by saying.
Turned the business over to Jim Raylan and Ike Secourt. Don't know just what the figure was, though. I understand Shane's retiring to the Pitchfork.
The concluded items of information were of more interest to Rayburn than anything else. He was still asking himself what it meant when, at noon that day, he almost collided with Shane himself in the door of the Sing Ho hash house on Main Street. Shane halted, and for an instant his eyes were opaque. He relaxed then.
I'd like a word with you, Rayburn,
he announced gruffly. Fire away. Shane stepped outside and cleared his throat. He began abruptly.
I'm taking a headache off your shoulders, Rayburn. I'm withdrawing my charges against Dutcher.
If he had hoped for a surprise, he had succeeded. Rayburn's lips thinned. His gaze drew to a fine point. Why? He demanded sharply. Shane spread his hands.
Knife and Fay ain't going to help me any now. The business is gone. And from the things I've heard around town today, you won't find fault at being relieved of the job of jailing an old friend.
Such excuses as these, if excuses they were too thin for a moment's consideration. Rayburn made his decision without difficulty. His voice curt and flat, he said, Your game don't fool me for a second, Shane. You're throwing your strength behind Dutcher now, and I don't know why, but you can paste this much to your hat. I'm going after him, and I'll get him. Shane shrugged, pretending surprise.
Of course, if you feel that way, I just thought I'd let you know I was helping you out.
It's not me that'll be needing help around here, Shane. Rayburn closed their talk bluntly. Think it over. he tossed over his shoulder as he turned away. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Giff Naylor joined Rayburn as he stepped out of the restaurant after getting his dinner. Together they walked back toward the courthouse.
Now what?
The deputy inquired.
You starting out after Dutcher again?
Rayburn had told him of the meeting at Estrella. The latter shook his head. The trial of Tex Bunker's bossman come up tomorrow. I can't start until that's over, he reminded. Others besides Rayburn were waiting for the outcome of the trial. It was being discussed everywhere. That Kim Rayburn and Jerry Gunnerson had been well liked in Salt Creek was attested by the number of men who stopped to speak to the sheriff. All were confident that the killers would be brought to the book. Rayburn asked himself whether he could look for trouble at the trial as it drew near. Every one of the men charged with murder had been Shane and Purcell adherent. After rounding up Shane's crowd and ejecting them from town following election, Rayburn had made no attempt to enforce a general ban. Pitchfork men rode in occasionally, as much out of defiance as anything, but as long as they created no undue disturbance, their rights were respected. Today, however, there was an unusual number of them in town. While they kept to themselves in the saloon at the lower end of Main Street, there was always the possibility that they were contemplating some action. It was not beyond the bounds of possibility for some reckless men to make an attempt on the jail. Late in the afternoon, Jim Worth rode into town on a lathered horse and hurried to the sheriff's office. Rayburn was there. He had dispatched the deputy on an errand into the hills, and was waiting to learn what had been accomplished. You found him? He opened up when Worthy came in, adding, Reckon you wouldn't be back without bringing him with you. To his surprise, Worth shook his head grimly. Romero'll never testify for you at that trial, Clark, he told him flatly. What do you mean? Rayburn stiffened. The Mexican woodcutter was the star witness for the prosecution in the coming trial. You couldn't locate him?
I found him all right.
There was a jarring note in Worth's voice that precedes evil.
He was at his camp in Dead Man's Canyon, and Clark, that place is living up to that name today. When I got there, Romero was cold as stone. He was murdered.
Rayburn stared at him for a long moment, as if he doubted the evidence of his ears. And you're sure it was him, Jim? He got out then. Worth's nod of assent was positive.
Oh, it's a Romero, all right. I found him sprawled out across his own fire. His clothes was half burned before the fire went out, which shows he'd been there for some time, probably 5-6 hours. But Romero, he never felt it. He was shot through the heart, and his head was bashed in with his own axe.
Used as he was to such things, the cold-blooded ruthlessness of it whitened Rayburn's cheeks. Any idea who did it? The question was a mere formality. There was little doubt in his mind who was at the bottom of this killing. Worth shook his head.
I didn't waste no time looking around. I made sure it was Romero, and knowing that you'd want to know about this, so I forked leather and I dusted back here in a hurry.
Rayburn was so stunned by the sudden turn of events that for a moment he only sat and stared into space. He was reading the deeper significance of this new development. The entire case for the prosecuting attorney against those men in those cells awaiting trial had depended upon Romero's testimony. He alone had witnessed the shooting of Kim and Jerry Gunnerson on the Rail S. Without him, Rayburn knew the guilty men could never be brought to account. With the counter evidence they could bring to bear, the charges against them would fall to the ground. It was a bitter dose, coming suddenly after Rayburn had well over a year waited, but he was not inclined to accept defeat supinely. Scraping to his feet, he grunted, "Let's go riding out there." They lost no time in getting started. Deadman Canyon lay on a portion of old Bar 88 range. Time had been, before Cass Gunnarson's untimely passing, when he would have roared like a bull at hearing that the woodcutters were into his timber. But all that had been changed. The great ranch had been cut up into several smaller spreads, and the canyon breaks in the hills, of which Deadman was one, remained unclaimed by anyone. The woodcutters had drifted in there to save the long haul from higher country. Romero had elected to work not more than a mile or so from the canyon's mouth, and dusk fell before Rayburn and Worth reached their objective. Early dark thickened, and the stars gleamed in the thin, clear air. Later in the sky brightened at one point on the eastern horizon as if to a false dawn. After a few minutes of the moon, almost at full, it soared up. It was looking down through the steep pine and cedar-grown slopes when they entered the canyon's mouth. Jim Worth led the way to Romero's camp. There was a fire. Several other Mexican woodcutters were there, badly frightened. They had arrived after Worth had come and gone, and knew nothing of his discovery of the murdered man. Their spokesman attempted to tell Rayburn how one of them had found Romero, at the same time professing ignorance on how he had been killed. Plainly the men feared that he or his companions might be accused, and seemed relieved when Rayburn waved them aside with a scant ceremony. "They probably trampled all the sign that might have been here," Worth grumbled. He was right. Any evidence of the perpetrators of the grisly deed had been obliterated. Rayburn and Worth had their careful look at Romero's body, and then, staring at the fire, they circled the spot in ever widening loops until the canyon had been ranged from side to side, and there was nothing, no marks whatsoever to be shown, for the Mexican had been bushwhacked, and by whom. Rayburn scarcely needed to be assured of the answer to the last half of the riddle, however. There was no shadow of doubt in his mind who had killed Romero and why. That Worth had followed his thoughts accurately enough, he proved when he said, "We could just ride over to Pitchfork and shove this down Shane's throat." "That's right," Rayburn agreed dryly, "but it wouldn't get us anywhere." All that remained to be done was to question the Mexicans. Rayburn got little satisfaction there, and then soon gave up. "Well, might as well go back to town," he told Worth. Dawn was not far off when they reached Salt Creek. Rayburn rolled in for an hour's sleep, but he was up and about his duties long before the hour set for the trial. Word that Romero had been rubbed out had spread rapidly. Someone had seen to it that Wilkin Landis received the news. He found it sufficiently serious to bring him hurrying to the courthouse. It was not long before he and Henry Johnson, the district attorney, located Rayburn.
"What's this about our star witness being found murdered, Rayburn?"
Johnson demanded. He was a young fella, thin, keen, and alert, and Rayburn met his look briefly. "It's true. Romero has been put beyond our reach, and no mistake about it." Tensely he explained what had happened, adding the meager results of his investigation. Johnson's displeasure grew as he listened.
"Well, ain't that a fine note?"
he exclaimed impatiently at the end.
"Well, I'll never convict those men now."
Rayburn was afraid he was right, but he gave Landis an inquiring look, and the judge looked grave.
"Well, I'm afraid the trial's just going to be a mere formality, Clark," he said. "For all the evidence that can be induced, there might as well be none at all. I'll have to free these men."
He was silent for a moment.
Shane is behind all this, of course, he concluded soberly, but it may never be proved. Rayburn had his own opinion as to that, but he said no more. True to prediction, the trial of the men charged with the murder of Kim Rayburn and Jerry Gunnerson proved little better than a farce. The courtroom was jammed. Even the pitchfork was well represented. Henry Johnson was never in better form, but it was effort wasted. There was no witnesses for the prosecution. The evidence in support of the charge was vague. Landis had difficulty in keeping order when it became increasingly clear that the pitchfork men would escape their just punishment. Poke Flash and his men were noisily sadistic. Townsmen and few ranchers, Ballard, Lytle, Charter, and others, made impervious demands for justice. Rayburn began to ask himself if he would have clash on his hands when the trial terminated by Judge Landis instructing the jury, on the strength of the findings, to bring in a verdict of not guilty. The 7 men were released to the pitchfork contingent. Range-hardened men, they cared nothing for the scowls of town. Their first act was to head for the old Trail Saloon, Long Shane and Purcell's stronghold. Here they held revelry for over an hour, and if it was like any taunt of Rayburn and his friends, they were unlikely to do anything about it. Rayburn was standing in the street before Pequot's house when the released men emerged to leave town. Horses had been provided for them by their pitchfork cronies. Almost instantly they swung into the saddles, flaunting their freedom, and when they jogged up Main Street heading north, Poke Flasher rode at their head. Rayburn's eyes narrowed as he watched them go. Judge Landis emerged from the hotel at the moment, and stepping down from the porch, he paused beside the other. Neither said anything at once, but a furrow marked Landis' brow that was a twin to the furrow above Rayburn's troubled eyes. "This is going to make it very difficult for you to ever find Fay Dutcher," Landis remarked finally. "How's that?" "Well, he's sworn to get you, Clark. Any one of these men we were forced to release today is capable of shooting you down. Few of them but plan exactly that. But if you should be bushwhacked, Dutcher would be the one to receive the blame, and these men, they know it. It's all the out they need." Rayburn pondered these words. He knew Landis was right as far as he went. Dutcher had lost no time in letting it be known that he meant to kill the sheriff on sight. But at the same time, Rayburn knew that if the matter was allowed to drop, if he was neglected to go after Fay, the cry would be raised that he was either afraid or reluctant to go after his old friend. "That's my hard luck," he told Landis woodenly. "I'll keep my eyes peeled, of course, but what these gents have got in their minds can't make any difference. Dutcher will have to be brought in, and I aim to see that it's done." He spoke with so much resolution that Landis gave him a slow look, and thought better whatsoever he had been about to say. They parted a moment later. Rayburn to seek his deputies, and he soon located them. "Get ready to ride," he told them curtly, "and see to it that you have food for a week if necessary." Jim Worth lifted his brows with a swift glance at Naylor, but neither made any comment. Less than half an hour saw them ready, and they left out of town at once, making for the hills. Nothing had been said for a solid hour when Giff accosted Rayburn, speaking only the one word. "Dutcher?" Rayburn replied. "Sorry, boys, but we're going to be on the go till this is settled." They knew that nothing would stop them until Fay was taken. They rode that day to Estrella, Estenza, and several other Mexican hamlets nestled in the canyons in out-of-way corners of the range, on the off chance that Dutcher and his friends
might be located at one of them. They had no luck. It only made Rayburn's mouth tighten. Not until that night's moon was old in the sky did he call a halt.
Reckon at this rate you're figuring to snag Fay without losing any time about it,
Jim Worth remarked as he rolled into his blankets, and Rayburn made no answer. Worth's only reward was a warning look from Giff.
Don't run away with the idea that he likes this job, and don't be rubbing it in any,
Naylor murmured at the first opportunity.
Clark's only doing what he has to, and I respect him for it.
First light in the sky the following morning saw them in the saddle, and now it ceased to be a hunt, and became a relentless, slashing drive. Rayburn left no stone unturned, no chance of locating the wanted men untried. The fourth day passed, and they were well into the fifth before they got so much as a hint of the fugitives' whereabouts. It was by chance that they turned down the hills that afternoon to water at Willow Springs. The horses, worn from such travel, were barely satisfied when Naylor said suddenly, raising his head,
"Somebody's been here just recently."
He pointed out their tracks. Rayburn was interested. He traced the signs of several horses 100 yards and then called out, "Boys, it's them. They were here only a few minutes ago, as they must have spotted us. You can see where they jammed in the spurs and headed out double quick." Worth was almost as good a tracker as Rayburn. He had his look and then nodded soberly.
"There ain't no other way to read it. Whoever was here sure took out for hell in one sweat."
No more was said. Despite the conditions of the ponies, they pressed on swiftly. For an hour they clung to the trail with a dogged persistence, and at the end of that time there was no indication that they were drawing close. The men in the lead were steadily putting on an even greater distance between themselves and the law, if anything.
"We don't seem to stand a chance, Clark,"
Worth offered finally.
"It's mighty plain that they got fresh horses underneath them."
Rayburn vouchsafed no reply. Dusk found them deep in the hills, as far from their quarry as ever.
"This is all damn foolishness,"
Worth exploded unwarningly.
"They could be halfway to Santa Fe by morning."
Rayburn whirled on him. "You put some iron to that horse," he whipped out fiercely. "This may be foolishness, but we'll prove it, and then believe it." With a thickened dark, they found themselves unable to trace Dutcher and his friends further. Rayburn was by no means beaten. "They'll be holing up somewhere," he said. "That'll give us a chance to get close." As to where the outlaws were heading, he was as much in the dark as the others. They were in the high pines now. No sound marred the deep stillness, no prick of light drew them from any quarter. At 9 o'clock, Naylor said,
"We might mosey over to old Estenvin's sheep camp. It's only a few miles."
Rayburn knew the place, a sheep camp, by courtesy only, since Estven Portel's woolly charges had long since been destroyed by cattlemen. There was nothing but an old cabin there, weather-beaten and tottering. He nodded shortly. "We'll take a look at it." They made their approach, the old sheep herder's cabin, circumspectly, and it was well they did so, for they had hardly gotten within striking distance of the place before Rayburn knew that Giff's guess had been a lucky one. A few minutes later, they had a glimpse of a fire flickering through the pines, and a guarded voice sounded. It was Dutcher speaking.
"Hell, they turned back long ago,"
Fay scoffed.
"Rayburn, he's going to wait till morning, then pick up our sign again then. I know how his mind works. I ought to."
Holding himself with an iron grip, Rayburn murmured to his deputies, "Work around to the other side and stay with your horses. I'll give you 5 minutes." Naylor and Worth moved away silently. Rayburn waited the appointed length of time and then began to push forward.
From behind a clump of pines 100 yards from the fire, he called out, "Get your hands up, boys. The place is surrounded." Had the words been an awaited signal, the outlaws could not have exploded into action more speedily. They paid no attention to Rayburn's commands and whirling to snatch up rifles. Rayburn fired, and he heard Giff and Jim Worth's weapons crash out, but no one was hit. Within 10 seconds, Dutcher and his friends were tossing saddles on their horses. Fay, yanking on his clinch home, and swung up. He fired at the flash nailer's rifle. Bailey and Nick Martin soon followed him into the hall. Rayburn cried out, "Give yourselves up or we'll be shooting to kill." "Go to hell!" Dutcher bellowed. Rayburn and his deputies fired together. In the act of mounting, Turk Sundstrom suddenly folded up. Fay was at his side in a flash. He straightened up. "He's gone. Get out of here, boys." They made a dash through the dark trees. Rayburn and his men crashed after. This had to be short and sharp, or it would amount to nothing. "Down to the draw," Naylor called out. "Head 'em off." They swept that way. Rayburn saw a shadowy shape flirting ahead. He fired, and a yell answered, and the man flung out of his saddle, head over heels. Worth rode up behind him, and there was a double flash of guns, wickedly close together, and Jim exclaimed, "It's Bailey, he's out of it." Gift Naylor had been doing his best to draw up on a man he thought was Dutcher. He fired twice, and the man burst into lurid profanity. It was Nick Martin. There was a good chance that he could get away if he kept going, but Nick foolishly whirled his horse, and he threw a shot at Giff, bellowing angrily. Naylor calmly drew in, training his gun upon Martin, and blasted him out of the hall. "Where's Dutcher?" Worth yelled. It was a large question. Straining his ears, Rayburn thought he could hear a horse smashing through brush over south, but he couldn't be sure. He lost no time in making that direction. Giff and Jim Worth made their own circles, but there was only the murmurous silence of the hills. Coming together a half an hour later, the three needed no assurance that the search had been fruitless. They headed back toward the scene of the fight. "I guess we'll have to bury Nick, Turk, and Bill," Naylor murmured presently. "Damned if I'll leave them boys laying out here for the coyotes." "Yeah," said Worth, and his tone was a compliment. "They died nice." End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17. "Shane has read this situation to the end," Rayburn said positively. "He knows Dutcher can give me more trouble than any other man on this range. Fay's on the pitchfork right now, I'm sure of it." Landis shook his head wonderingly.
"Well, it sure sounds incredible after what has happened. Nothing short of desperation would drive Dutcher to such a resort."
"That's what did it." Rayburn had told the other of the savage chase which had ended in the death of Dutcher's companions. "We picked up Fay's sign at daylight. After a couple of hours we lost it for good, but there was enough to show that he was making straight for Shane's spread. There was nowhere else he could have gone." They were talking in the judge's chambers in Salt Creek. Rayburn had come here directly upon reaching town. Trail dust grimed the tight lines on his face and whitened his clothes. Landis studied his expression soberly and then shook his head again.
"Shane's been a curse on this country for years," he declared. "Anything Cass Gunnarsson built up, he has deliberately tore down. He's as hard to reach now as he was when his crowd was in here in town. If he's protecting Dutcher, I don't see how you can reach Fay short of a massacre."
Rayburn said flatly, "I'll bring him in, or finish him. Dutcher knows that." Something in the words told Landis that sooner or later this man would do as he said. They were still discussing the matter when a violent knocking sounded at the door, and without waiting for an answer, a man ran in. It was Gift Naylor. Excitement rode him hard.
"Clark," he cried, "now's our chance. Fay Dutcher and a dozen pitchforkers just rode in. They're taking up at the old trail, and I hear Fay's bragging he's out to get you. This is plumb made to order for us. We'll gather up the town and clean house of all them gents. They'll never give us a better chance."
Breaking off, he waited for the quick response he had no doubt would come. In the surprise of hearing that Fay had ridden boldly into Salt Creek, Rayburn and Landis exchanged glances. "You see," Rayburn grunted, giving no hint of what he had told at the news. "Shane's been working on Dutcher." He stood up, tall and lean, outwardly unmoved. The look on his face said that there were some trails a man couldn't avoid taking. To Naylor, he saw, was a curious lack of inflection. "I'll take care of Fay. I seen this coming. You keep an eye on those pitchfork boys for me." Gift stared.
"You mean you're gonna go out there and meet Dutcher?" he demanded.
Rayburn might never have heard the question. "I don't want any wild plays, Giff. Just remember that." Naylor looked at Landis dubiously and then scratched his chin. Plainly at a loss, he said, "Okay, Clark," and then turned away. Silence held till he shut the door behind him, and then Landis cleared his throat.
"That was bound to come someday."
Rayburn nodded. He appeared lost in thought, in no hurry to move. There was a faraway look in his eyes. "What a damn shame," he muttered, as if to himself. "Fay was always a good kid. A little wild, but—" The words were broken off by a new arrival. Rayburn turned his head as the door opened to admit Loren Colcord. Something like relief washed over her face, drained of its blood at the sight of Rayburn. It was more than enough to tell that she was fully aware of the situation.
"Oh, here you are," she exclaimed.
"Good morning, Loren,"
said Landis. She gave him a strange smile, but said nothing. Plainly her concern lay with Rayburn now. Landis added,
"Excuse me a minute,"
and then turned to the inner door. Loren and Rayburn were scarcely aware of his departure, gazing at each other. He would have given anything not to see her just at this time, not to have to talk to her, but she had no intention of allowing this moment to pass without grasping it firmly.
"Clark, you cannot go out there," she said quickly. "You'll be killed."
He knew in instant gratification that her first thought was of his safety. But he only shook his head. The words, when they came, were forced out against his will. "I got to go, Loren, or I'll never be able to hold up my head again." Leaping fear tore her eyes wide.
"Clark, no!"
she cried. She got command of herself then, and her voice was steady.
"Do I mean anything to you, Clark?"
His breath caught, but there was no hesitation in him, for his eyes spoke even before he opened his lips. "More than my life," he assured her huskily.
"If I do, you won't go."
Rayburn digested that while she watched him. His chin came up, and it seemed to her that he stiffened. Certainly something happened in his eyes, something that was not pleasant to watch. "I'm sorry, Loren," he said slowly, "but I've got to go." She never knew the fight he had to win before voicing his decision, yet unconsciously she used the most telling argument she could have devised.
"Clark, think,"
she urged, voice tense.
"This isn't just for today, just for now. It may make a difference for always."
"I'm sorry," he began again, doggedly. She saw then that she could never sway him.
that proud and headstrong as he was, no words could alter his determination. Tears stung down her lids, and the paleness of her face was accentuated.
Clark, kiss me before you go, she whispered.
Rayburn never would have said he could find this moment as hard as it was. His arms went around her as if there was another man doing this. Somehow, they were both being forced to it against their wills. He would have stepped back quickly, but for a moment she clung to him.
You're so hard, Clark, she murmured unbrokenly. Both you and Fay are as unyielding as a rock. What does this law mean between you? Nothing. I think it was meant to be this way from the beginning. The law is no more than an excuse.
Rayburn broke away abruptly, and for the first time his face was harsh. That's not true. He managed to control his tone. Fay is outside the law that I am sworn to uphold. He wanted it that way. Now he must answer for it. He hauled up shortly, jarred by his own tone. In a flash, he recognized in her words the more subtle of argument she had used yet, meaning nothing except as it influenced him. The grimness in his eyes did not relax. Put your fears at rest, he said woodenly to her. Nothing's going to be happening to me.
I'm more worried about what may happen to myself,
she replied, with the quick change of front which had always bewildered him in her. What did she mean by that, he wondered. There was no time to find out, however. The door opened and Landis returned, and Rayburn turned to him. Would you take Miss Colquitt home, please?
Of course, Landis assented. I was just about to suggest that myself.
There was a stiffness in this room. Landis felt it like a fog between these two strong-willed people. Gallantly he pretended that it was not there. He left with the girl a moment later, and for several minutes, as they made their way towards the parsonage, he waited for her to speak, well aware of how easy it would be to blunder now into saying the wrong thing. Loren kept silent, however. At the parsonage door, Landis said gently, "You're troubled about this, Loren?"
Wilkins, I'm terribly worried, she burst out. Isn't there anything that can be done?
But she knew the answer even before he spoke.
If you mean whether Clark can be swayed from his purpose, not a thing. But don't be too deeply concerned, Loren. Nothing can happen to him that he doesn't want to. I'm convinced of it.
But it's what he's doing to himself, she cried. Don't you see? He'll never get over it.
Landis shook his head.
I don't believe you fully understand Clark Rayburn, he answered, more to soothe her than anything. You must feel that this will come out all right.
She thanked him for bringing her home, and then they parted. But as Landis walked down and then turned back towards town, Loren told herself that anything would be better than waiting here. There was something terrible in knowing the wings of a dark angel fluttered above Salt Creek, and that she had allowed herself to be persuaded by nothing that she could do. She had long suspected the true state of her feelings towards Clark Rayburn. But as the morning dragged out, her bewildered thinking circled about the question of whether she knew this man who had laid claim to her innermost being, or if he was some stranger whom she had never known and could never come to understand. Loren had discovered what was afoot this morning accidentally. She had gone on an errand to the home of a neighbor and there learned the facts. Even yet her father was unconscious of the tension in this town, but though she had heard him moving about his study, always a sign that he was not too busy for interruption, she preferred not to go to him. One thing held her attention, and one thing only, the knowledge that sooner or later gunshots would ring out, and that she would not know what they meant. At noon she felt that she could bear it no longer. Bronson Colquitt stepped
to the door of his study as she entered the hall. "Going out, my dear?" He smiled.
Yes,
She was so distraught that she had all she could do to control her voice.
I must go out for a moment. I'll be back shortly, Father.
He stared in surprise as she hurried past and let herself out. She did not look back. Reaching the corner of Parallel Street, she began to hurry. The strange silence of these streets struck her at once. They were deserted. Even the children usually playing in the yards beyond sagging picket fences were absent. Something caught at her like a portent of disaster. Her feet quickened. To find Pardo Street so quiet was strange enough, but that Main Street itself should be empty of life was so unusual she halted uncertainly. But there was no turning back. She forced herself on, past Shane and Purcell's old store, past the bank and the Pecos house. A man standing at the hotel door seemed about to call out to her, but he thought better of it. The courthouse fronted on the little plaza, shaded by a cottonwood, and there was an alley giving access to the sheriff's office on its side, but Loren passed its front entrance and went down the hall. She was making for Rayburn's office. Almost invariably his door stood open, but it was closed now. She paused with her hand on the knob, asking herself whether Clark was inside, and then, turning the knob firmly, she thrust the door open. The room was empty. Loren drew in her breath sharply at that. It could only mean one thing. Whirling, she ran to the outside door, left the building. And now it seemed strange to her that she had thought Main Street deserted before. From where she stood, she could see 4, 5, 6 men. All were townsmen whom she'd seen at one time or another at church. Abe Traynor stood in the arch of Wilter's livery barn. Heck Newsom leaned at the corner of Conway's grocery. The others were in equally impertinent positions. All were elaborately casual, and all were armed. Loren started forward resolutely. She would speak to Traynor or Newsom, inquire where Rayburn could be found. Before she reached either, however, she stopped suddenly, feet rooted on the plank sidewalk. At a distance of several hundred yards, a man backed into sight around the corner of Hanson's saloon. A man with guns in his hands, crouching with a terrible tightness. She knew that stalwart, blocky form, and the thick, bull-like neck, and the short legs slightly bowed. Fay Dutcher. Loren wanted to cry out, to call to him. She could not. Her tongue clove to the roof of her mouth. All she could do was stare, horror in her eyes. "Ma'am, come on out of there!" A harsh voice called from somewhere. The words didn't seem to mean anything to her, nor did she turn to see who had spoken. The call was not repeated. Dutcher was in the road now, dust puffed up under his feet. He didn't lift his boots, slide them along. He moved with cat-like care, ready for instant action. Loren saw another man further along, coming along the walls of the building towards Fay. It was Rayburn. His step was measured, his visage absolutely unreadable. She tried to scream then, to halt this thing, and found that she couldn't. It was Dutcher who broke the electric silence. "Go for your iron, Rayburn," he taunted harshly. "I'm waiting for you." He was drunk. Even the girl read that, wretched by the pity of it. Still Rayburn came on, wordless, his gaze level. But for his determination, he might have been utterly alone in the street. "Damn you, cut loose!" Fay squealed fiercely. Rayburn did not so much as hesitate. "Drop those guns, Fay," he droned. "I'm sticking you in the pen till you sober up." It was useless. Even Loren understood that Dutcher could not be swayed from the showdown he was facing. For an answer, as Rayburn took another step forward, he twitched up his gun and fired. At point-blank range, it seemed impossible he could have missed, yet Somehow he did. Rayburn halted at a distance of less than 60 yards. He had not changed expression in the slightest, but his tall frame stiffened, and his hand blurred at his side, and the shot was simultaneously with Faye's second. Neither fired again. Dutcher lurched as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His guns dropped, and he took a single stumbling step, and then measured his length in the dust. Loren's first sensation was one of faintness threatening to engulf her. She fought it off, conscious that suddenly the tension had snapped. As if on a prearranged signal, men appeared from everywhere, boiling out of doors and round corners, some of them yelling instruction to others who failed to listen. In the space of few seconds, Main Street was strangely crowded as it had been strangely deserted the moment before. She was only half aware of it. All this was ghastly to her. It was murder. In her eyes, no justification of law would serve to make it anything different. A man kneeling beside Faye Dutcher straightened. "Out like a light," he exclaimed harshly. "He took her plumb in the brisket. He never knew what struck him." Loren saw Rayburn push through the gathered men. He bent down, then straightened with Faye's body in his arms. With a curt word for the others to make way, he pushed through towards the little undertaker's establishment next to the bank. Beneath his inscrutable face, she read more depth of feeling than if he had displayed his anguish for all to see. Loren turned away then. She would have given anything to not have been witness to Faye Dutcher's killing. Her skin was cold and her limbs trembled. Suddenly she was conscious of a man beside her. It was Mark Dorby, a merchant who had given her father considerable support in building the church. Dorby was stout, white-haired. His full cheeks were lined with scarlet threads. Just now his face bespoke the utmost gravity and concern.
"This is no place for a lady, ma'am," he said gruffly. "Maybe I could take you somewheres."
Wordlessly she let him have her arm, and they started off. But Dorby halted the next moment to gaze, his thick brows bushy, and Loren forced herself to follow his look. Upwards of a dozen men were emerging from a saloon down the street, the old trail. They were pitchfork punchers, and for once their customary assurance had deserted them. Their horses stood at the hitch rack before the saloon, and one by one they twitched loose the looped reins and swung aboard. In a compact group they rode up the street, heading out of town. A number of townsmen watched warily, despite their appearance of idleness. Mark Dorby grunted. "Reckon Shane's crowd knows better than to kick up a ruckus after this." When Rayburn emerged in the open a few minutes later and started up the street, the watching men let him go. Not a one of them but was aware of what was going on in his mind. They saw him reach the courthouse and then turn in. Passing down the corridor and pausing at his office door, Rayburn's step was heavy. He had never expected his shoulders to be bowed under the weight they supported now. Heaving a sigh, he stepped in and stopped short, face to face with Loren, and she was alone. For a moment their eyes held, and she could see now how shaken he was, and his voice was husky. I had to kill him, Loren. My friend." There was a supplication in the words, and unconsciously she backed away a step.
"It was murder, Clark," she said steadily, her face cold and strange.
That seemed to awaken him. "No, Loren," he got out. "It was the law, the only kind Faye could understand." He gazed at her, his eyes dull with pain. It was a terrible moment for him, finding himself accused by the only person whose opinion meant anything to him. Faye knew what was coming, he struggled on, endeavoring to explain. "I warned him. I gave him his chance to ride out of the country. He knew I would never follow him,
Instead, he rode into town. Then he got drunk and bragged that he'd kill me. My duty was plain, Loren. Surely you can see that. He was frankly pleading now, but she refused to listen. Some door in her nature, which had always been open to him, was suddenly closed.
It was murder, cruel and needless.
She gazed at him as across an abyss. When she spoke, it was a tone he'd never heard her use before.
Clark, if we're ever going to mean anything to each other, you must hang up your guns, turn in your star. I could never live another day like this. I couldn't even face you knowing you have another man's blood on your hands from choice.
That was the struggle that went on in him was evident. He half lifted an imploring hand, only to let it drop. Loren, I'd do even that for you, he said huskily. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The Rail S steers had been split up in a half a dozen small bunches and run off. There must have been 40 or 50 head, all told. Rayburn hesitated long enough to make sure of that, and then barked, "Freeze on to the sign of one of those bunches and follow 'em. Jim and me will do the same. We may be able to snag 'em this time." Giff Nether grunted.
If we do, it'll be a surprise.
Jerking him a curt look that told him to get busy, Rayburn let it go at that. It was 3 months later. Rayburn had resigned his office as sheriff to move out to the Rail S, Kim's little spread. Here, he was making his stand. It was no easy life. Shane knew where he was and was acting accordingly. A good half of Rayburn's time was taken up with keeping his herd together. Today made the third raid of Rail S beef in a week, but Rayburn and Giff were not inclined to take it laying down. Splitting up, they started to trail the rustled steers. It was not easy. With diabolical cunningness, the raiders had struck to the gulches and rocky ground which cut up this part of the range. 20 minutes later, Rayburn glanced about to find no trace of his punchers. A half hour later, he knew he had lost all sign of the bunch he was following. Cresting a ridge, he fired his gun twice, and then twice more in the arranged signal. Naylor answered from a point a mile to the south, and then presently appeared, shoving his horse. His wrath showed upon his face.
I lost the bunch that I was dogging, he burst out. Take 2 hours to locate him again. Damn it all, Clark, this is the same story as last time.
Rayburn's nod was grim. We'll see what Jim has to offer. Worth put in an appearance finally. A glimpse of his face told them all they needed to know. They just plain faded out, he confessed, coming up. Naylor whirled to Rayburn.
Well, there you are, Clark, he ejected. Sure hell, Shane thinks he's got you on the run. You won't be no different till you got do something about it,
he added significantly. If Rayburn found a challenge in the words, he gave no sign. If we can find where the steers are being held, I'll do plenty about it, he said quietly. Spread out, and we'll see if we can't pick up sign of the bunch that I lost. They did as he said, and for an hour they hunted through the breaks and the canyons. They didn't find the tracks again. At last, Rayburn waved the others in. They're gone, he said bleakly. Nothing we can do about it.
Before long, it'll be too late to do anything, Naylor grumbled. If it keeps up, you soon won't have no ranch.
Rayburn knew that he was right. Much had happened in the few short months since he had restocked his brother's little spread. Steers had been run off rapidly. Things had happened, and the breaks were always against him. He knew better than to assign it all to accident. Had there been no other reason,
His giving up the office of sheriff without explanation would have been enough to make a man like Dan Shane feel like he had the upper hand. If Naylor and Jim Worth had guessed what was coming when Rayburn had turned in his star and hung up his guns, they didn't hesitate. Loyalty to him chained them to the little ranch even when tightening circumstances had made the chance of salary looking pretty slim. Hard-headed as they were, however, neither had made any promise to refrain from stating his most candid opinions. Gift took full opportunity to say what he thought of Rayburn's policy of hands-off, except in the event of their forcing a clash with the rustlers red-handed. "You may have your reasons for doing this, Clark," he declared doggedly, "but meanwhile you're letting Shane walk all over you. It ain't just you at all. The pitchfork will be shooting steers next, and if we was to get the jump on 'em first, I'd calm 'em down a mite." Rayburn let him finish, but at the end he only shook his head. "I'm not going to war about this till I have to," he contented himself with answering. "We'll get along somehow." "Why don't you say any old how and then be done with it?" Gift grumbled. But seeing that his words made no impression whatsoever, he subsided. In the long, slanting rays of the afternoon sun, they turned back towards the ranch. Visitors had been at the ranch house while they were gone, and Rayburn found a notice propped up on the table of the kitchen, where he'd be sure to find it. He picked it up and read it without any change breaking the gravity of his features. "You'll have to make out with me tomorrow, boys," he said when he was done. Worth put in, "Huh? What's that?" "Wilkin Landis and Kathy Roberts are getting married in town tomorrow, and they asked me to be the best man." That broke the glum for a few minutes as they discussed what the wedding would be like. Not yet had such an event become a commonplace in the Salt Creek Range. But half an hour later, while they had supper, it was the persistent rustling which harried the railess that they talked over with comment and long pauses. "If we can't stop it, I'll have to either fence in the range or hire more punchers," Rayburn concluded soberly. "Nothing you can do can avoid trouble with Shane," Gift warned him earnestly. "He's after your hide, Clark. He'll either drive you off this range or finish you as he did with Kim." Rayburn listened unmoved. "I'll have something to say about that," he replied tensely. He was astir early the following morning. It was not a long ride to town, but he had wanted plenty of time. Sunrise found him entering Salt Creek. It was 9 o'clock when he worked through a barber and found a new suit of clothes that he thought would do. This was more of an outlay that he could afford, but that didn't deter him. Landis had been living at the Pecos house since his election to the bench, and Rayburn found him in his rooms. "We're taking a house in town after I return from our trip to Austin," Landis told him. "So don't mind my being torn up here a bit." The wedding was set for noon. It was to be held at the church. As the hour drew near, Main Street presented a scene of busy activity as rigs began to roll in from the outlying ranches. Few people, living in a territory larger than some states, intended to miss the affair. Not the least of those present were the legion of range riders who at one time or another had fancied themselves in love with Kathy. Watching the street from Landis' window while he struggled with the unfamiliar task of tying a tie, Rayburn said, "More people in town than I've ever seen before. If there's any doubt in your mind what people think of you, Wilkins, this ought to settle that question." Landis grunted. "Well, to me, it means that Ash Fancer will have his hands full. I hope not too full." Fancher was the new sheriff the commissioners had appointed to fill out Rayburn's uncompleted term. The latter nodded. But what he was asking himself was whether the pitchfork would grasp this made-to-order opportunity to stir up trouble. However, the ceremony went off smoothly and quietly. In the church, packed and jammed with witnesses, Landis and a strangely subdued and charming Kathy were made one by Bronson Colcord, stiff and impressive in fresh linen and black broadcloth. The wedding party retired to the parsonage, where wine and cigars were passed amongst the men. Rayburn accompanied Loren to the dinner which, for lack of space elsewhere, was being held at the hotel. Called on to speak, Landis and the other obliged, and the evening was well advanced by the time bride and groom and guests retired to the hotel parlor for the reception dance which had been arranged. It was a gala affair like nothing Salt Creek had ever witnessed before. Rayburn danced with Loren and found her even better company than he had hoped. She was beautiful in a blue gown which set off her clear coloring. Both found time to speak of Kathy's charm and her self-possess.
"She's regale enough to grace an executive mansion," Loren declared. "And from the way he looks, I imagine she has already surprised her husband."
"I never saw Kathy in a situation she couldn't meet with complete success," Rayburn admitted. The same thing appeared to be true of old Alamo. He was making the present an occasion of considerable jollification, and it was to his credit that he confined his activities to the hotel bar, where all drinks were free tonight, and punchers and freighters and the lower class of townsmen drifted in and out as they chose. There was even a sprinkling of troopers here from Fort Yance. Rayburn's eyes narrowed swiftly at the number of pitchfork men that ranged along the bar when he stepped in later on. Poke Flasher was with them, tall and arrogant, and he let his emotionless eyes run over the men in the room alertly. He noted Rayburn, pushing quietly in his direction while some distance yet separated them, and then waited coolly. It was in Rayburn's mind to pass a brief word of warning if that appeared advisable, but he was not looking for trouble. He fronted the bar some feet apart from Flasher, in order to drink and down it without a glance at the other. Clearly, Poke had his own notion of what the situation called for, however.
"It's something of a surprise to me, Rayburn," he called across in his carrying voice. Laughter and talk dropped abruptly.
Rayburn glanced up briefly. "Reckon it's not the first," was all he said. But Poke was not one easily put off.
"I always figured that when Kathy got hitched," he went on, "you'd be the bridegroom."
He was looking at Rayburn in a satisfied way, as though for once he had him precisely where he wanted and knew it.
"I reckon you ain't the first gent who found ways of making your fun without paying for it."
Rayburn closed the distance between them in a bound. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. The fierce blaze in his eyes said all that was necessary. And Flasher saw what was coming and strived too late to throw up a guard. Rayburn's fist caught him alongside the jaw and jarred him to his heels, sending him staggering back along the bar. Men got out of the way in a hurry. They knew this was a grudge fight, whatever the excuse. Poke caught his balance sharply, and for a second he glared wickedly at Rayburn, his pale pupils without expression any more. There was murder in his eyes. He wasted no time on further words and started forward with a rush. Rayburn was ready for him, and fists lashed out, and both scored hits. Flasher's blow was the heaviest, a big man. He was lithe and whip-like for all of his bulk. His fist missed Rayburn's jaw, but caught him alongside the neck, and Rayburn fainted while a patch of numbness spread into his brain. He shook his head. There was just barely time to avoid Poke's second vicious blow, and then Flasher grabbed him, slammed him hard against the bar. Rayburn hung on till his head cleared. He had underestimated the force of this man's violence, but he wouldn't make that mistake again. Bracing his feet, he lifted Poke and whirled him. The other's boots scraped off the floor, and his body struck the floor full force. It was a shock heavy enough to knock the fight out of many a man, but Poke twisted around and dragged Rayburn down with him. And then they were at it, struggling fiercely, and it was a fight without rules and without pity. Rayburn's breath came from deep in his chest, and he tore Flasher's blunt fingers away from his face just in time. Poke was the kind who would tear a man's cheek open or gouge out his eye and find grim pleasure in the act. Rayburn placed the flat of his hand against Poke's face and slammed his head down hard. Poke roared his wrath. He tried to squeeze the life out of Rayburn with the pressure of his locked legs, but a digging assault to the mouth and nose made him forget that. Disgusted with doghouse fighting, Rayburn tore loose and staggered to his feet. He let Poke reach his knees and knock him under a table with a long, clean swing. Flasher got up then and plunged. Rayburn couldn't avoid that rush, but his full weight, landing across Poke's back as they went down again, made it turn out just as well. Flasher rolled over, was up first. Rayburn had only a second behind him. Both were disheveled and winded. Poke's nose was red, and he was bleeding in several places. They waded in toe to toe, trading blows with everything they had. Neither would give ground, but Poke's breath began to whistle ominously, and he was slower. And suddenly, Rayburn got in a lucky blow that stretched him out. "Finish him off, Rayburn!" a man cried harshly. "Jump the skunk!" Rayburn might not have heard. He waited till Poke was half to his feet, then rasped, "Eat those words, Flasher." One of Poke's eyes was beginning to swell, and he gave him a savage look. Out of the other he glared at Rayburn with undiminished ferocity. His twisted lips parted, and he laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound, and Rayburn went for him again. Without warning, Poke dropped on hands and knees, and though Rayburn read the trick accurately, he was powerless to halt his rush. Poke's back caught him across the knees, and he went over, grabbing wildly for support. His head banged against an overturned table, and the room whirled about. Flasher sprung up with a hoarse, triumphant cry, and hauling his foot back, he sank one brutal kick into Rayburn's side and then started another when Rayburn exploded. How he got up off the floor, he could never have told. All he asked was to get his hands upon Poke. It was in him then to tear the man apart, and Poke read it in his eyes. It must have taken him totally by surprise, for he staggered back to stall off that charge without wholly succeeding. Rayburn got him by one arm and whirled him around. His fist came across to meet Poke Flasher's tottering frame and again smashed him in the mouth. It was a crushing blow, and the blood splattered across Poke's shirt. Rayburn followed with a second blow, and Poke's nose went out of recognizable shape. Still, he mouthed some curses and bitterly went on victory. The unquenchable courage of itself had been beaten more than one man. It had not no appreciable effect upon Rayburn, and setting himself, he brought up one of his knees with all the power of back and shoulder behind it, and Poke stumbled into it. He folded up like a limp grain sack, and when he tried to get up again, he couldn't make it. Falling back, he cursed Rayburn with bitter chagrin. Rayburn stood looking down at him for a moment, and suddenly loathing swept him then. He turned again just as Ash Fasher came pushing through the crowd. Keen-eyed and lanky, the sheriff took everything in and glanced at Rayburn measuringly. The latter jerked a thumb at Flasher. "Better take Poke along till he cools down, Ash," he suggested coolly. "He's looking for trouble, and he found it."
He turned away before anything else could be said. He didn't really care what Flasher did about Poke Flasher, but what Poke might have to say in his own behalf. He was suddenly sick of all this, and he didn't see why. When Loren looked up to see Rayburn advancing through the dancers, he was dabbing his face with a handkerchief. She paid no attention to that, however, and the look slanted at him from more than one direction was enough to tell him that the news of the fight had already spread over the dance floor. Loren's gaze was unfathomable but steady. "I wish to go home now," she said before he could speak. He assented without surprise or protest, and when she got her shawl and made her adieus, he escorted her to the street and then home. Neither spoke for 10 minutes, and it was he who finally broke the silence. "I didn't pick any trouble tonight, Loren. I need you to know that."
"I know,"
she said, uncertain just what to say.
"I heard. They will not give you any peace."
"I'll make out all right," he answered firmly. They said good night a few minutes later, and Rayburn turned back towards Main Street. He did not return to the hotel. Getting his horse instead, he swung up and headed for home. "Nobody could hold it against me for piling into Flasher," he mused as he rode. "But she sure has made things mighty hard." For the first time he began to wonder if Loren had not asked more of him than he could give. He had hoped that growing familiar with this range would change her. So far it had not. He was not in the least deceived concerning her qualities. "If she refuses to change, I expect that the rest of us are going to have to." It was early morning. The moon was gone. Only in the impersonal stars bathed the trail with a faint light. Rayburn noted nothing of this till he was called to himself abruptly by the flash and roar of a gun only a few yards to one side. The bullet tore past his throat by a narrow margin. He was unarmed, but in the rush of fury that swept over him in this cold-blooded attempt on his life, he didn't even remember it. Kneeing his horse about, he shoved it straight towards the spot from which the shot had come. There was a moment of tight suspense, and then a wild scramble sounded as the would-be assassin sprang to the saddle and headed out. His nerve broke at this evidence that his aim had failed. For 100 yards Rayburn was hard on his heels, rushing through the dark brush, and then he drew ahead slowly. When a second wild shot was flung backwards, Rayburn was ready to listen to the voice of reason. "It's only asking me murdered to trail that fella now," he told himself, curbing his wrath sharply. After a moment he burst out, "Damn you, Flasher! You try that another time and I'll forget all about my promises in a short order." If it was indeed Poke who had attempted his life, he did not wait to be identified. A few minutes sufficed not only to put him beyond sight in the dim starlight, but out of hearing as well. Rayburn sat his saddle for a few minutes, his bronc hauled up, thinking his own bitter thoughts. Then, turning back, he sought the trail and pushed on towards the rail-S. Not even he could doubt that despite his best intentions, a showdown was in the offing. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19. Every yard Rayburn covered on his way home saw him more angry. By the time he arrived, he was seeing red. Nothing in his experience had galled him as did the unbridled arrogance of Poke Flasher. The knowledge that he had pledged himself not to strike back only added to his exasperation. Dawn was not far off when he rode into the rail-S yard. He expected that Giff and Jim Worth had either pulled away for their day's work or were just about to, but to his surprise, when he drew rein at the kraal and started off saddle, he found both their rigs still hanging on the top bar, and a moment later, Rig came hustling from the house.
"Wondered when you'd get here."
Naylor opened up gruffly.
By God, Clark, this is a hell of a note.
Rayburn turned to him sharply, caught by something in the other's tone. What's wrong?
It's Jim,
Giff exploded, his ire mounting as he talked.
He's got a hole in his shoulder.
You mean he was shot?
Sure he was shot. What do you suppose I was meaning?
Rayburn started for the house without pausing to hear more, and Giff followed him, still talking.
It was that daggone pitchfork again,
he declared harshly.
There ain't no doubt about it. They jumped us without warning.
Reaching the house, Rayburn took the steps at one stride and pushed in. Worth had been bedded down on a pallet in the kitchen. Dropping to one knee beside him, Rayburn saw that he was still conscious.
I never expected you to find me here, Clark,
he got out huskily. Oh, stow the talk, Rayburn ordered. He examined the puncher swiftly, and Naylor had told the story. Worth had been punctured through the shoulder, dangerously low. Whether the lung had been touched was not yet certain, but Giff saw no blood, had froth at his lips yet. Rayburn shook his head gravely. We've got to get you into town to a doctor right away, Jim. Can you stand the trip?
I can try,
Worth whispered with a grin. Rayburn had been doing his own sour thinking. There were some things about this that he didn't understand. Suppose you tell me exactly what happened, he told Giff shortly.
I reckon we'd all like to know,
was the surprised answer.
Jim and me was riding the south pasture over by them busted buttes, and all was seeming mighty quiet and peaceful, and then when all of a sudden a dozen rifles started banging away at us. Shane's sharpshooters, Clark. The range must have been 300 yards, but one clip got Jim drilled in the shoulder, and my horse, he took a slug through the neck.
The south pasture, you say? That's over towards Pitchfork Range. Rayburn regarded the other steadily. You sure you didn't ask for this, Giff?
I cross my heart and hope to die, Clark. You done give us strict orders not to go hunting for trouble, and we didn't. We was over there turning back stuff that was drifting down to the crick, and for no other reason, why, until them guns started blazing, we didn't even know there was another hombre in the country.
Rayburn shot a look at Worth, and then Jim nodded weakly.
Giff's telling the truth, Clark,
he managed.
And that ain't all I'm doing,
Naylor broke in on a rising note.
I've had more than enough of this dang foolishness to suit me. Ever since we throwed in on our deputy jobs and come out here to work for you, we done all you wanted, Clark. We let Shane's wolves run all over us, and we've watched the rail-S go to hell again, same as it did with your brother Kim. No blame to him. And he added gruffly, he done the best he could, and at least he never laid down on the job. It might have been Jim who got her through the shoulder instead of me, but this time I ain't taking it.
He drove on flatly.
We are going to act now, or both of us is through. You cannot ask us to stand this any more, Clark.
Rayburn knew that this was true. More clearly than ever did he read Dan Shane's belief that he had the upper hand. Deliberately, the pitchfork owner was driving his enemy to desperation, counting on sheer weight and numbers to bring about the desired conclusion. There was only one logical answer to such an attack. Rayburn got up. Get the flatbed ready, he told Giff briefly. Naylor hesitated, but when he saw in Rayburn's face was not conducive to argument, and he said no more. Rayburn helped him pile blankets in the ranch wagon a few minutes later, and together they lifted Worth and got him into the wagon. The puncher was white at the lips, but he grinned at them gratefully.
Swell, he husked. I'll ride okay now.
Climbing over the wheel, Rayburn gathered the lines. Giff stood and looked at him as if waiting. Keep an eye on things over towards Pitchfork way, Rayburn told him quietly. But don't bite off more than you can chew, Giff.
I'm liable at that.
Naylor nodded woodenly.
Them wolves know Jim got her, and they seen me packing him in. This be a sure swell chance for him to come clean up."
Rayburn's glance signified his complete apprehension. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, and then he started the horses. There was plenty of opportunity for thought on the road to Salt Creek. Rayburn could hardly have failed to take advantage of it had he tried. Just what Shane's future plans were in regards to him were uncertain. But enough had happened to reveal unmistakably the pitchfork owner's object. He meant to force Rayburn to the wall, to wear him down, to wipe him out and kill him. Nothing else could explain Poke Flasher's deliberate hunting of trouble there at the Salt Creek Hotel. Perhaps he had hoped for gunplay, in the midst of which Rayburn could have been disposed of once and for all. But circumstances had been against the big fella. Under cover of darkness, Poke had sought to rectify his failure immediately afterwards, and the attack on the Rayless during his absence, Rayburn was convinced, was part of a concerted plan of action. No one could have missed the position all this placed him in. Not for a moment did he consider putting his hope in the law. Ash Fancher had been called in once or twice as a formality, and he had done nothing, and would do nothing in the future. It left Rayburn faced squarely with the necessity of skinning his own skunks. "I fought for the law," he mused bleakly, "and now I'm going square against it, taking matters into my own hands. But I can't see how it can be helped." At Willow Springs he hauled up to give Worth a breathing spell and a few sips of water. The puncher was feverish and tossing with pain, but he was game. "Keep on going, Clark. I can stand it somehow," he whispered. As for Rayburn's personal inclinations, it was all he could do to keep from lashing the team into a run. But he held them down for the last hour that brought Salt Creek into sight, and 15 minutes later was hauled up before the Doc Moran's office. Doc had attended so many wounded cowboys in a dozen years that there was no novelty in it for him. Tall, poker-faced, and brusque, he looked Worth over and grunted. "Not much the trouble with him. Rest is what he needs. Let me bandage up that hole, and then you can take him down to the hotel." It was an hour before Worth was comfortably disposed of. There still remained the question of a nurse. The proprietor of Paco's house promised that he would have someone look in on Jim occasionally, but Rayburn was scarcely satisfied. Leaving the hotel, he started up the street. A smart rig was hitched outside the parsonage. Rayburn gave it a glance and turned in at the gate, and Loren answered the door, and her eyes lit up at the sight of him.
"Come in, Clark,"
she urged. There was wonderment in her tone as she added,
"I thought you had gone home long ago."
"I'll just stay a minute," he returned. "I reckon you got company?"
"Since when have I been company to you, Clark Rayburn?"
a crisp voice demanded from down the hall. It was Kathy. Her eyes bubbled with good humor. He stared at her. So different was she from the hard-handed, practical Kathy that he had known. Miss Wilkin Landis was written all over. "Then you're not on your way to Austin?" he said. Kathy shook her curls quickly.
"We are leaving this afternoon," she answered. "I was just saying goodbye to Loren."
Loren had been studying Rayburn steadily since his arrival, and she said now,
"You have something on your mind, Clark?"
Kathy broke in.
"Is that my horse behaving out there like that?"
She started for the door, and they let her go. Lorenz went on steadily.
"What is it, Clark?"
Tensely he told her of the attempt to kill him the previous night, and that he had brought Jim Worth to town, wounded. She listened in silence, and only her eyes attested to the horror she found in the news. But when he had finished that bare statement of fact, she burst out.
"Of course I'll go to the doctor's and do what I can for Jim. But, Clark, this is terrible. What will you do?"
He no longer sought to evade that question. I'm putting my guns back on, Loren, and then I'm going after the pitchfork. It's either them or me, he pursued flatly, seeing her face go cold with disapproval. Shane has demonstrated over and over that he wants my hide. He's no different from Dutcher. Worse, if anything. And if Gunsmoke is the only Bible that Shane can savvy, I'll read him chapter and verse.
Clark, you can't. You mustn't do this thing. Don't you see? Resorting to violence and murder makes you no different than Shane himself.
I don't aim to be any different, he cut her off. I can't be and stay on this range. You're not asking me to throw up the whole business and run, are you, Loren?
I'm asking you to avoid trouble, no more, she answered. Surely the law is designed to deal with precisely such situations as this. You mustn't tell me it's no longer effective now that you've given it up.
There was no sign in his bronzed face that her thrust told. Inwardly, however, the hurt was deep. Men are the law, Loren. They got to be. Ash Fasher, he means well, but he doesn't amount to much.
You needn't go on, she broke in quickly. I know what you will say. You're bound to have your way in this, and there's nothing I can do to stop you. Of course you understand that it means the end of anything between us.
He had expected that blow, yet when it came, he found himself powerless to guard against it. I'd do anything in the world for you, Loren, he assured her huskily, but I cannot toss my self-respect away. Her face closed. It was all she could do to keep him from reading her disappointment and chagrin at the failure of her last effort to turn him, but somehow she managed it.
Then there's nothing more to be said, she concluded.
In stiff silence, Rayburn turned towards the door. Scarcely aware of what he was doing, he went down the steps and started for the gate, and Kathy was waiting for him there.
Clark, I know what's happened, she exclaimed. I can read it on your face. You just told Loren that you're done lying down for Dan Shane to walk over you.
He nodded. She told me it was over between us, he said bleakly. Kathy was watching him intently.
And what will you do now?
I'll go gunning for Shane's outfit. There was no mistaking his resolution.
You've come to your senses at last, Clark.
Kathy voiced her hearty approval.
Take my word for it, she added. Things are not as serious as you believe. You think you've thrown away everything. Loren wouldn't have any respect for you if you did anything else.
He caught at that, hope flickering in his eyes, but it was only momentary. She meant what she said, he declared positively. But there's no other way out of this. It's either the pitchfork or me. Kathy surprised him by laughing.
You sound more like yourself when you talk that way, she averred. I'll expect to find conditions matterly approved by the time we return from our trip.
Rayburn's first act on taking leave of her was to drive out to Mart Ballard's spread. He found the rancher inspecting brands of a trail herd of beef a mile or so from the house. Ballard did not so much as look around for a second time after noting Rayburn's approach from a distance until the latter was close at hand. Then he stepped out of the herd, slapped dust from his hat, and said in his abrupt way, "So you come to it finally, Rayburn?" Clark knew what he meant. Even after Dan Shane had sold out his store in town and retired to the Pitchfork, rustlers had begun to worry the range in increasing numbers. At Ballard's suggestion, a cattlemen association had been formed to combat the depredations. That it had achieved results of a kind there could be no denying, but headed by such a firebrand as Mart, it was not approved in every corner. Rayburn's constant refusal to join up had been a blow to Ballard, and it was a matter to which he had never left off referring. In fact, he had predicted that Rayburn would change his mind in course of time, whether he liked it or not. Rayburn nodded shortly, in no mood for sparring. "If riding with your association is what you mean, Yes, I have. How long would it take to get these men together, Ballard? Mart was still scrutinizing him, his grim thoughts plain.
Not so long, he drawled. Why? What's happened to you all of a sudden?
On my way home from town last night, someone tried to bushwhack me, Rayburn told him. It wasn't his fault that I'm still alive. Ballard's eyes opened incredibly. Flasher? He barked the question, and Rayburn nodded. I don't have any proof, but it was him all right. I'd swear to it. He went on to relate what had occurred at the Rail S in his absence, and Ballard listened to the end, his broad face redder than ever. Why, dang their stinking hides! Jim Worth is as good as a dozen of 'em, yet they smoke him up that way, he exploded wrathfully at the end. They won't be getting away with this. That's what I've decided, Rayburn agreed quietly. Can I count on the help of you and the others? Ballard did not leave the answer to that in doubt for long. I'll have word sent to the boys right off, and we'll go after Shane together. And just how are you figuring to do this, Rayburn? The latter explained the setup of the Rail S and the pitchfork as well of how matters stood. They'll probably aim to make a clean sweep within a night or two, he concluded. If we lay out on the range and wait for 'em, there can't be any questions about their guilt. Well, that'll square us with Fasher, if the question ever comes up, Ballard nodded, rubbing his long jaw thoughtfully. Not that I think it will. Rayburn agreed. If I thought it was of any use, I'd be going to Fasher for help right now. Ash, he ain't no lawman, and I think the commissioners know it. Plans were accordingly laid for the association members to collect at the Rail S that evening. Ballard lost no time in dispatching several riders with word. Rayburn called at a couple of small spreads on his way home, and to his satisfaction, the men he talked to were more than willing to help. Gift Nailer rode in shortly after Rayburn reached the ranch. He shook his head at the inquiring look the other threw at him. Nary a sign of anything wrong so far, he grunted, but his tone said that it didn't mean anything. In his turn, he questioned bluntly. How'd things go in town? Rayburn knew what he meant. Jim stood the trip okay. The Stockmen's Association is collecting here tonight. Naylor's homely face lit up in a flash. Good, he ejected. By grab, we'll get some results. That's the most sensible thing you've done in a long while, Clark. Before dark that night, the cowmen started to ride in. They were a sober lot. Little was said, but Rayburn noted that every ranch owner and puncher the range could spare had turned up. It was an eloquent commentary of their feeling toward Dan Shane, and also an expression of Rayburn's standing amongst them. Ballard arrived early, with Ed Manfey. They were over a score of men in their combined forces. It was not long before Lytle Charter of the Diamond Sea put in an appearance. Well, Rayburn, he greeted gruffly. Looks like most of us are here. Rayburn assented. We'll wait another half hour, Charter. I don't want to cheat any man of his chance to get in on this fight. Oh, yeah, there's sense in that, all right, the rancher admitted. 9 o'clock saw them ready to start. There was nearly 40 men in the grim-faced cavalcade that started into the saddle and then swung out, Rayburn and Ballard at their head. Most of my stuff is grazing the south pasture, Rayburn said. That's where the rustlers will be striking. He, Ballard, and several others mapped out a plan of action which called for a wide distribution of guards about the territory in question. Signals by shots were arranged. We'll get the men in place without losing no time, Ballard proposed. Shane, he's a snaky cuss. It won't take long to tip him off that trouble's a-brewing, and the moon will be out soon. The men were sent to their posts without delay. Rayburn, Ballard, and Lytle Charter took up their posts atop a high butte overlooking the range, from which they might hope to spot anything unusual down there at once. "Well," Charter growled, his bearded face keen, "we're all ready for 'em. There ain't anything now to do but wait." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. The moon, soaring above the rugged mountains far to the east, bathed the rayless range in liquid silver. Nothing stirred in that wane of sea of light. An hour passed, and another. Waiting, the men chafed at their inability to smoke or stir about. In the early morning hours, Lytle Charter began to get restless. "Reckon we picked the wrong night, Rayburn, or else they're wise to us." Rayburn had nothing to say. All his forces flowed into the endless, unsleeping patience. The moon sank, and pre-dawn darkness thickened. The air was chilly, and the dreamy silence intense. The majority of these men had given up hope of any luck tonight when suddenly Rayburn peered something sharply and then murmured, "Something's moving down there." The others had their look. They tightened up abruptly. Drifting out of the little basin below could be discerned a number of dusky shadows. They were horsemen. There must have been a dozen or more. "They're spreading out," Charter muttered tensely. "Figuring to comb the basin clean." "Hold on," Rayburn ordered fiercely when the others started to shove his pony forward. "We're making sure of these gents this trip. Let 'em put their cards on the table before we take our trick." The raiders were not slow in getting to work. Silence except for the occasional curt demand to their horses, they began to drift Rayburn's stock down the draws. No proof was needed as to their identity, nor any assurance of their object. Charter watched till he could stand no more, and then he burst out, "Hellfire, Rayburn, how long you going to let this go on? Them wolves are smearing themselves to the eyebrows." For answer, Rayburn whipped out his 6-gun and fired the prearranged signal. As he did so, he jammed the spurs home and raced down the slope. Charter and Ballard were close behind. There was need for quick action now. The gunshots alone had been enough to tell the renegades they were discovered. They could hardly miss spotting the shadowy attackers converging with a rush from every point of compass. A warning yell rang out, and it was followed instantly by the spiteful blaze of gunfire. Rayburn had laid cunning plans for a surrounding of the rustlers, hoping to draw a net upon them through which escape would be impossible for a single man. Hard on his signal, the cordon began to close in swiftly and smoothly. Had all gone according to schedule, the plan would have worked perfectly. But a hitch occurred. Rayburn's steers, which had come up over the dreaded Horsehead route from central Texas, were longhorns, wild and spooky as deer. It took little to throw them into a panic. When the circle of fire suddenly broke out about them, flecking the night at every crash of a gun, the steers tore loose. The warning cries and the returning fire of the renegades did nothing to improve the situation. In fact, wiry as they were, accustomed to the instantaneous decisions in matters controlling life or death, they grasped the possibilities of a stampede with firm decision. Gift Naylor was the first to read the situation in true light. "Watch 'em!" he roared. "Them steers will bust a hole in the line 1/2 mile wide. Them wolves will give us the slip." Rayburn was not long in determining that he was right. With a thunder of hooves and a clicking of horns, the herd started away at top speed, and the raiders, calling to one another sharply, were clinging close to the drag. Not only did they thus stick closely together, but the billowing dust aided in their concealment. "Shoot 'em down!" Matt Ballard bellowed wrathfully. "We're finishing this right here." It was easier said than done, however. Reading to the end just how desperate their case was, the rustlers cut loose with a blast after blast of furious gunfire. Those of Rayburn's supporters, who were in the path of the stampeding steers, were forced to flee for their lives. The rest were so confused by the churning dust and the uncertainty as to who was friend or who was enemy, they could do little. It was Lytle Charter who hit on the only possible answer. "Tail the steers," he cried. "They can't stick with 'em forever. When they pull away, we'll fog 'em and drag 'em down." They did as they said. Not once did the bitter fire of the rustlers slack off. Rayburn's reins were all but torn out of his hand by a snarling slug, and he saw a gift nailer wipe the blood from his torn ear. Others were hit, but all clung to the chase with a dogged determination. For several miles the steers raced on, bellowing their terror, the yells of the renegade urging them ever faster. But now the first light began to streak the eastern sky and broaden. It was possible to see with some certainty. Ignoring the dangers to themselves, Rayburn and the others pressed close, fighting for an occasional good shot. At a sudden burst of firing from Lytle Charter, one of the rustlers abruptly folded out of the saddle. Striking the ground, he bounced, end over end, limbs flying. It was too much for his friends. One of them yelled something to his companion. The next instant they swung away from the steers and headed across the range, driving their ponies like mad. It became a hard running fight, with neither side scoring any advantage. The renegades managed to hold their lead by a narrow margin, and outnumbered as they were, they dared not hole up. It was Rayburn who first took note of the direction of their flight. "They're making for the pitchfork," he hollered. "I reckon that simplifies matters considerably," Ballard tossed back harshly. "We'll clean house with the whole kit and boil 'em all." The sentiment exactly agreed with Rayburn's feelings at the moment. Nor did he feel any different when, an hour later, the buildings of the Shane ranch house came into view across the range. In broad daylight there was no longer any question that the rustlers were pitchfork punchers to a man. Nor did they seek to conceal the fact, driving forward and firing their guns frantically to call attention to their plight. Rayburn saw men boiling out of the bunkhouse. Others ran from the ranch house itself. Early sunlight glinted on rifle barrels, and a second later Dan Shane appeared, bellowing his orders. The men with the rifles threw them to their shoulders and fired. Dust puffed the ground around the posse, and one or two instances between them. "Right on in," Ballard bawled. "Don't let 'em make a stand off of this." The rustlers were almost at the ranch by now. Racing in the yard, they jumped off their horses. Rayburn saw a poke flasher in their midst, asking questions, demanding commands. As the lead from the attackers' guns began to scream close, these men milled about for a moment, then started to dusk hastily indoors. Some ran for the barns, but by far the greater number retired into the sprawling one-story ranch house with Shane. Even as he rode near, Rayburn began to lay a plan of attack against this fortress. Thick-walled, of impenetrable adobe, it would be impossible to smoke the defenders out except by a long siege. The only hope lay in storming the place. "Take half a dozen of men and clean out the barns," he called to Ballard. "We don't want any shooting in the back of this." With the remainder, he struck forward towards the house. The pitchfork was ready for them. Before they could be within 100 yards, a furious blast of firing met them. A horse went down. A puncher cursed heatedly at the stock of his rifle, was smashed into smithers. Nobody hesitated. They were following Rayburn now, and he thrust forward with a deadly intent, his guns barking. Windows crashed into fragments, and smoke curled from the open doors in sullen coils. Dan Shane must have found food for thought in the circumstance when the angry stockman thundered into his ranch yard and flung out of the saddle. The latter's fire was so hot that for a moment defense was unorganized. But somebody flung the front door shut, and the bar rattled into place as Rayburn reached the gallery. Rayburn called, "Lend a hand here." With Charter and 2 others, he ripped down one of the gallery pillars. It made an effective battering ram, and at the 3rd blow the door shattered. Rayburn and Gift Naylor kicked it out of the way. A fusillade swept in the opening as they started in. A bullet grazed Rayburn's ribs and another tore a chunk out of his hat brim. That could not deter him. Charter was no less eager to come to grips with the enemy. "One side," he rapped out. "By Godfrey, they asked for this. We'll clean 'em out of here like rats." Rayburn sprung in ahead of him, and for a moment he could see little, so thick was the smoke. But guns blazed almost in his face, and a yell of alarm sounded. A man sprung at him with murderous intent, and a gun roared at Rayburn's side, and the man measured his length in a sprawl. It was Giff who had fired. "He damn near got you then," he told Rayburn with a wolfish grin. Rayburn was intent on the peril of their position. It did not escape him that they had broken into a hall, and the pitchfork had promptly retired to inner rooms, shutting the doors and firing through them at every conceivable angle. "Keep on going," Charter cried. Rayburn arrested him sharply. "There's no use in throwing lives away here," he exclaimed. "There's no room for the ram either. We'll have to work this from the outside." They retired in good order. Many of their number had already sought the windows and were driving a wedge into the patio, their guns pounding. Reaching the gallery, Rayburn halted beyond reach of straying shots and called, "Shane! Dan Shane!" The pitchfork head did not answer, but a moment later a man called from the side of the house, "Hey, Rayburn! Shane's around here." Rayburn hurried that way. Reaching the window indicated, he called again, "Shane!" "Well?" came a rasping inquiry from within, above the flat crack of guns. "Come on out, Shane," Rayburn told him. "Give yourself up and you'll be spared." His answer was an outburst of angry cussing. Rayburn tried to reason with the rancher, but it was of no use. Suddenly a new cry was raised. It came from the corner of the house. "Rayburn! Look out for Poke! He's right over your head!" Rayburn instinctively ducked and shot a look upward. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Poke Flasher crouching on the roof. The other was glaring at him murderously, his gun trained directly upon him. In that moment, the latter was sure he had come to the end of his string. It was not possible that he could escape the death that Flasher designed for him this time. Even as he started to fling himself aside, Poke fired. The slug smashed the side of Rayburn's head, knocking him down like a lightning bolt. He didn't lose consciousness, however. Laying on the ground, he flung up his gun and cut loose. In the act of getting up from his knees, Flasher froze suddenly. A look of amazement washed over his expressionless eyes. And then they were more expressionless than ever, glassy. And Poke suddenly folded forward and tumbled off the roof, dead before he struck the ground. Gift Naylor ran up to Rayburn's side. "Did he get you, Clark?" Rayburn struggled up, a fighting look on his face, and he grunted. "He's creased my head is all." Mark Ballard had returned from the barns in time to see Rayburn kill Flasher and get to his feet. "By God, that's a plenty!" he burst out fiercely. "We'll finish this in short order." Rayburn felt the same way. "Follow me," he jerked out, making for the open window. Without a second's hesitation, he vaulted inside and crouching, his guns roaring. The others tumbled in after him. The half-dozen men in this room were unprepared for such a savage an attack. They fired at random. Then they dropped their guns and yelled for quarter. The association members made a rush for the door. They boiled through the house. Nothing could stop them. As a matter of fact, Flasher's finish had taken the fight out of the pitchfork men. Dan Shane yelled encouragement to them, but they were done. One after another, they gave themselves up, fearing only that they might be cut down on the spot. Shane was cornered in the kitchen. making a desperate dash for the open. Lytle Charter knocked him sprawling and kicked the gun out of his hand. The renegades were hustled into the yard and then quickly disarmed. Their defeat scarcely satisfied these aroused ranchers, however. "String 'em up!" The cry was raised by a puncher, who was taken up by another. To their surprise, Rayburn backed against the prisoners and presented a cold-faced front, his guns ready. Gift Naylor stared for a second and then sprang to his side. "No, you don't," Rayburn droned out. "There won't be any hanging here. We got these hombres exactly where we want 'em. We don't propose to throw everything away by doing something foolish at the end." For 10 seconds, silence fell, broke only by the harsh breathing of the men whose lives were at stake. Charter and Ballard gazed at Rayburn in surprise. "Why, hell, Rayburn," the latter exclaimed. "We've been aiming to finish these buzzards once and for all right from the start. What you driving at?" "There won't be any more rustling on this range," was the flat answer. "These men are going to be turned over to the law. There's no danger from slipping through the net this time." They saw he was right, and that he meant to back his stand to the end. Ballard was reluctant. "I reckon you're right at that." The words broke the tension, and a man growled. "Hell, let's toss 'em on their horses and get started for town, then." It was soon done. Still grimly silent, the cattlemen herded their captives in the direction of Salt Creek. Town was reached shortly after noon. Ash Flancher saw the cavalcade approaching and then stepped into the street. "What's the meaning of this, Rayburn?" he demanded. "I'm slapping a charge of rustling upon these men, Flasher," was the answer. "They were caught red-handed. You can do what you want with them, but I advise you to toss them into cells right away." "Well," Flasher was at a loss for a moment, but then quickly regained his self-command. "If that's how the matter stands, we'll get right down to the jail." 20 minutes saw the last of the prisoners locked into cells. Townspeople, attracted by the excitement, arrived from every direction. Standing before the jail, Ballard, Charter, and the others told their story. Rayburn, however, saw that his job was done, and then turned away. He was passing through the hall of the courthouse on his way to the district attorney's office when, to his surprise, the latter's door opened, and Wilkin Landis stood there. "What you doing here, Landis?" The judge smiled. "Word's reached me that things are in an unsettled condition, and I just decided to delay my trip a few days. It looks like I didn't make any mistake there, Clark." Rayburn followed him into the office and recounted the brief story of the past 24 hours. "I'm here to give myself up, Mr. District Attorney, if you got anything against me," he concluded. "I've always fought on the side of law and order, but if you can't see it that way now—" "It looks like you done right on doing that, Clark," Landis interrupted smoothly. The DEA nodded. "I don't believe any charges will be brought against you, Rayburn," he said. "If there are, I'll know where to find you." It was enough for Rayburn. He left a few minutes later, Landis accompanying him. "Better get over and see the doctor about that head," the latter suggested. They found that the doctor was in. Rayburn's wound was soon cared for, and Landis was still with him when he left. They started down the street talking, but on the corner of Pardo Street, Rayburn halted abruptly. Loren's home was this way, and he had no intentions of going there. Landis read in his face what he was thinking. "I've seen her, Clark," he said quickly. "She's waiting for you." Rayburn could not conceal his surprise, but he was nothing loath. When they reached the door of the parsonage, he was almost hurrying. At a call from behind, they saw Bronson Colcord just returning from church, and Landis went to wait before him, but Rayburn went on, and he knocked at the door.
"Clark!"
Loren exclaimed brokenly when she saw who it was.
Her eyes widened as she took in the bandage around his head.
My dear, you're hurt. You've been wounded.
She came to him as he stepped inside. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to take her into his arms, nor did she appear to find anything wrong with it. "It's all right, it's just a scratch," he told her. Her eyes were tender as she met his look and held it.
Thank God that you were spared. Nothing else matters. Will you forgive me for the things I said to you?
"There's nothing to forgive," he assured her huskily.
But there is, she insisted. I wanted you to be different, yet from the beginning I loved you for what you are. You did the right thing, Clark, and my heart tells me that now. Don't ever be different from what you are, no matter what I say.
He could scarcely believe his ears. The wonder of it all was too plain in his tone. "Then you mean nothing's changed between you and me?" Loren only raised her lips in mute invitation, but the manner in which he sought and found them said that he found her answer eloquent enough. End of chapter 20. End of Law Badge by Peter Field.